Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, "My best friend's wife told him that she had an affair with me. The last 4 days have been the most horrible of my life. I have no idea how to deal with anything and wanted to get opinions on what to do next since I see posts like this on Reddit. My best friend's wife told him that she had an affair with me, which never happened. I have been married to my wife for 8 years. We have 2 wonderful kids. However, this is about my friend Josh and his wife Mary. I met Josh during my freshman year of college and we have been friends ever since. We have always shared our love for tech and he is always my go-to guy when I need someone to talk to. Josh started dating Mary 5 years ago. Let's say Mary has a very different set of morals than my wife or me. She is very loud, manipulative, and craves attention. Josh and Mary had been dating on and off for 4 years. They broke up often, but somehow always ended up together after a few months. Mary is always the one who breaks up with Josh and then takes him back. I also know that Mary cheated on Josh with at least 2 guys when they were dating, but somehow convinced him that he was not putting enough effort into the relationship. Josh always blames himself for Mary's unhappiness. My wife also knows about all of this and has always kept her distance from Mary. However, we do meet her often during parties with friends. Josh and Mary got married last year. Last month, Josh found out that Mary was cheating on him again and had an affair with one of her co-workers. Josh was completely broken and stayed at our place for a week before going back to confront Mary and kick her out of the house. Josh bought the house before their marriage, so he had to get the cops involved to remove her. From what we know, Mary moved back to her parents' house. I've been helping Josh through the process and he filed for divorce last week. Last Saturday, Mary came to Josh's house to collect her things along with her dad. I had advised Josh to leave the house when they arrived, but he wanted to ensure she did not take anything that did not belong to her. During her visit, Josh got into a fight with Mary and she told him that she had an affair with me while they were married and that we used to do it in their bedroom. This is all 100% false. I have always known that Mary was trouble and kept my distance from her. I feel she is just trying to hurt Josh by saying that. After that incident, Josh became extremely agitated and came to our house. I saw he was distressed and knew something was wrong. As I opened the door, he started cursing at me and accusing me of sleeping with Mary. Luckily, the kids were not at home, but my wife and I were there and we were both shocked by what he was saying. He tried to punch me, but fortunately, he hit my shoulder instead, allowing me to wrestle him to the ground and calm him down. I kept telling him that what Mary told him was completely false and that I had never spent a single minute alone with her in my life. My wife threatened to call the cops, which prompted him to leave. After he left, my wife was completely inconsolable. It took me hours to calm her down and convince her that Mary was manipulating Josh. I work from home and rarely leave my house without my wife or kids. I think she believes me, but she has been different for the last 4 days. Josh told many of my close friends that I was having an affair with Mary. He is not taking my calls or my wife's calls. My wife tried calling Mary as well, but she also did not answer us. All my friends, including Josh, think that I am the biggest jerk for getting involved with his wife. I have no idea how to convince anyone that this is false. I am just so frustrated. Can someone please give me advice on what I can do next? A deleted user said, consult with a lawyer, ask if you have a case to sue Mary for defamation. I'm serious. She's telling lies you should be able to prove are false, and she is doing measurable damage to your life and reputation. If a lawyer thinks you have a case, you should file as soon as possible. User Adniba said, honestly, that's messed up, dude. I struggle to understand, given the context, how your wife and friends don't believe you, but it sounds like you need to just clear the air with a simple denial. Offer to provide evidence to anyone who doesn't believe you. Tell them that you're happy to remain friends, but won't be discussing the situation further. It's their choice to believe you or not. As for your wife, you'll need to take a softer approach, but still firmly communicate that she needs to either believe you, be allowed to investigate and verify the claims, or you both should go to counseling. There can be no half measures, and she cannot continue treating you differently because you can't prove a negative. That's what I would do. I'm truly sorry you're going through this. I'll say a prayer for you. Your friend seems to be suffering from an extreme case of being manipulated. Update. First of all, thanks to everyone who suggested that we should file for defamation. I had been so focused on trying to get Mary to tell the truth and convince Josh that I had completely forgotten about the legal route. I was unable to update earlier as the lawyers had advised us not to say anything until we got a confession from Mary. After posting on Reddit, my wife and I spent a few hours that night reading through all the comments. We immediately decided to explore whether we could sue Mary for defamation. Some of you suggested that I should take a polygraph test. I asked my wife if we should find a place for that, and she smiled. She said she doesn't doubt me one bit, but we can't let people have any doubt that I had an affair with Mary. Our kids are friends with their kids, and we can't live with them thinking I had an affair with Mary. She just wanted us to be strong and solve the issue as soon as possible. In the morning, we messaged my wife's mother's friend, who is a very experienced attorney. We called her at the time she gave us and explained the issue. She said that we should pursue the legal route, but she doesn't handle such cases and gave us the contact of another attorney in her firm, setting up a meeting with her at noon. We went to visit her and discussed the issue. The lawyer told us that we could sue Mary as she has made false accusations, and there is a precedent for considering what she said as slander, as it attacked my character and we can prove emotional distress. However, she told us that a defamation lawsuit is a very long and expensive process and may take several years. She told us that Mary has a weak hand and she will not want to go to court. Hence, we should give her a way out by telling her to give a written statement that what she said was false. Moreover, as she said the false statement to Josh, we would need Josh to state what she said. I won't go into details here, but might post it in the comments later on. However, we came up with a plan for sending her a letter of intent to sue for defamation. The attorney worked on this, and we were notified that Mary received the letter on Friday morning at her parents' place. The letter told her that we would sue her by the end of the month if she did not provide an official statement in writing that the statements she had made were false. The letter also told Mary to only communicate via the law firm regarding this matter. As planned, I messaged Josh and told him we had decided to sue Mary for defamation due to the false statements she made about the affair. We would leave no stone unturned to prove that the allegations are false. Our lawyers will contact you next week, and we hope you cooperate with them and tell them exactly what she said to you. On Saturday morning, as I was cooking breakfast and my wife was sitting with our kids, the doorbell rang. I saw on the Ring camera that Josh and Mary were standing outside the door. Before I could tell my wife to stay back and not open the door, she bolted towards it. She opened it and started yelling at Josh. She's 5 feet tall, but she's scary when she's angry. She just started calling him names and asking how he could destroy our lives when we supported him at his lowest. Josh just kept saying he just wanted to talk to me and kept repeating that. He looked down. My wife just kept on yelling at him and telling him to get lost. Mary started talking then, saying that she was sorry for what she said. Josh was abusing her as she was packing, and she just said that to hurt him. She just kept on saying that Josh is such an idiot and has created such a big mess. My wife turned to her and told her that she better find a good lawyer to reply to our lawyers. At last, she told Josh that if he wanted to meet me, he should go and first make things right for me, and then she slammed the door. I was watching all this from the breakfast table through the Ring camera and realized that we had recorded the whole conversation, including Mary confessing her lies. I felt so relieved in the moment knowing that I had proof of her telling the truth. We forwarded the video to our lawyer and she sent a thumbs up and called us briefly to say that we should meet on Monday to discuss the next steps. After an hour or so, Josh messaged our friends group that he had done a terrible thing and spread false statements about me. He is ashamed of it and wants to apologize. Moments later, Mary messaged saying that some statements she made were misconstrued by Josh and that what he told everyone was false. Their relationship is going through rocky times and she would thank everyone for giving them privacy and praying for them. The rest of the day has been great. I have been taking my kids to their Saturday activities and playing with them while my wife was talking on the phone with all my friends' wives and her friends, gossiping about what happened. The only thing I told her was not to send the Ring video of Josh and me from last week and not to mention Mary's affair to them. I still think it's a private matter that Josh told us in confidence, and we should respect that. Everyone was shocked that Josh attacked me physically. Regarding my friends, I made a blanket statement that they all hate me in the last post. But in reality, 4 of my friends called me during this week to ask what was going on. They told me they knew how crazy Mary was and asked how they could support me. One of the friends was the one that Josh had called. He told me that Josh told him that Mary had an affair with me and he had filed for a divorce. He conveniently left out the part about her cheating with her coworker. I don't think anyone apart from my wife and I know the whole story. He knows at least 2 of the other friends Josh called and said the same. Due to this, the gossip started spreading that they were divorcing because of me, and most of my friends were just waiting on the sidelines instead of extending support to me. However, I think I learned who the people are that have my back in need. About Josh, we still plan to file for a temporary restraining order against him and Mary next week. The lawyer said we should be able to get it for Josh as there is clear evidence of danger, but Mary might be a long shot. We will see what to do from there. As for our friendship, it's done. It ended the minute he decided to punch me, instead of at least asking me if it was true. I can't have people like him around my wife and kids. He was a great friend, but my family and their safety have a way higher priority than him. For Mary, I guess she wins. My wife still wants to push to get her to pay our legal fees. We will see what to do on Monday. However, she was able to destroy Josh's support system with one lie. I was helping Josh through the whole divorce process, but he is on his own now. I also do not think many of my friends would be kind to him after the shit he tried to do at my house. I feel bad for him and I know he needs support and professional help. However, I did my part and I hope he understands what's right for him in the future. Thanks again for so many helpful comments. My wife also wants to thank all of you and I am glad that this is over now. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Gold Independent. The post is titled AITAH for telling my husband his job as a stay-at-home dad is only easy because I help out. I tried to post this on other subreddits, but they keep removing it because my account is new. I am writing this from the guest bedroom because my husband and I had a fight. The thing is, my husband is a stay-at-home dad. 3 years ago, he wanted to quit his job and take care of the house and children. I work a decent job and earn most of the money. My husband takes pride in being a SAHD. He always brags about how it is the easiest job in the world and that women are just complaining for no reason. But the truth is, I help him with the chores as much as I can. In the morning, I wake up and prepare breakfast for them. My husband gets our daughter ready for school. I also do meal prep for lunch. All he has to do is assemble and cook them. I pack my and my daughter's lunches. When I'm at work, he does the cleaning and spends time with our son or does his own thing. Later, when I come home, I cook dinner, give my son a bath, help my daughter with her schoolwork, or play with them until bedtime. Besides that, whenever we do laundry, I fold the clothes that he washes and put them away. During deep cleaning of our house, we split the tasks 50-50. I also handle all the doctor's appointments. This system works really well, but I hate that he thinks my contribution is not enough, that he does all the chores and I do not even lift a finger. Moreover, he has a blog and TikTok where he films his days. He also makes posts about how easy it is to be a stay-at-home dad and that women just complain and are full of it. It is the easiest job in the world, he claims. I am glad he likes it, but I hate that he thinks he is superior to everyone and invalidates their experiences. I grew up in a house where my dad didn't even lift a finger, and my mom did literally everything around the house. He was the fun dad doing the bare minimum, so I do not want that to happen with my husband. Also, it is my house too, and I believe that if both people do chores, the stress becomes less. I also know many of my friends who struggle with doing chores as stay-at-home moms. I know women who work and still do the majority of the chores. His comments make me irritated. Yesterday, my friend Ashley came to visit. She is a mother of 2. Her son probably has ADHD and is very active. She has trouble handling him and gets no help from her husband. When her son broke a cup in our house, Ashley was apologizing. My husband cleaned it up and she was complaining about how exhausted she is. My husband scoffed and told her, "You must be doing the parent thing wrong because I am a stay-at-home parent too, but I never had a problem. My wife barely does anything around the house and it is so easy. Maybe I should give you a lesson or two." I could see Ashley was upset. I understand why. Later that day, I told him what he said to Ashley was very rude. My husband acted as if he said nothing wrong and was just being honest. I pointed out that he doesn't do all the chores. I help him with at least 40%. That's why he thinks it is easy. He again argued that those chores are not significant compared to what he does. I told him he is being mean to everyone. We got lucky that our kids are easy and not active. Most kids are hard to handle. He again scoffed and said, "How hard can it be?" We argued about this and he told me I am being ungrateful because no man would ever sacrifice like he did. I am upset and gave him some space. Was I wrong to point it out? Edit. I want to point out that I have no issues with him being a SAHD, I just don't like his attitude towards it and the way he thinks it is the easiest job in the world because, to me and most people, it is still a job that has no vacation days. User Far Organization said I was a stay-at-home mom and my children are now adults. I handled all of the household chores, laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I also took care of all the yard work on our acre of land. I volunteered in their schools and music programs, which often took about 30 hours a week. My husband did story time and often took care of bedtime. I considered the household tasks to be my job. I wouldn't have dreamt of telling someone else how they were doing it wrong. What an entitled and terribly rude comment. And he has a blog to tell strangers how to better manage their time. He doesn't even cook dinner, for heaven's sake. Please. User Resurrection Scary said, your husband sounds like an entitled, spoiled princess. You do all the money earning and 40% of the actual household labor as well. Stop helping him. If he thinks it's such a sacrifice, tell him to get his ass back in the job market and you'll be a stay-at-home mom while expecting him to contribute by doing exactly what you do now. Or since he thinks your contribution is so minor, just stop doing it. Update. Okay, I took everyone's advice and stopped doing my part of the chores. I told him beforehand that since he thinks my contribution to the housework is nothing, I would stop doing everything altogether. I explained that if he believes being a stay-at-home dad is easy, then he should have the full experience of it. My friend's husband doesn't lift a finger around the house, so I decided not to either. He was obviously upset and wanted to argue that I couldn't do this to him. He even tried to pull the incompetence card. I told him I was not going to do my portion of the work at home. I also used the typical excuse. I work all day at my office so that we can survive on one income. It is selfish for you to expect me to do housework. That's what I did. I didn't do any housework. I didn't wake up in the morning and make breakfast. My husband had to do it. It wasn't hard for him, but I could see he was moody. I asked him to prepare my lunch because that is also part of my job. He refused at first, but then I reminded him that he said he would do all the household chores too, which includes making my lunch as well. He only packed me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I didn't do meal prep for lunch. That was his responsibility to figure out. At night when I came home, I didn't make dinner either. I asked him to do it. He was shocked, but did it anyway. I didn't give our son a bath, which made him fussy and irritated my husband even more. I only helped my daughter with her homework and didn't assist with the laundry. For the first few days, he didn't say a word, but after a week, it became clear that he was getting exhausted. He was becoming increasingly angry over small things, and usually cleaning would help him cool off. However, whenever he saw a mess, he would throw a tantrum. On weekends, I went to my mother's house to relax. That weekend, we were supposed to clean our bathrooms, and he did that all by himself. As the days progressed, I could see him growing really angry with me. Even I admit that it has affected our intimacy a lot. Finally, after 2 weeks, he yelled at me that I had proved my point and that things were back to normal, but I could see he was very distant with me. Last night, I asked him to talk to me. He said he knew what game I was playing, but did not appreciate me treating him like garbage and not considering his feelings. I told him it was his words that being a stay-at-home dad is easy. I just gave him the full experience of it. He kept denying this and insisted that I should have been more supportive. All these weeks, he felt like nobody and underappreciated. He felt invisible. He started to hate me for not caring and dumping everything on him. He is still not talking to me. We have booked a couples therapy session for next week. Let's see if our relationship can withstand this challenge or not. Final update. This will probably be my last and final update. I wanted to let you guys know that we are not getting a divorce, despite what some of you hoped and cursed me out about in my messages. Seriously, who wishes for a stranger's husband to cheat on them? We did go to counseling, and yes, I sincerely apologize for my childish behavior because of a Reddit post I made. We discovered a lot about ourselves and our relationship during the counseling sessions. Firstly, I apologized to him and explained why I acted the way I did. I wanted him to feel that it is not easy when you don't have help. I also mentioned my mother's experience as the caretaker of our family, doing it all alone, which is exhausting. Looking back, I realized that was a stupid way to get my point across, but I was hurt and very annoyed that he thinks women just complain about housework when most of them, I'm sure, don't have help from their spouses. He expressed that he understands now. Those few weeks when I didn't help him really took a toll on him. He doesn't get tired easily, but since he was doing everything, it became tiring for him. I acknowledge that. After a lot of talking and communicating, we got to the root cause of our issues. He admitted that sometimes he feels insecure about himself, like he is not doing enough for us. All of his guy friends have jobs and provide for their families. One friend bragged about taking his wife on vacation in Greece, which made him feel small because he only made us dinner and gave me a massage while I gifted him a very expensive watch. He felt like he was supposed to be the provider for our family, but felt inadequate because I am doing well in my career while he feels stuck. It was one of those moments that made me cry. I genuinely appreciate it when he makes dinner for me and gives me massages. He is a good cook. I asked him if he wanted to go back into the workplace, and if so, he would have my full support. I know things will change a lot. We both have to make compromises, but it will be worth it because I love him and he is the best husband anyone could ask for. He says he doesn't want to handle the pressure of the workplace. Last time, he crashed and decided to quit. He likes being a stay-at-home dad, but also wants to earn something, so he is looking for a part-time job while continuing what we used to do at home. I encouraged him to explore freelancing and remote work options. He did find one opportunity, but it pays low, so the search for a decent job is still ongoing. He also apologized to my friend Ashley. He realized not everyone has it easy. We hit the jackpot with our kids because they are pretty quiet. People have different struggles. I know he is sincere because he deleted his blog posts about being a stay-at-home dad being easy. Also, unrelated news, Ashley is getting a divorce. Good for her, I guess. We are fine, our children are fine, and we still have one more therapy session left. Our intimate lives are better now. We found ways to communicate with each other rather than being petty. I was scared that our marriage would collapse, but I'm glad we stood strong together. This last post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife constantly makes a conscious effort to humiliate me during my lessons over Zoom." While under normal circumstances, I would try to communicate my feelings to my wife, I am at my wit's end for how to handle this situation, as I have exhausted all of the typical conflict resolution means. Being a teacher, I am currently giving lessons over Zoom. I recognize that studying math over Zoom isn't the most exciting thing in the world for students, and I can barely get them to even pretend to be interested in my lessons when we're in the classroom, but they have done an admirable job of staying focused. My wife is making it extremely difficult on my end though. Several months ago when my lessons began, I went from working long hours to being at home all day. Unfortunately, my wife does not seem to understand that while I am at home and while I can occasionally help out with a chore or two, I still have actual work to do. Between lesson prep, grading, and meetings, my schedule is quite full. The first time she interrupted my lesson, she abruptly opened the door to the room where I was teaching and loudly asked me to do the dishes. This was unbelievably awkward as I was in the middle of teaching 36 10th graders geometry. I told her we would talk about it later, but not being deterred, she asked if that was a yes or a no. I said it was a yes, but that I was in the middle of a lesson. Without a word, she closed the door. I got some chuckles from the students, but a bit of red-cheeked embarrassment was the extent of the damage. The next time, 2 days later, she again barged in holding a pair of my pants that I left on the floor of our bedroom. She loudly stated, "You need to pick up after yourself." This time, before responding, I muted my mic and turned off my camera, telling her that I was in the middle of a lesson. Again, she walked away without a word. At this point, I moved my setup into the basement of our house so I could avoid further interruption. Since my basement looks like it probably has a few dead bodies buried in it, my students have begun to call me Basement Dad, which is endearing, but I would rather teach in a room where I'm not going to get asbestos in my lungs. The trouble really began when I started locking the door to prevent interruptions. My wife will begin by rattling the door a few times, followed by pounding on it. Then she'll groan loudly and say something negative about me. After that, I can hear her walking around the house, slamming doors. A few weeks ago, she was literally jumping up and down, stomping her feet in the room above mine. In the first months of these online lessons, I set up a hotkey to mute my mic and disable my camera instantly when needed, and luckily my reflexes honed from Counter-Strike in my teens have paid off. But there have been times where she has sneaked in an embarrassing moment for me. Every time I have patiently explained to her that I need complete quiet to teach my lessons, and she says, yeah, okay. Then in the next lesson, without fail, she'll find something new to complain about and throw a tantrum, trying to humiliate me in front of my students. While my mute game is on point, students have recognized something is wrong. One of my 9th graders even sent me an email asking if everything was okay. I had to make up a lame excuse about needing to mute my mic because of a sudden grinding noise that happens in my old basement. There's no way she bought that. Since I'm unable to go out, unable to even enter the school grounds, and have no place to go to avoid my wife, I'm unbelievably anxious when I teach. I have tried talking to her calmly, and I even tried to get angry at her. When I yelled at her for forcefully sliding plastic files under the door so they'd float down in the background during my lessons, she expected me to apologize for getting angry at her. How can I even approach this kind of problem? User The Last Baslope said, tell her that unless she wants to go out and get a job to support the family, she needs to cut the childish behavior and let you do your job uninterrupted. If she continues to act like a 2-year-old, let her know that you will leave to stay with family or in a hotel so that you can work. User Palace Athena said, not to sound harsh, but why on earth would you want to be with someone who is so unsupportive and emotionally destructive? User Loki said, tell her you got written up for being too distracted while teaching. Make her realize how serious your job should be taken. Edit, people seem upset or offended over the idea of lying to your partner. OP already tried to talk it out rationally. She basically ignored him and escalated her behavior. So these are probably signs of bigger problems either with her or the relationship. But this is his job. Lying isn't supposed to solve his actual problem, just to stop it from interfering with work. It's a temporary solution before he figures out the real issues. To this, OP said, I like the idea, although my school doesn't have a write-up system for teachers. She doesn't know that though. This story was posted by a user named Possibility OK in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I found out about my wife's infidelity after testing positive for an STD. I am livid. The only person I have had sex with within the past 5 years has been my wife. I thought I had a bladder infection or UTY and scoffed when my doctor thought it was chlamydia. Well, here we are. I got the test results yesterday and I have chlamydia. Decided to start snooping and it didn't take long to find the text messages between her and her boy toy. My guess is she doesn't even know she had it as well. She thinks I stayed up all night working, but little does she know I've already emailed her little lover boy's wife all the text messages. I warned the lover boy's wife that he's been sleeping with an infected woman and to get herself tested. I'm still deciding how to process this all, but wifey's going to wake up to my positive test results and the messages of her infidelity. The sun should be coming up in the next hour or two and probably will be the end of this marriage. Update. I'll make a longer update eventually. I didn't confront her that morning. Boy Toy's wife ended up responding to me and she has not confronted her husband yet either. I'm getting my legal bases covered first. Update. My last post got an unexpected amount of attention. I guess you guys do deserve an update. The short of what happened was my wife gave me chlamydia. I found out she was sleeping with a coworker and planned to blow our marriage up that night. Thankfully, my drunken mind decided to wait. I had gotten into contact with the coworker's wife, giving her evidence of what was going on and informing her that the two cheaters probably both had chlamydia. I did this because I suspected my wife was cheating with more than one person. In her text, her lover boy had asked her if he was the only one she was screwing at the time, and she gave a non-answer. I know this woman well enough that I knew she was screwing someone else as well. Luckily, the co-worker's wife got back to me first thing in the morning to explain that she figured he was seeing someone else. The two of them were privately separated at the time, and their separation agreement stated they were not to see anyone else during that period. She had her own suspicions and thanked me for reaching out. We agreed that she would not confront her husband until I could cover my own legal bases in exchange for the evidence I had of their affair together. She also confirmed to me that her husband didn't have chlamydia, at least when they were still together. I decided not to confront my wife that morning. I pretended everything was fine and dandy while I looked for lawyers and dug deeper to figure out the mystery of the chlamydia caper. I installed a keylogger on my wife's personal PC and quickly got access to a secret email, where, guess what? My wife was talking with someone on a hookup website. The best part was that it solved the mystery, as the man informed her he tested positive for chlamydia and that she probably had it. Even better, these emails were from months before I was infected myself, meaning she knowingly infected me with chlamydia. Disappointed that it was not in fact the chlamydia fairy that caused all this, I have a lawyer. It's not looking well for my soon-to-be ex. The fact she knowingly infected me made my lawyer salivate, along with the mountain of proof of her infidelity. The house we live in is my parents', and we've kept our finances separate since the beginning. Her chances of getting much, if anything, out of me are pretty slim. I served her the divorce papers last month. I bought a security camera on Amazon when this all started, saying I was going to put it over our front door. I hid it in the living room the morning I decided to confront her. I decided to take one of the top comments from my first post on how to drop this on her. We were sitting and having breakfast when I said, "So I'm curious, does know you infected him with chlamydia as well?" The short of it was, she cried, apologized, tried to claim it was a one-time thing, tried to claim she loved me, tried to blame me, screamed at me that I don't make her feel loved, yada yada, you get it. I served her the divorce papers and her eviction notice right after. I'm staying with my parents until she's out of the house in a few weeks just to be safe. I'm juggling if I want to try and press assault charges against her for knowingly infecting me with chlamydia. As my lawyer said, it should be pretty easy to prove with the emails we have. Overall though, I just want her out of my life like the STD she is. User Euphoric Echo said, the worst part of this is that she knowingly infected him with an STD. That's just such a nasty thing to do, especially to someone you supposedly loved enough to marry. User Load Altruistic said, it's always hilarious when cheaters get caught. It's funny that they try to apologize. Never be fooled. It's not because they're actually sorry. They're just sad that they got caught and jeopardized their stability. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named What About the Kids. The post is titled, Caught Wife Cheating. Now, what about the kids? I'm really sorry for the long post, but I had to get it out. I lost my first wife 10 years ago. At the time, I had 2 daughters who are now 21 and 24. Life went on after about 3 years, and I met my current wife. We met innocently enough. We kept bumping into each other at various places around town. We never really talked, but sometimes we made eye contact, pointed at each other from a distance, and just smiled. Then one day, while getting my car worked on, she walked into the waiting room while hers was being serviced as well. We finally had a long conversation and decided to go across the street for real coffee since the service center coffee was bad. We talked for about an hour until I was paged that my car was done. I asked if she would like to have lunch one day to continue our conversation, and we exchanged numbers and set a date to meet up. We dated for 2 years and then got married. She has 2 boys, now 10 and 14, who moved into my house after living with her parents for 3 years. My daughters loved her, not as a stepmom, but as a big sister. Having another adult in the house with 2 teenage girls was a blessing. Life is grand. I love those boys as if they were my own, and I want to adopt them when they can make that decision on their own. The younger one calls me dad, while the oldest found it awkward at first. I told him to call me whatever he felt comfortable with. He chose my first name. The girls called her by her name. My wife is a stay-at-home mom. We decided that until the kids were adjusted, she wouldn't work but would volunteer at school lunches and other activities. Daughter 1 went off to college and has now graduated. The younger daughter graduated this past morning, and we are moving the rest of her things this weekend. I was told that her ex abandoned them around the time their second child was born and has had no contact since then. Her mom is very nice, but keeps me at arm's length. He is an alpha dog. I don't think he wanted anyone else taking care of his only child and grandchildren. He would berate me for being too old. This would happen anytime I was around them. I'm non-confrontational, so I told my wife I would just stay away from them. However, I encouraged her to maintain their relationship since they only live a couple of blocks away. In February of this year, her ex reappeared and wanted to be involved in their lives. He is sketchy at best, but I couldn't refuse this. He started coming around often, and I set a boundary that he could come on weekends so as not to interfere with school, allowing us to control his visitation somewhat. He comes most weekends, but really spends little time alone with the kids as we try to give him space. I asked my wife if he had made any child support payments while he was gone. She said no. I suggested she talk to him about catching up on what he owes and ask about signing over his rights so I could adopt them. She said she would talk to him. The first part of March saw our life start to decline. You know where this is going, right? But I was oblivious at the time. When I mentioned it to my wife, she gave me the usual excuses. I noticed the little things around the house were different. My favorite snacks were gone and a few beers were missing. But the big issue was that I could smell what I thought was weed. When I asked my wife if she was smoking, she said she hadn't been. I thought the now 14-year-old might be smoking and suggested we talk with him. She said she would handle it. About 2 weeks ago, the 14-year-old asked me if I loved his mom. I said yes, thinking he might have a girlfriend and it was time for a talk. He then said that we always sat together and were touching each other in some way or another, which made him feel good. He asked if his mom loved his dad. I responded that sure, on some level she does. Why was he asking? He replied that they were always looking at each other, talking and touching, and that he is over all the time. When I asked what he meant by all the time, he said that almost every day when they get home from school, he is there and then leaves. That weekend, I was in the living room and he was over for visitation. He comes in and sits down across from me with a beer. I look up from my reading and tell him to help himself to a beer. He says nothing. I ask why he isn't with the kids. I can hear laughing in the family room. He says he might go in a little bit. I tell him I will not drink in front of the kids. I wait until after they are in bed. He says nothing. Then he states, "You know I am only here for her." I ask what that means and he's talking about my wife. He says technically they are not divorced. He never signed papers, so she is still his wife. I know a judge signed off on the divorce because he could not be found, which is why it took longer to finalize. I finally asked about the child support since I never heard back. He just looked at me and said that he was caught up, paid her $15K in cash. I was shocked. I asked if she talked to him about giving up rights. She never asked. He asked what it would be worth to me. I said, "You've got to be kidding. Would you sell your kids?" Before he could answer, I told him to leave. The next day, this past Sunday, the kids were at Grandma and Grandpa's with my wife. I bought and installed a small motion-activated camera on top of the TV with a view of the front door and living room. Nothing unusual happened until Wednesday around 10 a.m. when I received an alert on my phone. I was at work and initially thought it might be my wife cleaning, but I looked anyway. He comes back and she lets him in. They kiss long and passionately. He starts grabbing at her, she playfully pushes away, and they're laughing. He sits on the couch, she brings him a beer and snacks. At 10 a.m., she disappears and returns a few minutes later, changed and ready to go to school for lunch. They continue talking with more grabbing and pushing away, laughing. Eventually, she performs oral sex on him. She finishes, says something, and leaves. He watches TV and then takes a nap. A little after 1 p.m., another alert shows her coming home. They talk and head to the bedroom. I race home and find them. They never heard me coming. Hysterics ensue. He slithers out. I tell her she has to go. She pleads it was a one-time mistake, that he had just arrived and she was lonely because we weren't having sex. I call BS. I asked how often he came over. She claimed just on weekends. I showed her the video of him napping. She said he was tired and asked to rest. Then I showed her the video of the sexual act. She had nothing to say. I told her to pack her bags. She was out. I called her dad to take them in, saying we were having issues. He took an alpha position, telling me how I would mess this up. I finally stopped him, showed him the edited video, and told him to call me back if I was wrong. I never heard back. I spoke with my lawyer on Thursday. He referred me to a family law partner and will meet on Tuesday to discuss the divorce. He believes I might be responsible for child support but not alimony due to our prenuptial agreement. My question is, has anyone else been through a divorce and maintained a relationship with their ex's children even though they are not biologically theirs? The 14-year-old is vulnerable as he'll be entering high school next year, and I don't want to see him go down the wrong path like his father. User Mobiac said, "I'm so sorry, this sounds awful. I have a feeling that your wife was hiding him for longer than you think. But what kind of trashy family is giving you grief when their daughter is the one who messed up? Unfortunately, you got caught in a situation that had relative risk from the start. May I advise you not to give any money if they are not your kids. She won't utilize it for the boys. She's most likely to spend it with that joke of a man. So, what's the situation now? Is she still begging you?" User Superhero Stitch said, "Given the age of the kids, it's likely that they can participate in the divorce and custody conversation and express their own preferences. Some mediations allow the kids to have their own time alone with the decision maker to share their thoughts. It sounds like the kids are bonded to you, so don't lose hope that you'll still be a big part of their lives." A deleted user said, "You aren't in any position to generate security for the boys. They had you in their lives, were influenced by your love, and may even come back to share their lives with you. Maybe. You can do nothing more. She will try to keep you in their lives, but not for them. Any money you give her will go to clothes, drinks, a car, or whatever else. Instead, offer to buy their school clothes, take them shopping, cut off the tags, and keep the receipts. Offer to take them out to eat once a week, just them, stay in their lives only if it's on your terms and she benefits nothing. She is a lying manipulator and will continue to try to manipulate you. You'll get no support from her family. Those boys are going to have whatever life their mother gives them. That's just the way it is. Sorry." Update. Sorry, this update might be jumbled. I originally posted it in the wrong sub. This is the umpteenth time I have written this out, and each time it's shorter. I'm not sure how to cross-post, so I am retyping it. Please bear with me. Last week was busy with my daughter's graduation, moving her home, kids' sports starting, meetings with my lawyer, and the first face-to-face with my wife. I got home on Sunday and put my daughter's stuff from her apartment in the garage. I received a call early in the evening from my 14-year-old. Dad, what's going on? No one is talking to us. Mom and Grandma are crying and Grandpa's yelling. Is this because of what I told you? I assured him that his mom made a bad mistake and that he had nothing to do with this mess. He asked if I was packing up their stuff because he saw the U-Haul in the driveway. I explained what happened and that all their stuff would remain there. Monday and Wednesday were sports nights. The family sits in the bleachers while I stand behind home plate at the backstop, my usual spot since I don't see eye to eye with my father-in-law. On the way across the field, the oldest son stops his warm-up and runs over to me. We hug and talk for a few minutes before sending him back. As I get to my spot, a 10-year-old crashes into me at full speed. I bend down to hug and kiss him all over as he squirms away. My Phil asks if we could talk, so we step away from earshot. He apologizes for how he has treated me in the past and admits he was wrong. It's a little late for that, but I accepted his apology and said I knew it was hard for him to do. He invited me to sit with them, but I declined. He asked if I wanted to talk to my wife. I said Thursday would be better and suggested we set a time and place. Tuesday came and I met with my lawyer. I told him the whole story. He already knew some details from his partner, but wanted to hear it from me directly. He asked what I wanted to do, and I expressed that I wanted to stay with the boys and remain married because they were most important to me. He stated that in his experience, staying married would be a charade and not good for the boys. We could work out visitation if my wife was willing. As for support, he said I could do what I wanted for the boys, but advised against giving her anything that would allow me to control it. The prenup was solid. She violated its conditions, so there would be no support from me. He cautioned me that judges around the country have sometimes ordered child support in cases like mine due to being involved in the children's lives for so long. He didn't think our judges had ruled that way in the past, but you never know. He was sure her attorney would seek support, so he suggested we try to agree on everything we could before court. This would make a favorable impression on the judge. Before leaving, he mentioned that every Monday morning, the partners meet to discuss new and ongoing cases. My previous attorney started by describing everything. Each partner has a specialty: estate planning/elder law, criminal law, liability, family law. Later in the afternoon, the criminal lawyer met with my attorney. After their meeting, he called a contact in the prosecutor's office because $15K did not seem right to him. How do folks in the middle class have $15K in cash lying around? It turns out my wife's ex did not abandon them. He had been in jail. He was released 3 years ago when federal authorities were releasing nonviolent criminals to ease overcrowding. My attorney was sure that law enforcement would be interested if he was back and practicing his profession again, but he didn't have any other information beyond that jail time. Thursday, I met with my wife and FIL. I asked if they minded if I recorded the conversation so there would be no misinterpretation later. They agreed. Before we started, my wife wanted to talk privately, so Phil moved to another room. My wife started to apologize, but I cut her off. I told her, "Before you say anything, know that I know a lot more than you think." I asked how long the affair had been going on. She claimed it was only one time. I told her the video proves that is not true. I played a clip of her dusting the TV, which showed the camera she hadn't noticed. It's not big, but it's obvious sitting on top of the TV. She thought it was part of a video game system. I know the footage only covered a few days, but since she was gonna lie, I decided to bluff. She admitted that the affair had been going on since March, almost immediately after he came back into her life. I told her no more lies. Then I brought up the family secret, that her ex hadn't run away but had been in jail. She admitted this as well. I asked how long they had been in contact, and she said since February. When I asked if she had met up with him before he reappeared in February, she said no. Then I told her he had been out of jail for 3 years. The look on her face told me she didn't know. We brought Phil back into the room and turned on the recorder. I asked my wife if she had a lawyer. She said no. I told her to get one because a divorce was going to happen. Both she and Phil asked if reconciliation was possible, and I said no. I told them I wanted custody of the boys and that she could live with her ex if she wanted to. Privately, during our earlier conversation, I had told her that her ex tried to sell me custody of the boys. We settled on an agreement. The boys could see me anytime within reason and she would not keep me from them. I also made it clear that I would provide for them at my discretion, not through her, and that she would not receive any support from me. I emphasized that I didn't want her using the boys to ask me for things and that they needed to be honest with me if I asked them directly. There you have it. One last thing. Redditors, my wife and I are avid readers of this site. We have our favorite subs and used to read and share posts together. It was something we did as a couple. She has read my posts here because she figured out who wrote them and has read every reply you made. She stated that you savaged her in your comments. You said many things that I only wish I could have said because they reflected how I truly felt at times. For that, I thank you. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My GF of 3 years confessed to me that she only started dating me because she knew I had a massive crush on her for a very long time. Her roommate was the one to convince her to go on a pity date with me. So I have had a mega crush on my girlfriend ever since our school days. We were in the same school, although she was one class ahead of me. My crush was so obvious that everyone at school knew about it. If I was anywhere near her, people would give us mischievous smiles, and if we were sitting together, my friends would tease me mercilessly. In short, it was impossible for her not to know about my feelings. However, I never had the courage to ask her out. After school, we moved to different parts of the world for our education and weren't even Facebook friends. Around 3.5 years ago, I attended a friend's birthday celebration and saw her again. It was definitely her, only she had become even more gorgeous and badass. The friend whose birthday it was a mutual friend from our school, and he, of course, knew about my crush. There were 2 or 3 other mutual friends there who also knew about my feelings and encouraged me to go talk to her. So, with my heart in my mouth, I finally approached her and had a brief conversation. She recognized me from school and we had a nice chat before exchanging numbers and social media accounts. With great trepidation, I did some light detective work to find out if she was single. To my great relief, I didn't see any guys in her feed, so my hopes went up a little. I reached out to her to hang out, fully expecting her to turn me down, but she accepted, much to my surprise. We hung out and discovered that we had a lot in common and we decided to meet up again. Things picked up from there, and eventually we became boyfriend and girlfriend. She is everything I expected and more. Plus, she is extremely happy with our relationship. We have even been discussing marriage. Last weekend, we hosted her best friend and her husband for dinner at our house. The best friend is someone I knew during our school days, and she is a good friend too. After dinner, we were shooting the breeze when her drunk best friend suddenly turned to my girlfriend and said, "Look how happy you are today. I feel a sense of pride seeing you two together." I smiled and said thank you. Then the best friend continued talking to my girlfriend. "You didn't even want to give this guy a chance. You only agreed when I pestered you to go on a pity date with him. Your plan was to let him down easy after that date, but instead, you guys are sitting here talking about your future together. It makes me so happy that I convinced you to take a chance on him. Can you imagine if you had stuck to your original plan?" Her husband quickly realized the awkwardness of the situation and led her away to sleep. I could see that my girlfriend was visibly stressed by what her friend had said. We went to bed too, and when she came in after changing clothes, she was already in tears. She took my hand in hers and said, "Please don't mind her words." I asked her if it was true, and she admitted that it was. She knew I always had a massive crush on her. When I asked her out, she didn't want to be mean by turning me down harshly, so she discussed it with her best friend, who was also her roommate at the time, about the situation. The best friend knew me well enough that she tried to convince my girlfriend to give me a chance, but my girlfriend wasn't convinced at first. Finally, the best friend asked her to go on 2 or 3 dates with me and then let me down easy if it didn't work out. My girlfriend agreed, but then she found out we really clicked together and wanted to continue dating, and well, here we are 3 years later. I hugged her and said it was okay, not to worry about it too much since it's water under the bridge. But as you can tell, it's obviously bothering me. I think she has started to catch on too because she has been extra attentive and loving since the incident. So Reddit, on one hand, I am the guy who is literally going to be engaged and eventually married to my crush. And it's even better than I imagined because our relationship is 10 times better than what I dreamed of. On the other hand, it stings a little to know that she only agreed to go out with me because she pitied me. No lie. Please knock some sense into me before I self-sabotage this wonderful relationship. Thank you. Update. In the morning, my girlfriend's best friend apologized for her insensitive comments the night before. She admitted she got too drunk and said she just wanted to take credit for setting us up and playing matchmaker. but in her drunken state, she blurted out some unnecessary things. I told her she didn't have to apologize and that in fact I should thank her for convincing my girlfriend to go on that first date with me. After the BFF left, I sat down with my girlfriend, shared my feelings, and asked her why she had been hesitant to go out with me in the first place. She took my hands in hers and explained that it just felt awkward at the time. She had known for years that I had a crush on her. On top of that, I was younger and a grade below hers in school. Her friends from back home used to tease her by bringing up my name, and almost all of our mutual friends knew about my crush on her. So when I asked her out, it felt awkward because she knew I was more into her than she was into me before we'd even gone on a single date. She felt like I had put her on a pedestal and was certain that reality would never live up to my fantasy of her, so she wanted to avoid going through that experience. She also admitted that she thought I was a bit of a weirdo back then, but after her BFF vouched for me and encouraged her to give me a chance, she decided to go out with me with the intention of letting me down gently after 2 to 3 dates. I then asked her what changed after the first date. She smiled and said, "Well, you didn't give off any weird vibes. Yes, you were very happy and nervous, but I didn't get any creepy vibes from you at all. You were just a guy with a crush, one with whom I had insane chemistry even on the first date. And now, 3 years later, I think I have a bigger crush on you than you ever had on me." After having this conversation, we decided to go out for dinner at the same restaurant where we had our first date. We even tried to order the same dishes, but found out that one of them had been discontinued. So instead, we decided to try something entirely new. Dishes we'd never had before. That's the update, guys. Thank you for reminding me how lucky I am. User Irika said, "My dad's friend found a wife by standing in the market square with a sign stating that he was new in town, worked at Factory X, and needed a date for a New Year's ball. His future wife felt adventurous. To this day, she tells how she went broke because she paid the bills and bought tickets for her friends, who kept an eye on them during their first dates. They are still going strong after 40 years. User Loyal Crow List said, "I understand why she was hesitant. When someone has such a well-known crush on you, there's a ton of pressure if you decide to go out with them. I know from experience. There are expectations, people have already been talking about what kind of couple you might be, and there's constant teasing. I once dated someone who had a crush on me because everyone said I should give him a chance, and I didn't want to judge him unfairly. It turned out terribly. He had so many expectations for me and what I'd be like, and then everyone kept saying things like, 'Oh, they're finally together,' which made it even harder to break things off when it didn't work out. But this worked out perfectly for them. She was able to get past her anxiety and worry and realize that she really liked him. I'm so glad it worked because this is such a sweet story." This story was posted by a user named Blayf in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "I slept with my wife's best friend after she cheated on me. I got married to my wife when we were both 20 despite people warning me not to get married so young." Let me go back a little. I started an advertising firm during college and it took off big before I could graduate. I made a comfortable amount of money, which I invested smartly. I own a pretty decent apartment, 2 cars, and 4 motorcycles that I like to work on. I met my then girlfriend in college. We weren't the special kind of couple everyone talks about. I'm not particularly attractive, nor was I great at academics or sports. She was at the top of her class and played volleyball, but wasn't much into guys. However, we enjoyed eating out together, going to movies, long rides, just the usual couple stuff. After college, I bought my apartment. I saved up and bought a big diamond for my special lady and proposed to her. It was quite special. We got married in Goa, India. It was cute, but nothing extravagant, just a few friends and family. For the last couple of years, everything seemed to be running smoothly. We went on vacation 4 to 5 times a year, dined out often, and I made sure to get her flowers regularly. Things were going well, or so I thought. Last November, I threw her a grand birthday party and offered her the chance to retire from working permanently because I wanted us to try for a baby. She jumped at the offer and said, "I thought you'd never ask." We were overjoyed and tried multiple times but failed to conceive. By February, my wife seemed fairly stressed about this and it started straining our relationship. I care deeply for my wife and she has 2 best friends who have been with her since childhood. Let's call them Gwen and Stacy. To help her relax, I offered to pay for an all expenses paid vacation for her and her 2 best friends to the hills. One thing to note, both my wife and I were very much against all forms of addiction. We didn't drink or smoke or anything like that. She even helped me quit smoking when we first got together. 4 days into their trip, Gwen showed up at my office unexpectedly and told me that Stacy had tried to buy weed but got busted. All 3 of them were arrested locally and spent the night in jail. Gwen begged me to bail them out. Scared out of my mind, I flew there immediately and bailed them out. When we got home, I was disappointed in my wife, but didn't think this incident would ruin our relationship. However, after we returned home, she completely stopped talking to me, just gave me the silent treatment without explanation. In early May, Gwen texted me asking to meet up because she had something important to tell me. We met at a public cafe because I thought she might give me some insight into why my wife was acting this way. That's when Gwen dropped the bombshell. During their trip, my wife and Stacy picked up a local guy, the same guy they tried to buy weed from, and had an unprotected threesome with him while Gwen was forced to record it on video. The guy even finished inside my wife. Gwen showed me the video as proof. My world came crashing down in that moment. I cried loudly right there in the cafe until we got kicked out. Gwen apologized for keeping this from me and said she'd support me if I decided to fight for divorce. I was too distraught to drive home, so Gwen drove me to a spare apartment in my office building that I keep for employees pulling all-nighters. On the way there, we stopped at a store where I picked up 2 bottles of whiskey, the prettiest bottles I could find since I hadn't drunk in so long that I didn't even remember what was good anymore. Back at the apartment, Gwen stayed with me while I drank heavily and cried for hours. By around 8 p.m., my body felt like liquid. I had thrown up twice in the kitchen sink, but kept drinking straight whiskey because there was no ice or mixer. I hated myself for ignoring all the warnings people gave me about marrying too young. My parents got married at 21, and their marriage worked out perfectly. My dad always told me that if you're sure it's going to work out, you should trust yourself and take the leap. But now it feels like I made the biggest mistake of my life. That's why I got married. My mom didn't want me to marry so early, but I didn't know who to trust or what to believe at the time. My thoughts were too jumbled to make a sane decision. After learning about my wife's betrayal, I went through grief, denial, more grief, and then landed on anger. In a drunken rage, I smashed one of the whiskey bottles. Then I turned to Gwen and angrily asked if she thought I was attractive. She was visibly shaken by the broken bottle, but I was too angry to care. She nodded silently. I then asked her where I went wrong. What did I do that made my wife decide to betray me like this? Gwen broke into sobs and said something that hit me hard. If you'd have given me the world like you did for her, I'd never screw you over like this. Her words struck me in a moment of defeat and shame, but they also stroked my bruised ego. Gwen then confessed that she used to have a crush on me back in college before I started dating my wife. She said she had tried hitting on me back then, but since I never reciprocated, she gave up. When I started dating her best friend, she admitted she was always jealous. In my drunken state, my brain whispered, "You could have chosen this instead, you idiot." I told Gwen she could have it all, and collapsed onto the couch. The next thing I remember is Gwen getting on top of me, and we ended up having sex. Afterward, I passed out completely. The next morning, I woke up naked on the couch when my cleaner came in. The room reeked of puke and alcohol. Embarrassed, I asked her for some spare pants and a shirt, paid her extra for cleaning up the mess, and apologized profusely. She's an older lady with a son around my age, so she just shook her head sympathetically and got to work. I left for home barefoot because my shoes were still at the office building. Driving a manual car without shoes is no joke, especially mine, which has a clutch pedal that feels like an axe blade. By the time I got home, my foot was bleeding. When I arrived home, the door was unlocked. Inside, I found divorce papers sitting on the table. Panicked, I called my wife repeatedly, probably over 100 times, but her number was inaccessible. I drove straight to my parents' house and told them everything that had happened. My dad immediately called his lawyer while my mom cried quietly in the background. My dad also called my father-in-law to ask about my wife's whereabouts. At first, their conversation seemed normal, but then my dad started shouting on the phone before cursing and storming back into the room. He turned to me with a stern expression and asked, "Have you ever laid a single finger on your wife in a violent manner? If yes, you'd better not lie to me." The question shocked me, and then it hit me. My wife was likely planning to frame me for domestic violence as part of her divorce strategy. I just shook my head silently in response to his question. My mom spoke up for the first time and asked gently, "Did you?" Again, I shook my head from side to side. They both looked visibly upset, but relieved at the same time. My dad hugged me tightly and said he trusted me and would support me through this because he believed in me, even though he now regretted agreeing to let me marry so young. The lawyer arrived within an hour. He asked me to explain everything that had happened in detail. While I told him most of it, I left out the part about what happened with Gwen. I was too embarrassed to admit it in front of my parents and already deeply regretted stooping to that level. The lawyer reviewed the divorce papers and informed us that my wife was demanding everything: my apartment, both cars, all 4 motorcycles, and even for my business to be liquidated and handed over as part of the settlement. He assured us he would fight it, but said we needed strong evidence, specifically the video Gwen had shown me of my wife cheating, to have any chance of winning in court. I excused myself to another room and called Gwen. The first call rang out without an answer, so I called again. This time, she picked up. She sounded bubbly and cheerful. There was giggling in the background, and greeted me with, "Oh, you're awake? I hope you're feeling okay now, baby," in a tone that felt almost condescending. I told her firmly that what happened between us wasn't a sober decision and that it shouldn't happen again. Then I asked her if she could send me the video of my wife cheating because I needed it as legal proof for the divorce. Her tone immediately changed as she replied, "Your wife cheating? What? Don't pretend like you don't want me, baby. You're the one having an affair on your wife. Why are you blaming your poor wife like that?" I was confused and asked her what she meant. She told me she was going to testify in court if needed during the divorce. I trusted her. Then she giggled and hung up. I tried to call her again, but it just rang, and after 3 or 4 attempts, the line started saying it was busy. I went back out and said I wanted to add something I might not have mentioned before. I told my lawyer and my parents about my encounter with Gwen and the call I just had. My lawyer looked terrified and my parents were shocked. My mother told me she was very disappointed in me, which hurt, but I knew I was to blame for that. I also learned that there was a police report accusing me of domestic violence and marital rape. Thankfully, it was ruled out due to lack of evidence and a mismatch of timelines by the police, so I wasn't arrested. The first day of civil court dismissed all counts of domestic violence and marital rape from my case, but ruled in favor of my wife for infidelity on my part. As it turns out, Gwen not only slept with me that night, but also took photos while doing so. The photos were displayed on a projector screen, only partially blurred to cover Gwen's and my privates. My lawyer argued that I was clearly inebriated in the photos, but my wife's attorney countered that Gwen was underage and that by drinking in a room with her, I was exposing her to alcohol. Gwen also testified that I had been having an affair with her since the time of my marriage to my wife. She claimed that I often took time off during afternoons to meet Gwen in her apartment, and that at times I brought along other women. More often than not, there were more than 2 people in the room. I sat there for 30 minutes as my name was dragged through the mud, unable to counter any of the accusations. My lawyer denied all claims against me and moved for a defamation case, which the judge noted, scheduling a new date for the presentation of valid evidence. Well, that day is today. I'm currently in the courtroom waiting area writing this, and I know I'm going to lose the case because we couldn't find any evidence to support our side. Also, my wife is pregnant, not with my child, and she made that clear. They have an IVF consent form with my fingerprints on it, stating that I consented to my wife having IVF with sperm from a sperm donor. My lawyer plans to argue that fingerprints are not valid proof of agreement for literate citizens and that a signature is mandatory. He claims the fingerprint was forged onto the consent form while I was inebriated with Gwen. However, both my lawyer and I know it's unlikely to hold up in court. We're just telling ourselves it will work to keep from losing our heads. My father has been completely losing it. He's pacing the corridor, trying to sneak into the courtroom to see if the judge has arrived yet. My mother has been shifting between grief and disappointment. She's wiped her tears 16 times already as I've written this over the last 10 minutes while sitting on the waiting bench opposite her. We don't know what the outcome of this hearing will be, but I think it's going to be the last one. It was scheduled early this morning because it would take time. I hope it gets resolved today. I'm tired. I've been a mess for the last 2 weeks and have no idea what is going to happen. Thankfully, over the last 3 years, I've spoiled my parents with the money I've made and they've spent very little of it. They have kept it all in savings accounts and safe stocks. They said they'd be happy to give that back so I could get back on my feet. I guess we've all lost hope of saving any of my assets at this point. This next post was made by a throwaway account in the same subreddit. The post is titled, "My sister is infertile and I'm glad. I have an older sister, Angela, whom I have never liked. She always felt the need to compete with me, but not in a normal sibling rivalry way. Throughout our lives, she seemed resentful of my existence, as if the spotlight couldn't shine on her while I was around. She would step on everything I enjoyed. For example, if I learned piano, she had to learn piano too. If I excelled at a subject, she suddenly became a scholar in it. If I told my mom I had a crush, Angela would be dating that boy within a week. I would tell my parents when she did this, but I was disregarded because sisters copy each other, and I couldn't gatekeep what she likes. Angela always monitored what activities I participated in and the clothes I wore so she could outdo me. If I wore a flannel shirt, Angela would come to school in an all-flannel dress. There was also more praise directed at Angela even if I was the one who initiated an activity first. She received recognition because she was better at it. My parents would miss work to attend her dance recitals, going to every single one, because the world would stop if they missed it. In contrast, I remember maybe 2 of my own recitals they attended because they were stuck at work or otherwise preoccupied. Angela reveled in this attention. She would make comments under her breath around our parents. Whenever they weren't around, she'd tell me how much she hated me and that I should stop trying because I would always come second to her. She also physically bullied me at school. Angela would purposely trip me, throw things at me, and hit me in the hallways nearly every day. The school got involved multiple times, threatening Angela with suspension, but my parents fought it every time. They repeatedly told the administration that this was a family matter and that we were just bickering like normal sisters. Angela was never reprimanded by either parent. Once, when Angela was caught impaling a cat on the school fence, my parents still defended her, claiming it was normal teenage behavior. I often ended up in trouble because Angela would start crying and say how she was being targeted by the school when I had supposedly antagonized her. After one of these occasions, Angela cut and bruised herself to prove to Dad that I was the aggressor. I became a pariah due to Angela's malicious rumors about me, making it difficult for me to make friends. I ended up only befriending people from other districts. Eventually, Angela ensured that I had nobody by stalking my friends, befriending them, and telling them lies about how I was favored by our parents and constantly bullied and belittled her. She even stole boyfriends from me by convincing them that I was horribly mean and an awful person who copied her every move. Once, she catfished me on MySpace for 4 months and baited me into sending her nudes, which she then sent to my parents and everyone at school, including teachers. Later on, she told one of the boys I liked that those pictures were actually hers and that I had catfished her. On the day of my high school graduation, my mom sat me down and told me that Angela had revealed the horrid abuse she claimed to have suffered at my hands and that I was no longer welcome in their home. After moving out the next day, my parents made very few attempts to communicate with me, only the occasional holiday or birthday text. All financial support abruptly ended as soon as I stepped foot on campus. I met my now husband shortly after being estranged from my family, and we were married within a year. My parents didn't feel inclined to attend our wedding or even congratulate me. When I had my first child 8 years ago, I informed them as an olive branch, hoping it might open the door to reconciliation. However, they made no attempt to contact me or meet any of my 3 children. As for Angela, the best I know of her now, based on what I've heard, is that she married one of the boyfriends she stole from me in high school. She's been posting online about her infertility struggles and how she can't give my parents their first grandbaby. After years of silence, I received a text from my mother at 8 this morning. Here's what it said. "Hey X, it's me, your mama. We haven't talked in a while and I surely miss you terribly. I wanted to let you know your sister just had a miscarriage earlier this week. Angie and Justin are struggling a lot right now. Send something a little sweet her way. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Get back to me. I love you. I hate to say it, but I'm glad she's suffering. I'm glad she doesn't get to be a mother. If she tormented me for years, what would she do to a child, especially a girl? While I don't wish death on any baby, I know in my heart that her child would have been damaged by her narcissism and cruelty. I'm angry at my parents for expecting me to have any sense of obligation toward her. I don't even feel any obligation toward them. They always believed her lies and dismissed me as the problem child. It's strange how warm my mother can suddenly be when asking me to do something for Angela, and the fact that they care more about Angela's now deceased fetus than they ever cared about my actual children who wonder why they only have one set of grandparents makes me furious. I feel some guilt for thinking this way, but I refuse to offer condolences to my destructive, narcissistic sister who has been justified in her bad behavior since birth. Maybe this experience will change her, help her develop empathy or any emotion other than hate and vindictiveness. If that happens, I'd be more than willing to offer support. But until then, I feel nothing but a small sense of satisfaction that she's hurting. Am I awful for feeling this way? Update. I wanted to sincerely thank all of you for the comments, awards, and personal messages I've received. I feel very emotional knowing that my account of my childhood is finally being believed and met with warmth and support. It's been hard for me to talk about as many people believe I'm being disingenuous or overdramatic. I understand that it's difficult to believe, so truly, thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I decided not to respond to my mother. I blocked both of my parents, thinking it would end there, but when does it ever? On Wednesday morning, my messenger was flooded with texts from my parents' siblings. Most of the messages consisted of them telling me that I need to answer my mother's calls and how callous I was being. I proceeded to block all of them as well. My cousin heard this from her younger sister, who is often around my parents and Angela for family dinners. I don't know if I can post the screenshot, so I'll type out the messages. Angela kept calling an abusive ingrate because she wouldn't talk to Aunt Kathy. Aunt Kathy said they need to start inviting to family stuff, so she comes around to being a surrogate. It got weird real quick because Angela said she wants to use sperm so her kid is tall and has blue eyes. Then Kathy was saying how they just need to be around her for like a year, then they can cut her off again or whatever. Angela kept saying is the only way she can have kids because she doesn't want to raise someone's trash baby. Reading those messages made me want to hurl. Do they think my uterus is some kind of fish hatchery that can be bought with kind words and casseroles? It's nice to know Angela is too much of a narcissistic ass to adopt though. I'm officially done with every single one of them. If they try to come around me, I will get a restraining order before they can even darken my doorstep. Between the weak conspiracy they've concocted to try to use me like a baby bargain bin and the nasty words they continue to speak about me, I will no longer claim to have a family outside of the one I've created. I'm sorry if this is difficult to read, but going over those messages again just got me so worked up. But you all finally got the update you asked for, so that's the silver lining in this, I guess. Anyway, thank you again. User Qualified Apathetic said she literally got caught murdering a cat and the parents didn't realize they had a potential serial killer on their hands. There is absolutely nothing she can do or say to make them understand what she truly is. All OP can do is forget about them. They will never understand how horrible they were to her, nor will they care. User Yarn and Metal said, I'm also very glad that OP's sister is infertile. The family backed the wrong pony and it shows. It's honestly hilarious. If they had wanted grandchildren, all they had to do was not be complete jerks, but apparently that was too much for them. This final post was also made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Weenie Button. The post is titled, My Dad is Having an Affair with a 29-year-old Woman. Today I experienced the definition of mess around and find out. Some backstory. Almost a year ago, my family lost my grandpa, my dad's father. It was sudden and it struck my father really hard. He started having more emotional outbursts and became more reclusive. We tried our best to be understanding and help him in any way he needed. He found a therapist and seemed to be working through a lot of his feelings and thoughts. While he still wasn't acting entirely like the dad we once knew, death affects everyone differently, so we excused his behavior. My dad and I don't live in the same city, so we often meet up at halfway points for lunch. We have always been close, so it's common for us to talk about our feelings, emotions, and recent life events. Now the story. During our first lunch since my grandpa's passing, I noticed my dad talking a lot about this new girl at his work. We'll call her Stacy. He said that Stacy was helping him a lot with his trauma and was there for him. Stacy's husband had been through some similar traumas that my dad had experienced, which was being discussed in therapy, so he mentioned that she offered him support. He really felt he could be himself around her. He made it abundantly clear that he did not feel he could be himself around his wife of 20 years, but that he could with Stacy. I thought this was an odd comment to make, and I think this is where my suspicions about their real intentions began. Still, knowing he was struggling made me feel relieved that he had someone he trusted. It struck me as a little weird that she was 29, but sometimes workplaces can create unexpected friendships. Since I'm 26, I wondered if maybe he saw her as another daughter since I wasn't able to be around much due to the distance. He assured me that Stacy was married to a man named Andrew and that they were strictly friends. However, in his own words, people at work had started to think something was going on between them, so they had stopped talking at work and moved to texting. He even went so far as to say later in the conversation that he thinks a strong marriage should be able to survive someone cheating. I assured him that wasn't healthy and expressed my uncertainty about what kind of relationship he wanted with my mom, but I did not want a relationship founded on infidelity. Obviously, alarm bells were going off in my head. With the little information I had on Stacy, I went online to look her up. Just as my dad said, she appeared to be in a happy marriage with Andrew. She kept her social media pretty private, but from what I could see, she looked like your average 29-year-old woman. I couldn't imagine what she would want with my dad. If anything, I thought maybe my dad had developed a work crush that he was reading too much into. No one wants to think their dad could be capable of a full-blown affair. Over the next few visits with my dad, I noticed him continually talking about Stacy when telling stories about work or discussing his friends. She always seemed to come up. I couldn't help but notice that he would avoid calling her by name. She would just be referred to as she, her, or the girl from work. It was as if he completely forgot the things he had told me about her or was afraid to say her name around me. Infidelity was never mentioned again, but he always talked about how he was fighting with my mom. He claimed that as he went through therapy, she might not like the man he's becoming. He told me how he was standing his ground and getting into verbal arguments with her. I imagined this was self-sabotage due to his guilt over the potential cheating. Fast forward to today, about a year since I first heard about Stacy, I went on my laptop and opened Instagram. I realized I still had my dad's login credentials saved on my computer from a one-off back in 2016. My dad has always been sketchy with his passwords, so I assumed it probably wouldn't work, but I tried logging in anyway. To my surprise, I was in. I won't pretend that I didn't know exactly what I was looking for or that I'm above looking through his DMs. This is also where I fucked around and found out. I opened their DMs, which were pretty bleak at first. I thought I could rest my suspicions until I couldn't anymore. It started with them sending corny photos to each other, things like, "You can kiss me whenever you want," "I'm yours," and "Your arms feel like home," and "I'm homesick." Really juvenile, weird shit. Things I wouldn't send to a coworker even if you paid me. Still in denial, I kept scrolling and that's when I saw it. Nudes, full-blown sexting conversations, discussions about their existing partners, and the potential of leaving them for each other. There were "I love yous" and plans to sleep together for the first time, etc. You get the picture. All of my suspicions laid out in front of me. He was willing to risk it all for a married woman 3 years older than his daughter. He was willing to hurt the woman he had supposedly loved for 20 years and destroy both families for what? Absolute selfishness. The worst part for me was that they actively talked about their existing partners in this chat. Stacy often made fun of my mom, asking things like, "Does Lily wear lacy bras for you?" and "Does Lily let you go down on her with her bush?" As if Stacy couldn't be a more disgusting human being. She's already sleeping with a married 53-year-old father of 2, and yet she has to degrade his wife, an innocent victim in this situation. They assure each other that they love their current partners so much that it hurts, and they don't understand how they can have the capacity to love 2 people at the same time. It's disgusting and childish. I don't know how this ends. They still work closely together. I cannot bring myself to tell my mom. I don't want my dad to know that I know. I don't want him to feel backed into a corner as if he has to tell her. I want him to tell her because he knows it's the right thing to do. I have looked up to my dad my whole life, and now it feels like the image I had of him as this selfless, loving family man has been shattered. I'm so disappointed in his actions, and I don't know what to do. It's eating away at me. User the Ophania said, "I mean, you said it yourself. Your mom is an innocent victim. You found out that your dad is cheating, and now you don't know how to tell your mom that her husband is being unfaithful and allowing another woman to talk badly about her. Honestly, that's messed up. You say it's not your responsibility, but by not saying anything, you're just keeping your dad's secret. He needs to know he messed up and should feel like a piece of crap for what he's done. If I were in your position, I would seriously consider being petty and finding a way to get in touch with Stacy's husband. I would send him screenshots of her conversations with your dad. If you don't tell your mom, that's just completely wrong, period." User Red Author said, "I'm so sorry for your mom. Her partner of 2 decades is lying to her face while sleeping with a woman young enough to be his daughter. Your mother will be devastated, and the fact that your dad and his affair partner are bad-mouthing her only makes it worse. You need to tell your mom. Wouldn't you want to know if your partner was cheating on you? If I were you, I would tell my mom and send screenshots of their saucy chats to the affair partner's husband. Let the cheaters burn in the mess they created." Usership Wrong said, "Please tell your mom that your dad is cheating on her so she can make her own decision. Also, try to send a message to Stacy's husband about their affair. He deserves to know too. Don't believe that you are responsible for breaking up the family. Remember, it's your dad's fault, not yours." Update. so I finally called my mom. She and my dad had spent the day together at their cottage, so I waited until they were home and then asked if she could go somewhere alone so we could talk on the phone. Her reaction was nothing like I imagined. She sounded like she already knew. Her response also made me feel like this wasn't the first time this had happened. She laughed and asked me what I thought I saw. She blamed herself and said that she doesn't meet my dad's needs. I explained to her that that's not fair and that she doesn't deserve to be lied to, cheated on, or put at risk for STDs. I said the way they spoke about my mom in the chat was disgusting and that this was wrong. She asked to see the screenshots, so I sent them to her. She kept reassuring me that she and my dad were in it for the long haul and wouldn't divorce. I told her I didn't care about that. I said that no matter her decision, I supported her either way. Even though it wasn't what I was anticipating, I felt relieved. It felt like a weight had been lifted. She thanked me for telling her and said that I would always be her sweet girl. Everything seemed to be going well until she spoke to my dad and called me back. I don't know what happened during the conversation between her and my dad, but it's clear that he is a master manipulator and not at all the person I thought he was prior to all this. My mom's tone had completely shifted on the phone. She was scolding me. He confirmed the affair. He confirmed everything I had said and brought forward to her. Somehow, they're blaming me. They're telling me I'm wrong. My mom told me that she's read all the screenshots I sent but had nothing to say about them. They're staying together and, in her words, this is just a bump in the road. They've had highs and lows and they'll have lows again. I said I would support her either way, so I can't be mad, but I can't help but feel sad about how low she thinks of herself to accept this behavior. I love your dad and he loves me. What a horrible message to send to your child. She told me that guilt does bad things to people and that she thinks I got myself worked up over nothing. She told me it was wrong of me to look at his Instagram messages and that it was a breach of trust. Ironic considering my dad committed the biggest breach of trust there is in a marriage. I also never would have looked at his messages had he not planted this seed of infidelity in my brain. She explained that my dad is very angry with me and that she doesn't know if our relationship is repairable. I assumed my dad would be mad at me, of course, but for my mom to seemingly side with him and turn her back on me too is almost too much to take. I know she's being manipulated, but this is where it ends, I guess. I can't stand to look at either of them. I feel like I was just orphaned. I can't fight a fight someone doesn't want me to on their behalf. Deep down, I know I'm not to blame for this, don't get me wrong, but it's really hard not to feel awful when your parents, whom you've trusted, turn their back on you. I do feel like I did right by myself in telling my mom the truth, but I can't help but think that everything would have been easier if I had never said anything. My dad still follows Stacy. He has blocked me and my fiance on all social media platforms. He's quite literally showing that he chooses his affair partner over his daughter. I know he's reacting out of embarrassment and anger, but I've blocked him in return. He doesn't get to choose when he comes back into my life. All of this hurts a lot. This story was posted by a user named Hot Mess Mom in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, "Would I be the asshole if I told my husband he has to choose between me and his friend? I've been with my husband for 17 years. We have kids, a dog, and we used to own a business together. He has this friend who happens to be his little brother's ex-girlfriend. She's been in and out of our lives since she broke up with my brother-in-law over 12 years ago. Over the last 4 years or so, she's been constantly messaging my husband. She never sends me a message unless my husband tells her that he's not home and she's on her way. She's engaged and has a baby on the way. Both my husband and his friend say they have a brother-sister relationship. My kids don't like her or her child. Her child is 7 years younger than our youngest. They feel like they have to babysit her when she comes over. This is what bothers me about their relationship. I am never included in their conversations online, even when she invites herself over. My husband once told his brother that he thought she was attractive and that if he were younger and single, he would try to date her. My brother-in-law sent me a message to warn me about their relationship. When I spoke to my husband about it, he laughed it off and told me his brother was just jealous. During an intimate moment, my husband told me that she was the only person he would ever ask to do a threesome with us. This was never discussed between us before, not even the option of a threesome. When she comes over, she barely speaks directly to me. She always addresses my husband. I have to interrupt the conversation for her to even acknowledge me. I'm tired of feeling like the third wheel in their friendship. Last year, he gave me one of his old cell phones because mine had broken. He hadn't logged out of his Messenger account, so I used it to my advantage and read their messages at the time. He admitted to her that he had told his brother that she was attractive and that if he were younger and single, he would date her. He then told her I wasn't home when he said that, and I didn't know exactly what he had said. Ever since then, I feel like they both occasionally disrespect me in their conversations. All he does is talk about her, often. He never makes her wait when she texts him, yet sometimes when I text him, it takes him half an hour to respond. So tell me, would I be the asshole if I told him that he had to choose between his relationship with me and his friend? Edit. I have posted an update on my profile. Thanks to everyone for the responses. Seriously, without your encouragement, I wouldn't have had the courage to talk to him. User JM Legend said NTA. Hand him the book Not Just Friends and tell him his emotional and possibly physical affair is over. If he refuses, you'll just take half of everything in the divorce and he can choose her over his family and kids. Tell him there is no option where their friendship continues and the marriage remains intact. Remind him that his kids don't like her or her child. User Your Average Plebeian said, he'll tell you he chooses you, but he won't mean it. He's not being considerate of you in your own home. You've tried to talk about it and he's brushed it off. At this point, you need to become selfish. You have to choose yourself, whether that means gray rocking, adopting roommate behavior, pursuing a trial separation, or going straight to divorce is up to you. But he isn't going to choose you over his friend or her over you. He's going to choose his own comfort because his back isn't yet against the wall. I hope you have some form of support network to help you through this mess. Update. We've had several talks over the last few weeks. At first, he wanted to work things out. In fact, he says he never meant any of it and keeps apologizing for breaking my trust. Now, however, he's being a complete jerk. Then he flipped and decided that since I don't want to work on things, he left for his brother's house. He hasn't seen our kids in the past month. He talks to them on the phone, but that's about it. So far, to irritate me, he's cut off mine and the kids' cell phone service, so I had to get new SIM cards for us because otherwise we wouldn't have phones. He's refused to pay anything for school supplies and uniforms. He doesn't want to give me a dime. He hasn't done his taxes this year, which means I won't receive any family allowance, cutting $2,000 a month from my budget. I was able to sign the kids up for a local school supply distribution. The only thing they don't help with is the uniforms. Thankfully, only my older two need uniforms. My oldest has some old uniform shirts that will be passed down to my other child, which means my daughter will be wearing her older brother's shirts. She's really annoyed by the situation and has been giving me a lot of attitude about it, but at the moment I can't afford t-shirts at $35 each with the school's logo on them, so she has no choice. Unfortunately, uniforms are mandatory. I spoke to his friend as well. I told her everything that was going on and she blames herself for what happened. Personally, I think she was just putting on a show. I haven't spoken to her since. If you ask me, I still think she's a hypocrite. Finances are tough, I barely make ends meet. Thankfully, food banks exist because once rent is paid, I hardly have anything left over for bills and groceries. I still haven't been able to get money for a lawyer yet. I've tried taking loans, but that didn't go well. I've also tried borrowing from others, and that hasn't worked either. Now it feels like we're in a state of Cold War. He refuses to talk to me for the time being. I guess he'll come around eventually. For the kids' sake, I hope so. I feel like I'm drowning in all this mess sometimes. Edit. A lot of comments have come up on this post. I didn't expect as many responses. I've read as many as I can and will address a few points. He's gone to stay with his other brother, the second one in the family. My STBX is the oldest of 3. It's the youngest of his brothers who told me what's going on. I filed my taxes back in March. He was supposed to file his a few weeks later. At that time, everything was good between us and I listed him as my spouse because that's what we've been doing for the past 17 years since we got married. I have to file my next taxes as single. The school uniforms. My oldest kids are in high school, a public high school. Uniforms are mandatory across the school board. I've contacted the school and unfortunately they don't have any low-cost uniforms. They suggested I look at local thrift shops. They do have an emergency budget for uniforms, but only if you have recently arrived in the country. I've contacted several lawyers. I know what my rights are. I know how much it's going to cost me to take him to court. He's quit his job, so suing him for alimony or whatever is going to be tough. I don't qualify for legal aid based on previous taxes. It takes at least 90 days of him being out of the family home for me to do anything against him. He's been gone for less than 2 weeks. As for family, I have been no contact with my parents since 2010. They do not know my younger children, nor do they care. I won't be getting into the reasons why here. His family has always been low contact with us. His parents have never liked me, and his brother who he's staying with doesn't like me either. Edit 2. For those saying that the timeline doesn't add up, I left with my 4 kids at the beginning of July to visit my elderly grandmother who doesn't live in the same province as us. It was supposed to give us breathing time to try and work things out. When I came back with the kids, he was already gone. When I was at my grandmother's, he would barely talk to me but would talk to our kids via Messenger. My trip with the kids to my grandmother's is a yearly trip. I didn't know that he would go from wanting to stay and work things out to leaving. I was blindsided by that. Edit 3, I do have a PayPal account. I'm not going to start making posts on Facebook blasting him. I'm not setting up a GoFundMe either. I don't want him finding anything out. I don't want to get charged with trying to ruin his reputation either. I don't want him to have anything to use against me in court. Final update. A lot of people have asked me for an update over the past few months, so here it is. I feel like I'm coming apart at the seams. I'm trying to hold it together as best as I can for the kids. My ex is being a complete jerk. He has yet to sign the divorce papers or pay child support. I was able to find a lawyer who would help me pro bono, but the delays are long. I was able to get back my CCTB, which is a little less than what I was already getting. In January, my lawyer will be filing so I can get child support, but with him working cash-only jobs, that might be hard to obtain. As for those who said that he would end up with her, you were all right. I hate to say it. She's posting all over Facebook about how she's so in love and how she's found the one and how she loves her blended family. Yet my ex hasn't taken the kids at all. The very few times he's seen them was to pick up his mail. Not once has he offered to take the kids or help pay for anything. Yet he and his hoe take weekend vacations with both her kids. He answers us whenever he wants to and blames me regularly because our kids don't want anything to do with him anymore. I swear my ex is trying to make my life a living hell. My life is a mess. I work 2 jobs, one full-time and the other part-time, and I'm still not making it. I'm grateful that my oldest babysits the younger kids. I don't know how I would be able to hold 2 jobs otherwise. I was able to apply for a Christmas food basket, but the organization helping me warned me that with the high demand, they can only do so much. I see Christmas coming and I know I can't afford gifts for the kids. I'm at the point where I'm looking for odd jobs that I can do during my spare time. I really wish that I could offer my kids a decent Christmas. After the year we've had, I just wish that they can feel happiness again. I know for a fact that we won't be seeing much family over the holidays either, so it's not like I can depend on their help. I just wanted to say thank you to those who have been there for the kids and me. You know who you are. I've been feeling depressed lately. I know this post is all over the place, but it's at least an update. User CGM said, "Stay strong. I know it's tough and it's going to be for a while, but you'll look back and be proud of leaving a worthless man like him. It sounds like you have a good lawyer, so remember to document everything. As for their relationship, I'll be shocked if it lasts long term. The newness will wear off eventually and real life will settle in." To this, OP said, "I secretly wish that this would happen just so I can turn him down. Knowing how he is, he's not one to live alone. He'll want to get into a relationship quickly if it ends with her, especially knowing the fact that he had been single for only about 2 weeks before we started dating. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm going for full custody and child support. He could get supervised visitations. His lack of empathy has pushed me to the edge. Once I drag his sorry ass to court, he won't have anything left if I have a say in how it goes." User Remarkable Sock said, "I wish the best for you and your family. Things are difficult right now, but don't worry, they will get better, and you will see that your life will be much better without him. As for him, from my experience, he might even stay with her, but after a while, he will definitely want to get back with you. It's always the same pattern. Just keep the kids away from him." This next post was made in the AIO subreddit by a user named Past Professional. The post is titled, "My fiancé asked me to not wear white at our wedding. I have been with my fiancé John since high school. We dated and broke up because his mother Debbie convinced him we were too young to be in love. We broke up and went to college. During my sophomore year, we started talking on social media again. He apologized and said he missed me and we got back together. Cue the waterworks. Debbie literally cried the first time she saw that we were back together and told John that I had done witchcraft on him. I've always respected Debbie out of respect for my mother and upbringing. I was not raised to go back and forth with my elders, but she definitely abuses that. Since John and I decided to get back together, she has tried to hook him up with women from her church, her job, and even asks her friends for their daughters to give it a shot. John denies all of them, but Debbie says that I'm controlling. John has told her to stop, but not in a way that I feel she understands. Anyway, 3 months ago, John proposed. Debbie didn't come to the engagement party. Cool. She didn't come to the family dinner we had so both sides could meet. Cool. John's dad came and apologized for his ex's behavior. I told him not to worry about it. The problems really began when John decided to confront his mother about how she's behaving toward our engagement. This turned on a light bulb in his brain, as he's always tried to ignore it and tell me to do the same. She gave him a sob story about how she got pregnant with him before marriage and never really got to have a wedding, which is triggering her. He asked her what she needed to feel comfortable, and she responded that if she wore white and I wore soft pink or lavender, she would feel comfortable. For some reason, my fiance thought this was a fair compromise. He also said that his mom could walk me down the aisle so she could get her moment in her dress. I told him absolutely not, and we got into an argument about it. I told him that it's insane that he would argue with me to defend his mom's honor, but wouldn't do the same for me. He accused me of being petty and selfish. It was bad. We both agreed to cool off, but given how heated it got, I could tell we were both close to calling it off. Now, we're in a weird space. I love John, but now see how much he lets her impact our lives. I can just imagine her sitting at home with this evil grin, knowing she's ruining my relationship with John while he's just putty in her hands. I think I should just call off the wedding. Am I the jerk, or is it just a color? User Ducky's mama said, this isn't about a dress color, it's about control and possibly a dash of humiliation. Do you really want to put down roots and start a family with a man who is willing to bend over backward for his mother to the point of telling his bride she can't wear white while his mom gets the glory? I shudder to think what having kids with this man would look like. A deleted user said, clinical psychologist with family therapy experience here. I can say this because it's anonymous. Run. Staying with him will mean a long-term war that you cannot win. Update. Hey everyone, I'm not sure if this is the update everyone wanted, but here's what happened since my last post. I laid out a couple of talking points that I couldn't articulate due to my anger. I met up with John after work at home. We spoke about everything and made plans to talk to his mother. John came home feeling remorseful. He told me he was anxious about the situation and mentioned that he had brought it up to a coworker/friend who expressed concern about how I don't want to compromise. Apparently, his friend went off on him for being cringy. This angered me. So when I say it's a problem, it's okay, but when another man tells him, suddenly he sees the other side. I brought up my talking points. First, I addressed how easily he is manipulated. This was proven when I pointed out that he listens to whatever another man says before considering his partner's feelings. Even though his friend agreed with me, it hurt that he didn't listen to me. Next, I discussed how his mother went out of her way to break us up with this silly request. He was much more open to this theory now that he understood how cringeworthy it looked to tell someone else about our situation. I compared it to a father removing a bride's wedding garter. He got the point. I also mentioned how he agreed to his mom's outrageous request before even talking to me. He claimed he didn't. He said he told her he would see how I felt about it and then just brought it up to me. I asked why he didn't see that having his mother walk down the aisle on his wedding day was extremely creepy. He said it was just a dress in his eyes and that he didn't want his mom to miss the wedding. I told him there would be no wedding if he didn't straighten up. He said he understood. I pointed out how blatantly obvious it was that she hates me. She didn't even ask to wear white alongside me, but she acts as if I'm some impure whore by suggesting I shouldn't wear white at all. He said he didn't see it that way. He just knew she hadn't been showing up because she said seeing me in white hurts her. So I asked him if he didn't hear his own mom saying she wants to be the bride herself and can't stand it being me. It finally seemed like a light bulb went off in his head. I asked him what role she would play in our wedding, childbirth, Mother's Day, and everything else to come. Would I always come in second place? He assured me I wouldn't and acknowledged how badly he had messed up. He was just trying to keep the peace. I asked if keeping her happy meant making me miserable. I refused to live my life this way. He agreed and said he was sorry. He wouldn't want me to be miserable. We don't have children yet, but we created a plan for dealing with any major milestones moving forward. She won't be there for anything unless I'm comfortable with it, and I won't be unless she does a complete 180. I asked what his mom said to change his mind, and you all guessed it, she cried. She cried about how her baby was being taken away from her, how she never got her own wedding, how his dad left her, and she felt alone with no one else. She said she felt sick and just wanted to experience a real wedding before she dies. I told him that if that was enough to manipulate him, what's to say he won't turn on me again? He said his friend and dad talked sense into him about how he was going to lose me. I told him today was the last straw for me. He had to do 4 things to keep me engaged to him if he even cared to. Go low contact with his mom and do not let her make any decisions on our wedding, which will be postponed another year to see if he actually sticks to his word. He has to go to counseling, individually and couples counseling. He has to speak to his mom with me present about her behavior toward me because every time he goes by himself, he comes back with a reason why he left it alone. He must create strong boundaries and learn to uphold them. He agreed. Then came the bad part. I showed him the post. I felt terrible as he read everyone rip him to shreds in the comments. I could see how uncomfortable he was as he read how much of a mama's boy he was and other things about his mom. He was hurt that I agreed in some comments that I should leave. He read for a few minutes until he saw someone call him a spineless "see you next Tuesday" and then gave my phone back. He said it was really harsh, but I had to show him how crazy the situation sounded, even if it was just to keep the peace on a surface level. Him reading the post was icing on the cake. He said he saw everyone telling me to leave and his heart physically started hurting, knowing that he deserved it. We called his dad, John's dad, Dan, whom I'll name since he's a big part of this update, also read John the riot act again. He was relieved John decided to get his act together. We agreed to go to Deb's house tomorrow with Dan and John's aunt. My dad is tagging along. John has said he will tell his mother that she can't, under any circumstances, make our wedding about her. He also said if she does cry or try to guilt trip him, he will tell her he's going no contact. I feel terrible, as getting a man to stop talking to his mother isn't something I ever thought I would want. I doubt Debbie will come around, especially not tomorrow with all of us against her. I don't know if John will backtrack as soon as he gets there. I have explained that if he doesn't grow a spine, I'm leaving. He either can marry me or marry his mom, but that's my ultimatum. He said he chooses me. We'll see, I guess. This all should make me happy, but I still feel uneasy. Final update. Some people reached out to disrespect me. I honestly don't care if you don't believe my story or find me annoying, but messaging me to call me names, being disrespectful, and saying I shouldn't wear white to my own wedding is classless. I won't respond, and I genuinely hope you all get the help you need for whatever trauma makes you that angry. To all the people who have reached out with positive vibes and advice, thank you so much, you cutie patooties. Anyway, John and I met up after work and we headed to pick up Dan. John's aunt couldn't make it. My dad was meeting us there. I had really bad anxiety. I told Dan and Dad they should give us a few minutes before knocking so she doesn't feel ambushed. They agreed. Here's the part everyone was waiting for. We arrived at Debbie's house. My heart felt like I was going up the world's tallest roller coaster slowly. John was quiet. When we got there, he greeted her with a firm but respectful, "Hey mom." We sat down and John told her we came to talk to her. She asked, "What's wrong?" John got right into it. He bluntly told her that her actions toward me for years have been petty. Her not showing up for any of our wedding events was unacceptable to him. He flat out asked her why she had a problem with me. I genuinely thought he was going to start with the dress situation, but he went for the root of it all. Debbie acted like she had no idea what he was talking about. Although she has actively tried to get him to cheat on me or leave me for other women, in that moment she was shocked and claimed she didn't know where this was coming from. She said she had no problems with me and loved me like a daughter. She looked at me as if she expected me to talk, but as I mentioned before, I wanted to see what John had to say. He asked her to be honest and named all the times he recalled that she insulted me both to my face and behind my back. He mentioned that she also tells him he could do better every time I'm not around. Deb was livid. She genuinely couldn't believe he called her out like that. She started going off on him, calling him disrespectful, and saying he was disrespecting his own mother for an outsider. She kept saying, "I know she made you do this. I know she's the one making you disrespect me like this." John was trying to reason with her and get her to calm down. I texted Dan and my dad to come in. Once they were inside, Deb became a different person. She was startled because she wasn't expecting them, and then all of the things she had just said went out the window. She turned to Dan and my dad and claimed John walked in and just started yelling at her because of me. My dad looked at me and I shook my head no. Once Dan and Dad got in, everything calmed down for a little while. She went back to denying that she didn't like me. They all told her it was obvious that the dress request was shameful of her. She immediately replied that it was shameful that I wouldn't let her son spend time with her. John said that wasn't true. At this point, I was burning inside. I wanted to correct all of her inaccuracies, but I remained quiet. John asked her what the real issue with me was. Deb started saying how she knew I was going to be an issue since we were in high school. She claimed that once John got with me, his grades started dropping and he stopped making time for family. She said he once didn't show up to celebrate Mother's Day with her a few times because of my birthday. She claimed that once we got back together, he forgot about her completely because I made him abandon her. She said the fact that we had the engagement party without checking how she felt about it was wrong and all the evidence she needed to see what kind of woman I am. My dad pointed out that she didn't pay for the engagement dinner, so she had no input on it. Dan asked her what she was thinking, asking to wear white at our wedding and why she was so hungry for attention. Her face turned red and she went off. She told Dan that maybe if he had properly married her and given her a real wedding, she wouldn't feel left out. Dan straight up called bullshit and said that she didn't want to have a real wedding, even though he tried to convince her. The reason was that her mother told her pregnant brides are tacky. She started crying. My dad got everyone to calm down. John finally spoke again and told his mom that he can't keep defending her when she won't even try to respect me. For his sanity and our relationship, he's going low contact. Deb kept crying and said that John can't leave her for dead. She's the only mother he'll ever have. Mothers are forever, wives are not. She claimed I'm not even his wife yet, and I'm already tearing apart the family. He kept going. He told her that we are going to get married. If she can't respect me or stop crossing boundaries, she'll get cut off completely. His visits are dropping to once every 2 weeks and she needs to call less. She started going off. She knew it. I'm doing something to him. What did I do to her son? She called me a manipulator and a problem. She told my dad he raised a demon. My dad shot back at her to watch her mouth, but she kept screaming and then started hyperventilating. She was gripping John's arm, saying she couldn't breathe. This was when I said to myself, oh no, he's about to flip-flop. He looked at me and I knew he knew what I was thinking. John got her a cup of water, then asked his dad to make sure his mom was okay and asked my dad to take Dan home. Dan and Dad agreed and his mom started crying louder. She literally screamed, "I can't breathe," as we walked out so he could hear her. I felt terrible and finally spoke. I told John I was sorry and understood if he felt bad. He said he knew she was faking it, but his instincts wanted to run over and make sure she was okay. I asked if he was okay and he said no, but looked really sad about it. My dad walked out behind us. He has never seen this side of Deb, and neither have I. She's always been catty or shady toward me, but this was insane. My dad straight up told John that his mom needed help with her mental health. John said he was going to talk to his aunt about getting her help. We went home and John cried. He said he cried because he watched his mom villainize him and tell others that he just walked in and verbally abused her. He said it reminded him of the times he would fight with his dad because his mom would say Dan would just come home from work and yell at her for no reason. I guess it was deja vu for him. He was silent after she said that, so I believe it struck a nerve with him. He decided to go no contact for now. Before we went to Deb's house, I called a couple of counselors in our area to check availability, and our first couples therapy session is next month. It's a little while away. He called his provider today to check for a therapist within his insurance and got an appointment for himself on the 23rd. The ball is rolling and John seems like he's on the same page as me. I know this is killing him though. Dan called us and let us know he got Deb to calm down. He said he spoke to her as best as he could about how she was harming her own relationship with John, but she didn't want to hear it. Thank you, Reddit. I really didn't expect this to blow up like it did. The advice and well wishes I received were overwhelming in a great way. While I should be happy, something about it all just makes me feel down. I hope that Debbie gets better and that we can one day have her in our lives. Something about that comment regarding her mother made me hurt for little Debbie. Hopefully one day I'll get to hear her stories. Now I'm going back to my regular life and hopefully I won't ever have a dramatic update for you guys again. This last post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Commercial Tone. The post is titled AITAH for leaving my Bumble date stranded at a restaurant after she admitted she was going to her guy best friend's place after the date. A couple of months ago, I matched with Anna on Bumble. I thought we vibed really well. She had a nice and funny demeanor, and we had lots of engaging conversations on FaceTime. We set up our first dinner date last week. I proposed a really nice restaurant that was somewhat far from where we lived, but I really wanted to treat Anna because I thought she was special. Anna asked if I could pick her up and then drop her off at her best friend's place after the date. I didn't mind at all. Anna mentioned she had a movie night with her best friend. I picked Anna up and we went to the restaurant. The date went better than expected. We vibed really well. Anna also had drinks since I was the designated driver. However, right at the end of the date, Anna asked if I would drop her off at Josh's. I was initially confused and then realized that Josh was her guy best friend. Anna instantly recognized what she had said and it became awkward. She apologized and I told her there was no reason to apologize. I was just curious about who Josh was, so I asked Anna and she explained that he was her guy best friend and that they occasionally have movie nights together. Anna said she wanted to be honest with me because she really liked me and saw a future with me. She admitted that they sometimes make out during these movie nights, but it doesn't go further than that. I appreciated Anna's honesty, but this whole situation felt like a huge gut punch. I may have been emotional, but I just couldn't continue. I told Anna to ask Josh to pick her up instead, paid for my portion of the dinner, and left. Anna looked really sad when I ended the date and walked away. Later, I felt guilty about it and called my sister to ask if what I had done was right. My sister said I shouldn't have left Anna stranded at the restaurant, especially after she had been so sweet and honest with me. I explained to my sister how I could be expected to take Anna out for a fancy dinner and then drop her off at her guy best friend's house where she would then make out with him. I still had enough self-respect not to do that. Update: I appreciate all the comments and different opinions on my previous post. However, at the end of the day, the reason I posted it was that I felt guilty about what I did and I agreed more with the comments stating that what I did was wrong. My sister has never once given me bad advice in life and I think her assessment was right this time too. Since I left Anna at the restaurant last week, she texted me a couple of times, but I just ignored those messages. A couple of hours ago, I opened the messages and was somewhat surprised. Instead of lashing out at me, she apologized again and said she was willing to stop seeing Josh if it meant we could continue our relationship. She mentioned that after the dinner, she took an Uber back home and didn't go to Josh's. I texted Anna that there was no reason to apologize and that I shouldn't have left her stranded at the restaurant. I also should have paid for her meal since I was the one who invited her to the expensive restaurant. I asked Anna for her Venmo, but she said she didn't care about the money and asked if we could continue our relationship. However, I didn't have the same feelings for Anna anymore, so I texted her up front that I didn't think we were compatible and that I didn't want to continue this. We chatted a bit more and Anna was very respectful of my decision but admitted she was sad. I also acknowledged that it was tough, but it's best for everyone that this doesn't continue further. That was the final text, and I definitely think there are valuable lessons learned from this entire experience. Thank you all for your input. User Huge Ad said the problem was matching a couple of months ago and then not setting up a first date until last week. That's how you end up building the other person up in your head through texts and FaceTimes, getting way too fancy of a date for someone you've never even met, and then feeling a lot more committed than you actually are. If you meet through an app, move to face as soon as possible. User Screechy Pete said, either she's going to learn from this and stop seeing other guys when she starts catching feelings for someone, or this will result in her hiding it from the next guy better. I hope it's the first one, but it could go either way. Sometimes I don't have a lot of faith in humanity. This story was posted by a deleted user in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to help my GF after she cheated on me. Here's the deal. I was in a relationship with my girlfriend for about 2 years. I thought things were going well until I found out she cheated on me with some loser from her workplace. Honestly, this guy isn't even in my league. Like, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I put in the effort, got a decent job, workout, and I'm not a complete mess. When I confronted her about it, she broke down and claimed it was a one-time mistake. But I mean, come on, who does that? She said it was a moment of weakness and begged for forgiveness. I was furious, but for some reason, I let her talk me into going to couples therapy. Fast forward a few weeks and I thought maybe we could work things out. But every time we had a session, she would bring up how I need to communicate better or be more romantic. Seriously, the whole time I'm sitting there thinking, you cheated on me and I'm the one who needs to change. Last week, she came to me in tears, saying she couldn't find her job fulfilling and wanted to quit and pursue some vague dream of being an artist. Honestly, that sounded like a load of crap. She's not talented and I don't want to support her while she flounders around. So I told her, you want to quit your job? Fine, but I'm not paying your bills if you do. She exploded, saying I was being unsupportive and selfish. I told her that after she cheated, I owe her nothing. Now she's sulking and acting like I'm the villain here. I feel like I'm standing up for myself, but maybe I'm just bitter about the cheating. User All Andros said NTA. However, you're either going to have to fully forgive her and move on, or you should admit that you aren't going to be able to forgive her cheating and move on for both your sakes. Do not get roped into fully supporting a cheating deadbeat. User Tfu said, come on man, she cheated on you with a loser, gaslighted you, and still tries to make you the villain in this story. You've lost the trust and respect you once had for her. Do yourself a favor. Dump her, move on, and find a more compatible, loyal, and less unhinged girl than this one. There are 4 billion women in this world. I'm pretty sure you can do better than a cheating lazy jerk. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for cutting back on work to prove a point to my wife. My wife is usually an angel of a woman, but has recently gotten into a friendship with a woman whom I personally believe is a bad influence on her. Not in a patronizing way, more of a lie down with dogs, get up with fleas type of situation. I never said anything about her childishness or her very radical misandry because frankly, it doesn't affect me, until it did. A few months ago, my wife began pressuring me to do more around the house. Before I get an instant YTA, we already split chores and childcare. Admittedly, she had a bigger share than I because she is a stay-at-home mom, but I do most of the cooking. I take out the garbage, do laundry, and deep clean the bathrooms once a week. I also help with our boys' homework and such. She insists that I am not doing enough and that I should be doing more around the house. I tried having discussions with her asking what she expected from me, and for months it seemed to be going nowhere. She used the D word more than once when speaking on this, which felt manipulative. It boiled over when we were out with friends one night and she began talking about how I never helped out and how I use her as a house slave. I will admit I saw red. This next part is where I may be the asshole. I didn't say anything that night, but the next day I asked my boss to be given reduced hours for the next little bit due to stress. And I took over everything in the house. I cooked breakfast and made lunch for the boys before I drove them to school. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I did every dish we had twice, and so on. My wife was blindingly happy and bragged to her friend that she finally had me worn in. She didn't lift a finger for around a month. Then she began asking why we never went on dates anymore and complaining that she wanted to get her nails done as they were growing in. I explained that I had to take that out of our budget so we could continue to afford everything else. But we could absolutely have a movie night in and I could paint her nails for her. She was unhappy with that solution, so I asked her if she would want to get a part-time job to pay for either luxury. You would have thought I asked if she wanted to join a cult. She then asked if I could just pick up more shifts at work to cover her other expenses and used the phrase, be a man, which I found more than a little insulting. I then asked her if she would be willing to go back to splitting the chores and such, which is when she began to catch on that the two were related. She yelled at me that I was being a manipulative asshole for doing this and even claimed it was financial a word. I stood strong for a while, but now I am questioning my methods because even I feel what I did was a bit underhanded. User JTL Rush said NTA, you did what she asked. Reading stories like this really make me question if I want to get married. User D Heffy said NTA, but what is your wife doing? It's time to sit down and write a list of the hours of contribution you both put in because there is a discrepancy. You then need to address that there was never a problem until her friend came along. Being a stay-at-home mom means that she works around the house and does the child care, which is interesting since the kids are in school. User Magoo said NTA. Being a stay-at-home parent means you do most of the housework. I'm not sure why your wife doesn't understand that. Dude, you said that your wife is an angel, but I'm not really seeing it. Threatening divorce to bludgeon you into doing more housework is a pretty big red flag. Update. See my profile for details. I was driving my wife to the rehabilitation center we decided on. On the way, she was screaming at me about how she couldn't believe I was humiliating her by explaining what was happening to the boys and making her message her dealer or friend that they would not be hanging out or using together anymore. She said she didn't want to go and called me a controlling monster. She claimed that threatening her with divorce and taking primary custody of the boys was too far and that I was insane. I just took it and took it and took it until I finally couldn't anymore. Then I screamed at her. I yelled that the woman I met would have rather died than have a pillhead junkie around her sons and how she disgusted me. I told her that I didn't know if she realized how much I was considering leaving her. Not because of the addiction, but because of the way she was acting, as if she hadn't brought drugs into our home, around me, and around our boys. I said I was beginning to hate her for doing that. She was becoming exactly what she always cried about her mother being, and that she was lucky I was here to see it before what happened to her goddamn sons. It makes me sick to say this, but watching it sink in just how far she had spiraled felt good. Watching her realize that her actions have consequences was nice. She yelled a few more times that I was an abusive asshole or whatever, but she was still crying, so I felt her heart wasn't in it. I plan on speaking to a lawyer. I don't want to divorce her, but I don't know how healthy our relationship could possibly be after this. I know yelling like that was wrong, but I don't feel bad. And that is the part that makes me think maybe I shouldn't be married to her anymore, for her sake and my own. I don't know what else to do, and I'm so pissed that she detonated C4 in every aspect of our life. Update 2. Before you read, please know this is a vent post. I normally would never be like this, but I am beyond upset and need to get this poison out of my head before I go anywhere else with it. She was cheating. The drug-dealing friend sent me videos of her dancing and grinding on this ugly hick-looking bastard. I am absolutely devastated. The boys are staying with my mother for a few days and I'm taking the next week off work. I am so done. I have never been this angry in my life. She was so smug sending it saying, in case you don't realize you're replaceable to her. Well, the free ride stops here. I hope she can get on Medicaid for her Suboxone. I'm done. I saved the video immediately and I'm going to see a lawyer as soon as possible. I can't tell anyone yet because I want to handle this properly. I'm thankful as hell that my parents insisted on a prenup with what I at the time thought was an inhumane cheating clause. I've never been cheated on before and I feel like tearing my hair out. I genuinely never thought she would turn out to be such a scummy piece of work. I cannot handle this. I am not physically able to cope with it. I haven't been able to keep food down, and I drank for the first time in over a decade last night. Then I woke up and had to pour the rest down the drain because I am about to spiral and my boys don't need both mom and dad in rehab right now. I am so close to losing my mind. Also, believe what you want, but please stop sending me private messages about how I should take down the posts or that posting about my personal relationship with my wife is wrong. Leave me be. It will not work. This is the only place I can talk about this stuff. Update 3. You can read my other posts for more context on what happened to get here if you like, but the short version is that I was blind to my wife's addiction until she admitted it and went to rehab. While she was in rehab, I received evidence that she had been cheating frequently and with more than one person. I have been working on filing for divorce while she's in rehab, not just because of the cheating, but because with that on top of everything else, and myself nearly sinking back into my own addiction due to the stress of the situation, I couldn't stand to even think of her anymore. There's no healthy relationship that has room for that mindset. I honestly didn't want to be in a room with her again to try mediation or counseling, especially since the last time I was alone with her, I raised my voice and felt at the time that she deserved it. I moved all of her belongings to our guest room except for the pills I found hidden in her bedside table. I took pictures of those in their hiding spot and then flushed them. I also removed her from my bank account and credit cards. I spoke to my boys, explaining the situation without demonizing their mother to the best of my ability. They seemed to understand that I have no intention of abandoning them. Blood or not, they are my sons. Then she came home. The boys were and still are away at camp, a birthday present paid for by my mother. She was quiet with her eyes on the ground from the moment I picked her up at the facility all the way home. Once we got home, I led her to the guest room silently, and she didn't take it well, crying before she could even take the first step. Throughout the next couple of weeks, I let her get settled. Though I stayed carefully neutral, I know she could tell something was coming. I wanted to be as fair as possible and let her get used to being out before I said anything. That was one thing I hated about leaving rehab. Everything was flying at me so fast that I didn't have time to breathe. Finally, I asked her to sit on the couch and began explaining that I do not believe I can continue being married to her and that I wanted a divorce. I should have known her reaction was all wrong. She didn't say anything at all. She only nodded and cried quietly as I spoke. I explained that I did not intend to hurt her but could not be married to her anymore and that maybe both of us should focus on being the best parents we can be. I told her I had no intentions of kicking her out and that because of our prenup, the divorce should be straightforward. She should feel safe beginning to look for employment now, and once she has a job, I will help her find an apartment. At this point, she stood up and walked to her room. I let her go because I thought she must have been overwhelmed and that this talk could wait. She didn't come out at dinner time, and I weighed whether I should leave her alone or not. Eventually, I decided to knock on the door and ask if she was hungry. Long story short, she had somehow smuggled pills into my house and had an overdose. She was dead for several minutes in the ambulance and is now in a medically induced coma because the doctors aren't sure exactly how much damage has been done to her brain. I feel like an absolute monster, like I am scum of the earth, like I should have just said nothing. Like I should have just dealt with it, just held it in and stayed. I am responsible for this and it kills me. While I may not have the same love for her as before, I do feel very sorry for everything she's been through. It's killing me. I haven't told my sons yet, and I'm debating waiting until they're back from camp so they can have a little more time without this weighing on their minds on top of everything else. I apologize for any grammar issues. I don't have the energy to edit this, but wanted to get this off my chest. Update 4. My wife is dead. I haven't updated in a while and I'm sorry, but I'm sure you can guess why I wasn't feeling up to it. I know that everyone said she was manipulating me or trying to make me stay with her, but honestly, even if that was the case, it didn't matter. The moment she woke up, we both started crying and talking, and we didn't stop for days. She went back into rehab for a little while, came out, and we did both couples and solo therapy. She seemed happy, she seemed better, and I had hoped that the craziness was over and that we would just be happy again. I didn't update then because, frankly, I was scared of how everyone would react. I don't do well with getting yelled at. She promised me that if anything happened, if there was anything she needed to talk to me about, she wouldn't hesitate. Everything was going well, and now when I ask myself if there were signs she would go back or that she never stopped, the answer is no. Nothing except the fact that she had an overdose at her friend's house while I was working and died on her couch. The friend didn't even want to call an ambulance. Her boyfriend had to convince her to. I don't think either of them were arrested that day, but I know from the news that she was picked up a couple of months ago for selling drugs. Everyone kept telling me to go to the police, and frankly, maybe I should have, but with the way the police act, it wouldn't have done much good. Since then, I have been drifting terribly. I took up smoking again, something I quit before I got married because she hated the smell. I hate it now too. The smell, I mean, but the hand-to-mouth action is nice. My sons are in therapy and are coping with the loss as well as could be expected. The younger two talk about her a lot, but the eldest is mostly angry. I'm thankful he doesn't seem to want to say things to his brothers about it, but I always let him tell me anything he's thinking, even when it breaks my heart. I know that maybe everyone here has an idea of who my wife was, but one thing you could never deny was how much she loved our boys. They were her pride and joy, absolutely everything to her. I miss her. I miss her so much it feels like a death rattle to breathe. There's never music when I get home anymore and I hate it. I hate the quiet so much that some days before I go inside, I sit in the car and just cry because I know she won't be there. I haven't even been able to clean out her side of the bathroom yet. It hurts too much to think about getting rid of her perfume or her toothbrush. I haven't felt like writing for obvious reasons, but there's something that feels important now, so I will. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. On the way home from work recently, I caught myself calculating flower prices before I remembered that I have no one to give them to unless I put them on her grave. I remember being pissed off at how expensive roses were getting, and now that seems so silly. I just wanted to say, if you have someone you love, please cherish them. Do something extra nice for the person you love tomorrow, for my sake. Nothing crazy, but maybe you can dance around the living room to your song or read to each other something soft or good to let them know you're real and really there. I know that's so cliche and corny. If Alex were here now, she would actively bully me about it. But sadly, the old bastards were always right. Life is short. Isn't that a kick in the ass? Final update. Since my last post, I have been receiving many private messages, most of them incredibly kind, but a select few have been very cruel. Please stop saying my wife was better off dead, or that I somehow wanted this or worse, hoped for it. I love my wife. I know that I made some truly terrible decisions and said things I did not mean, but if you think that at any point I wanted any harm to come to my wife, you're wrong. Truthfully, I don't know if I am capable of moving past what has happened, and your cruelty does not help me think otherwise. If you hate me enough to insinuate that I killed my wife indirectly, or that she somehow deserved to die because of bad decisions she made while in active addiction, please just leave me alone. Please. To the kind people who have private messaged me, some of whom I've had lovely discussions with, thank you for your words and advice. Honestly, just knowing that so many people care about my family is touching to the point of tears. The fact that you reached out privately to share your stories or offer advice and guidance is something I can never adequately thank you for, but I wish I could. This story was posted by a user named Jumpy Try in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I think my best friend's fiance hates me and I don't know why. I never thought I would find myself in a situation like this, but here goes. My best friend's fiance hates me and I don't know why. For the purpose of this story, I'll call him Finn. A little backstory. Finn and I have known each other since we were in 6th grade. We grew so close that he became a part of my family and I became a part of his. Around the summer of my 10th grade year, I came out to my parents as gay. Let's just say they didn't take it too kindly and I ended up disowned, but that's a story for another day. To make a long story short, Finn's family happily took me in and treated me with nothing but kindness. When Finn and I graduated from high school, he went on to work under his father while his parents helped me pay to attend college. During my time away at college, Finn met Sarah. I believe it was my 3rd year of college when I finally got to meet her during a family dinner. I greeted her warmly and tried to make a good impression because she's my best friend's girlfriend. However, when I went to shake her hand, she looked at my hand in a strange way. I don't want to say disgust, but I'm not sure how to describe it. I felt a little bummed, but it was whatever. Maybe she was just nervous. After that school break, weird things started happening, like my messages with Finn being randomly muted or my number being blocked on Finn's phone. At one point, it got so strange that Finn contacted a Tandit to see if it was a glitch or something. Obviously, I'm guessing it was her, but I would never accuse someone without hard proof. Plus, I was 2 states away at the time, so I literally had no proof. Things got even worse when I moved back home after finally graduating from college. Because I have so much respect for their relationship, I never tried to make plans with Finn. If we went out at any point, it was because he was sure he had nothing planned. He would set the date and everything and then let me know. This worked fine until it didn't. I want to clarify that we got to hang out about 2 or 3 times a month for about 3 months. After those 3 months, things started getting weird. On the days when Finn and I planned to meet, Sarah would call him with some sort of situation literally about an hour or less before we were supposed to meet. She would say things like she was having car troubles, feeling ill, or that she was lonely and needed him. I never felt right trying to stop him from going to her if he needed to. He would say he didn't need to go, but just to avoid any conflict, I'd cancel on him so he'd go see her instead. Eventually, Finn and I stopped hanging out as much because it just got annoying for me at least. We would see each other at family gatherings, but that would be about it. Fast forward to January of this year, Finn proposed to Sarah. Everyone, including myself, was over the moon for them. Who wouldn't be happy to see their best friend tie the knot with someone they love? Let me be the first to say this has been the shittiest time ever. To start with, she puzzled everyone by immediately posting on her Instagram story with a picture of her and Finn captioned "better than the rest" with a kissing emoji. This led me and Finn's older siblings to ask him if he cheated because who is the rest? Finn responded that she's just too excited for it to make sense. That made no sense to me either, but hey, it's not my circus. With their wedding coming up soon, their planning has been nothing short of a nightmare. Her family doesn't want to help with the cost of the wedding, which isn't their obligation, but we as a family decided to pitch in and help them get the best wedding possible. After everything had been covered, there was only one thing left. Who would be in the wedding party? We knew there would be one since she talked so much about it. Finn only had one request, that I be his best man. She initially agreed, but after a few weeks, she came back and said that having me as the best man wouldn't be possible because she wanted that spot for her brother. This caused some trouble for them and things were almost called off until I talked to Finn and said, "It's fine, just let her have it and enjoy your day. Don't let me be the reason you lose what you two have." Of course, I was upset about it, but I would feel worse if things went south because of me. I would say that was my biggest mistake, as now it feels like she is flexing her power. Recently, during another family dinner, she brought up seating and showed us a few pictures. Why was I not surprised that she seated me at a table away from those I would call my family? When she showed us the seating arrangement, I caught a few glances from Finn's parents and siblings. Damn, I might be a doormat, but I was just fine with it if the wedding still happened. My problem is that I just want things to be fine, if not good, between me and her. I don't know if it's because I'm not related by blood or if she's homophobic or whatever it may be, but I don't want this to be a constant issue. I hope that with time things would get better, but they really haven't. I'm hoping things improve after the wedding, but I'm not even sure. I don't want to talk to anyone close to us and start something, and I'm really considering going low contact with Finn if that resolves the issue. But I don't really know what I'm doing here. How do I go about this while protecting my relationship with Finn's family, maintaining my friendship with Finn, and not destroying his relationship? Update. So yesterday I posted about the problems I'm having with my best friend's fiance. After receiving a ton of great advice, I figured I would at least speak to one of Finn's family members or Finn himself tomorrow, since that's when we meet for dinner. However, I was a bit surprised when Finn dropped by my apartment today. I was spooked at first, thinking that he had seen the Reddit post and was here to confront me. Luckily, he said he was just in the area and decided to stop by. There was the initial small talk you do when someone comes over, followed by a good 20 minutes of us daydreaming about the food we are having tomorrow. Then I remembered someone suggesting that I should show Finn the Reddit post. I learned that the longer I waited, the more damage there would be when things came to a head. I guess he noticed my hesitancy since he asked me what was going on. As much as I wanted to say nothing and keep letting the issue stay where it is, there would be no point in coming on here asking for help. I pulled up the Reddit post on my laptop and showed it to him. He read the post about 3 or 4 times, which made me nervous again since time kept dragging on and he had just been staring with no reaction for so long. After a while he asked, "Is this it?" I can't even explain how fast my heart sank. I thought he was about to downplay the situation, even though I would say that both of us have always been understanding of what each other is going through. He read through the comments on the post before he set the laptop down. I want to thank you all so much because the conversation that followed floored me. Almost everyone who gave suggestions was correct in some way. Anyway, the conversation went like this. Finn, have I ever made you feel like this was something you couldn't tell me? Me. That's a very difficult question to answer. Not directly, but your happiness played a huge role in me brushing it under the rug. Finn, you should have told me this long ago. Don't you think I would want to know about this? I thought things were going fine. Finn, there is a difference between you being considerate of my relationship with Sarah and you letting her run over you and our friendship. After that, I had to ask him if he really saw nothing going on. He said he felt really pissed about the entire wedding situation, but chalked it up to her just wanting her day to be how she imagined it. I made sure to remind him that it's his day as well, which is honestly something I should have said back when I was removed from being best man. Then I asked him if he had any idea why she acted that way toward me. Since I'd never met her, it puzzled me how she could be so dismissive. I thought it would be a little petty reason that could be easily fixed, right? Whoever mentioned something about a drunken confession or something similar, you would be right. Apparently, during my time in college, Finn got closer to some people who went to our high school, which led him to meet Sarah as well. He said that before he and Sarah started dating, there was one time when they all decided to hang out and played some sort of drunken confessions game. I've never really been to parties like that, so I don't know how those work. Anyway, he started rambling for a bit before I asked him to get to the point. In whatever messed up way it happened, he remembers saying something along the lines of, "I wish my name was a girl." I'm not blaming him, but there is no way he said something like that. I almost thought he was joking, but he had a stone face. No wonder she hates me, and that makes me wish I would have spoken up sooner. I told him that whatever he said was not okay. I also told him that if he knew he had said something like that, out of everyone, he should have known that she would feel some kind of way about it. He tried to excuse it by saying he thought no one would remember and that it was just something that would pass. Let me clarify that Finn and I have never had anything going on. I don't even know why something like that would be said, and it still feels unbelievable to me. Now I can sort of understand where Sarah is coming from, but then again, if this guy were to say something like that, why would you even go after him? If you end up with this guy, why are you going after the person he said those things about as if it's their fault? If there was a problem that obviously Sarah felt some way about, she should have talked to him or even me so we could discuss it. Anyway, to sum up the rest of our conversation, we ended up understanding that there is a problem that at least he and Sarah need to address. He told me he'd call later today after they sit down and have a talk. Every so often, I laugh because what kind of confession is "I wish he was a girl"? Dude, no. Before anyone asks, no, I didn't ask him if he still felt that way because that's just a can of worms I don't want to open. I'll be sure to update you all whenever he talks to Sarah, and hopefully we can find some sort of common ground. Update 2. So I guess it's safe to say that the wedding is off. On Friday, I came here with the problem of my best friend's fiance hating me. After getting a ton of great advice, I was able to speak to Finn when he dropped by the next day. We talked for a really long time, and some really weird things were said. Anyway, after Saturday, Finn told me he'd call me that night after he spoke to his fiancée, Sarah. Well, that never happened. Sunday dinner rolled around and everyone came by. I knew he had spoken to Sarah because she was giving me a death glare from across the table. Alright, now you're starting to piss me off. We got through dinner and everyone was just chatting. At some point, Finn pulled both me and Sarah outside to the backyard. There was a long silence, but then Finn cleared his throat and the conversation went something like this. Finn, do it. Sarah, I already told you I'm not doing anything. Me, what does she have to do? Finn, she needs to apologize for everything so we can all be fine. Sarah, I did nothing wrong. Your relationship is weird. OP is weird. His relationship with your family is weird, and I should be the one making you apologize. Me, I get why you're upset, but things Finn said in the past are not my fault. And I'm sure there are some things people say when they're drunk that they don't. At this point, Sarah turned red in the face and just began screaming. Watching this play out in real time, my first thought was, she needs a exorcism. Most of what she was saying couldn't even be understood, but I made out things like, he knew, and why would you tell him you said that? I knew you two had something going on. At that point, Finn's parents and siblings finally came outside because of Sarah and asked what was going on. I tried to explain, but Sarah just started screaming that I'm a dirty dog that needs to be put down. To cool the situation down, after a little convincing, Finn's mom was able to get Sarah into the house. Finn's sister also went inside with them, leaving only me, Finn, Finn's older brother, and Finn's dad outside. I explained my side of the story while Finn explained his side as well. We talked about the conversation Finn and I had at my apartment on Saturday. He received some teasing for the weird comment he made about me, but the conversation became serious again. Eventually, Finn's mom and sister came back outside. They said that Sarah was in the bathroom cleaning herself up. His mom started the conversation with, "Are you two messing around? I'm floored." I filled her in on everything she hadn't yet known. I told her that I've never flirted with, kissed, or done anything else that wasn't platonic with Finn. I'm guessing Sarah was listening in through the back door instead of just coming out, because as soon as the words left my mouth, she came out screaming at me that I'm a liar. I asked her at what point I had ever made her feel like I was chasing after Finn. I mean, I'm helping to fund their damn wedding. Finn's parents were trying to help her understand that everything was being misunderstood, but she wasn't having it. She kept yelling until Finn had to pull her aside. It started off as a yelling match between them, but then things finally began to calm down and I thought she understood and we could talk it out. Right? Wrong. Color me fucking surprised when she walked back over like everything was fine and slapped me. After a long period of silence and shock, I was just done and said, "I'm out." Finn and Sarah began yelling at each other again, but at that point, I couldn't have cared less. I headed back inside to grab my things because I was done with the situation. Eventually, Sarah's screams at Finn went from calling him names to her saying, "I'm sorry," and "give it back." Finn yelled at her to stop. Hell, even I was scared and I didn't even do anything. He then said something like, "I let you have the wedding how you wanted. I've never given you a reason to doubt me. The fact that you're just yelling and screaming here like a toddler is honestly something I'm not looking for in a partner. You make up this fake scenario in your head, and why? What good does that do? You're pissed about a comment made at a party before we even dated, and that is crazy to me. You won't apologize. You won't listen. I should have taken the ring the moment you slapped him. Nobody in this house has ever disrespected everyone else like you've done today." Finn came inside as well and began grabbing his things. He told his parents that he was going to sleep in his old bedroom upstairs for a few nights, which they were fine with. I knew Sarah had driven over with him, and no matter what they went through, he should make sure he gets her home safe. After I spoke to him about taking her home, he agreed. Everyone finished grabbing their things around the same time, with me, Finn, Sarah, and his siblings all heading to our cars together. The entire time, I was surprised but not interested when Sarah began apologizing to me. I mean, I didn't even want her to apologize in the first place. I just wanted her to treat me with the kindness I offered her. Why did we have to go through all of this for her to realize that she was being downright nasty? I'm not sure if she's been cheated on in the past or if it's some kind of trauma or something, but it's also not for me to figure out. Finn ended up dropping her off, and I'm guessing he called me by the time he got back to his parents' place. I didn't even answer because I was just tired and the entire confrontation drained me. It definitely could have gone better, and I had hoped this would be something easily fixed. Instead, it destroyed a relationship, which makes me feel terrible. It's Monday afternoon and there is still no word on whether Finn and Sarah have even spoken to each other this morning. I haven't spoken to anyone either, but Finn did send me a few TikTok videos. I think it's sad because even with the way she treated me, their relationship was a beautiful thing. It sucks that jealousy and misunderstandings can be silent killers in a relationship. I thank you all for the advice and for encouraging me to talk to someone about this. I wish things could have ended differently, but as some of you said, this should be a wake-up call for both Finn and me. I'm not sure what will come of everything, maybe they will reconcile eventually, but for now, it seems the wedding may be off. Update 3, it has been almost a week since my initial post, and I can't thank you all enough for the advice. Even the people who called me out on being a doormat, thank you. Since my last update, a lot has happened. I want to start by saying that there isn't a chance of reconciliation between Finn and Sarah. After reading everything and really taking a step back to see how this situation was definitely a blessing, I'm happy with the outcome. Since the major fallout, Finn and I have talked a lot about being open and honest with each other about things that bother us, as well as establishing boundaries for our future partners. Yesterday evening, Finn and I went over to the apartment he shares with Sarah to retrieve his belongings. When we got there, Sarah wasn't home, which was a relief. It took some work to get all his things bagged and boxed up and put in the rental, but luckily we got everything. I actually live in a decent sized apartment, so Finn is going to stay with me until he settles everything with the place he had with Sarah. Finn, along with the rest of his family, ended up blocking Sarah, with Finn blocking her after they spoke one final time this morning. I was around during that conversation, and there was another moment where you all really helped. I'm guessing Finn took notes from you all because he spoke for a long time about how she has things she needs to work on before looking for a relationship, some of which include the ability to love herself and dealing with her mental health, as she is clearly not in a good state. There was a lot more, but that's just to make a long story short. She asked him if there was really no chance that things could work out between them. He told her no, not only because of what he had just said, but also because she disrespected him, me, and the rest of his family. He said he should have put his foot down a long time ago and that it's just as much his fault as it is hers that things got this far. He wished her the best, saying that when she is ready for a relationship and the right time comes, then that will be that. There was a long moment of silence before she ended the call, and he blocked her not long after. I'm not sure how the wedding cancellations and all that will work out, but I'm sure we'll handle it. As far as my relationship with Finn goes, I feel really happy. I feel like I got my best friend back, and it's crazy how you don't realize how different the energy in friendships becomes when you're in situations like this for so long. I can admit that none of this was my fault. However, I could have spoken up about it, not only for myself, but for Finn as well. Maybe the two of us, along with the rest of the family, should take a trip somewhere to take time for ourselves. I think this whole situation has been very eye-opening for both me and Finn, and there need to be some changes, especially regarding our communication, because as you all said, it wouldn't have gotten this far had we spoken about it sooner. That's pretty much it. There wasn't a crazy fight scene where the police bust in and take Sarah away. I think Sarah definitely needs to get her act together, but we also have to better ourselves as well. Some of you have made me very aware of how much of a pushover I can be. You've all given me so much guidance, and that really warms my heart. I actually cried a little because almost a week ago I felt so hopeless. This will most likely be the last update, but before I go, I'll answer some of your questions that I felt shouldn't go ignored. Also, I read every single comment, and even if I didn't respond, please believe I took it to heart and am forever grateful. Okay, first question. Why do you think their relationship was a beautiful thing? I can't say my words were misconstrued, but I will say that I expressed myself and my thoughts the wrong way. What I was trying to convey was not the beauty of their relationship, but the beauty of relationships and the idea of relationships as a whole. I hope both Finn and Sarah find their person when they are ready. Why do you feel bad? This was another case of me expressing my thoughts poorly. I don't feel bad that Finn got out of that situation. I'm happy that he's out of that toxic environment before things got even messier. What I felt bad about was that there was a situation to begin with, and if my best friend is hurting, I can't help but feel bad. Being a rebound for Finn? No, absolutely not. If there were ever to be something between me and Finn, it would be under the full understanding that we are in it for each other. Not saying that it would ever even happen, but what good would a rebound do besides hurting each other? Once again, I'm not claiming to have feelings for him, but even if I did, I wouldn't use this as a chance to start anything with him when emotions are everywhere. The last time I heard from my family, A few months before I started college, which was many years ago. I wish them the best, just not around me. Have you and Finn cleared up what your relationship is meant to be? Yes, we definitely have, especially with the help of you all. I made it known to Finn that it's fine to feel however you feel toward me or anyone else, but you have to understand who you are and what you want out of relationships with people, whether they're friendships, romantic relationships, etc. Someone mentioned platonic soulmates, and that definitely suits us. Why did Sarah's family disown her? That remains unknown. If I ever find out, I'll let you all know. I wish her the best as well, just not around me. Has Sarah ever physically abused Finn? No. He has said that they argued consistently, but there were never any hands laid on one another. Did you file a police report against Sarah? No, I did not, but do not worry. Since it all happened on the back porch, it was picked up on camera and I have it saved to my phone if I ever need it, which I doubt. How have your partners felt about Finn? I've never had one. I think that pretty much wraps it up. If anyone has any more questions, I'll do my best to answer. If this wasn't the update you expected, please still treat me kindly. Once again, I love you all so much. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named GoodGirl69. The post is titled, "Is there a way I can fix my relationship with my dad even though he disowned me and made it clear he wants nothing to do with me? I'm 26. My mom is 45 and my dad is 46. It's going to be a long and harsh ride, but I'm okay with cursing and venting because I very much deserve it and am numb to it after going through so much. Never in my life did I think I'd be in this place. My life is a mess right now. I'm the only child of my parents. They met when they were as young as 16 and had me when my mom was 19 and my dad was 20. I was an unplanned pregnancy. My father is no less than the kind of man any woman would want to be with. He cooked, worked, did everything, and literally kissed the ground my mom walked on. I never thought of him as unreasonable or anything negative. He was a family man, someone you'd love to be with. My mom is cool too. She was always there for me and helped me out however she could. My dad wanted to have more kids, but my mom didn't, so when I was 16, my dad had an accident and became bedridden for 7 months. Though we never had to worry about finances, I studied at a private school. There were bills, so my mom got a job, and in the following months, she stepped into my dad's role. She did everything, and I helped her with chores sometimes. Here's the kicker. She met someone and became emotionally involved. One day, she came to my room and silently broke down crying after my dad dozed off. She told me she liked someone from work and that she wasn't attracted to my dad anymore. This whole ordeal was too much for her. She has needs too. She showed me her text messages and told me about the guy they were flirting with. I was young at that time, and seeing her break down broke my heart. I wasn't as close to my dad as I was to my mom. I told her I understood and that I'd cover for her. She began coming home later, and we both told dad it was just her work. I never got involved until one day when my mom told me she wanted me to meet someone to discuss a very important topic. We went out, and I met that guy for the first time. He was a creep. Shaggy clothes and nothing like my dad. I don't even know why my mom would choose this jerk over my dad. We sat down at a fancy dinner place, and mom told me she was expecting a baby. I was like, what? They had the audacity to kiss right in front of me. I was pathetically disgusted by them. I asked them what they planned to do. She told me she didn't know. She wanted to keep the baby, but loved my dad too. It was an awkward time, and we came home that night. We talked that night, and she said she wanted to keep the baby. Again, naively, I chose to keep my mouth shut. So after this, my mom dropped the news on my dad that she was pregnant, and he was delighted but visibly worried about finances still being an issue. In the next 2 months, he began exercising and doing therapy so he could go back to work even after doctors said he still needed time. He returned to work and put my mom back in the stay-at-home position like before. When my brother was born, my dad didn't sign the birth certificate. He bought a set of papers but refused to tell me what they were for. Mom was still recovering from her C-section when he never told me what happened. He refused to acknowledge my brother. When mom came home, he told her he wanted a divorce. It hit mom like a truck. She literally had a mental breakdown. She kept begging and crying hysterically while dad remained indifferent, telling her he knew everything. He regretted ever having me because I'm an ungrateful, entitled, selfish person, just like her. They had an argument while I was holding my brother. He called her a and said she couldn't keep her legs closed while wanting him to raise the child of infidelity. Mom kept crying and begging for forgiveness while he packed his bags and left. They got divorced, which took 8 months to finalize. I don't know many details, but dad agreed to pay spousal support for mom and child support for me. Mom got the house, and besides that, everything was settled. He willingly gave up primary rights over me to Mom, even refusing weekend visits, just supervised visitations instead. He never once reached out to me. I reached out to him countless times during and after the divorce, but he never wanted to be involved in my life. When I turned 18, he called me once. I remember I was elated that day, but to my surprise, he was cold. He just told me he hoped I stayed happy and that he forgave me for what I did, but could never forget that he was betrayed by his own blood. He told me he disowned me. It hit me hard, harder than I ever expected. I remember falling to the ground and crying. I called my mom names, saying she ruined our family. I even cursed at my brother, saying he was a constant reminder of what she did and that I could never have a father again. After the divorce, Mom never really dated anyone. She fell into depression and took a crappy but decent paying job, renting out one of the rooms in the house to make ends meet. She still celebrated her wedding anniversary and cried sometimes. My brother often asks about his father, but I don't have an answer except for we don't have one. It's been 9 years since the divorce, and Mom never really moved on. She occasionally hooks up, but never thinks about settling down. She believes working for $60K a year and getting rent from a single room is enough to make ends meet for the rest of our lives. My dad, on the other hand, got his life together. He started a business, remarried, and has a son. I often scroll through his profile. He never accepted my friend or follow request and ignores my texts, but what I've learned is that he's living a great life. I know I don't deserve to say it. I'm as much to blame as my mom for destroying our lives and my brother's life. But I miss my dad. I miss him a lot. I miss the times we had as a family. I've gone through heartbreaks, graduation, and even an accident without my dad by my side. It feels like my insides are screaming. I tried to meet him, but when he found out I wanted to see him, he moved to another city. I had a son last year who looks so much like my dad. I want to name him after my dad and want them to meet each other. I'll be getting married by the end of this year, and I want nothing more than for my dad to walk me down the aisle. I messed up. I want him to scream at me and tell me I don't deserve to be his daughter. I want him to be angry, but I want him in my life. I want my dad. Not a single day goes by that I don't miss him. I've sent long emails explaining and apologizing, but there has been no response. I met him once in November 2020. I walked up to him and said hi. He looked straight into my eyes and asked, "Who are you?" When I told him I was his daughter with tears in my eyes, he said he didn't have one and walked away. My fiance was with me. He helped me through it. My dad is by no means a bad person. He did everything any normal person in his shoes would do. I know I don't have the right to apologize or even ask him for anything, but for once I want him to acknowledge me. I just want him to recognize me for a single day, on my wedding day, and look me in the eye and tell me I'm his daughter. User Dumpster Fire said, "You shouldn't have been involved at all. Your mother is a piece of work for involving you, and she deserves everything she got and more. You and your brother don't deserve any of that. However, you were old enough to know better and should have told your mother to inform your father immediately. Unfortunately, you can't make your father have a relationship with you. I'm sorry he's chosen to cut you off. I would recommend getting some therapy." User Just Lurking said, "You can't fix this. You betrayed him and he wants nothing more to do with you. Maybe he'll want to talk to you eventually in the years to come, and maybe he won't. Calling or emailing him won't make it happen any faster. Send him a short email every time you change your address so he can contact you if he wants to, but other than that, you probably need to leave him alone." User Little Ladybug said, "I know you were young, but I think it really crossed the point of no return when you saw him pushing himself against doctor's orders and possibly harming himself for a baby you knew wasn't his, yet you said nothing. There is a level of wrong that even being young and in a difficult position between your parents can't excuse, and that was it. Just stop. Everything you typed here is about you. You clearly don't care about his pain or what he wants or needs because you keep hurting him to try to get what you want. Every time you reach out and push his boundaries, you're showing him that you're still selfish, still only thinking of what you want, and still don't care about his feelings. All you're doing is making it clear that he made the right choice for his own well-being. Just stop." This story was posted by a user named Wrong Cockroach in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My sister's BF tried to kill her and used my child as a hostage. Just to start off, everyone is okay. He was caught and arrested and is currently in jail with a bond his family can't afford. I don't know where to start, but I guess I'll begin by saying I'm traumatized. As a parent, the second worst thing that could happen has happened. I didn't know where he was for 6 minutes, but it felt like it was 30. I feel like I was the last person contacted expected to know what was going on. I'm angry. I'm angry at my sister's boyfriend. I'm angry at my sister, and I'm angry at myself. I know I shouldn't be, but I am. To make a long story short, my sister was supposed to watch my son a couple of nights ago. She said she wouldn't be off work in time, but that he could watch him for 30 minutes to an hour before she got off. I thought it would be okay since it wasn't a long period of time. I was so wrong. I got a bad gut feeling when I pulled in to drop him off, but I ignored it. I chalked it up to anxiety and thought I was just being selfish and wanted a fun night out. I received a call about 45 minutes after dropping him off. Just came to, beat her up, crashed her car, and took off in the crashed car. I'm sorry, OP. I called back, and she told me that they found him, but that I couldn't see him yet. Instantly, I thought he was dead. That was the worst 6 minutes of my life. Basically, my sister tried to break up with him that morning, but in his eyes, she wasn't allowed to break up with him, and that's what started all of this. He was using their dog as a hostage at first, so my sister got our other sister to get her dog out of that situation. She said she was going to tell me not to drop off my child, but he was acting fine and had calmed down, so she didn't. But I really wish she had. I'm mad she didn't. I would have never dropped him off. He pulled up to her workplace and told her if she didn't come out, he would harm my child. He sped off into an alleyway by her work and strangled her. He said, "Do you really want to break up with me? I just want you to know if you break up with me, my child and I are going to go on a ride." She said no, and he called her a liar before crashing into her job sign, totaling her car. Then he told her if she tried to run or scream for help, he'd kill my child. He hit her again. There was more arguing before he tried to kidnap her. She jumped out of the car and ran screaming into her job. The police found my child alone in their apartment with the door locked. He had dropped him off and taken off on foot. He turned himself in after hiding for about an hour, crying and admitting everything. My child is fine and didn't know what was going on, thinking they were playing, but I am not okay. My sister isn't okay. She's been left with a large financial burden as they live together and is now without a car. She is traumatized. I feel so bad for feeling angry with her. I know I wouldn't know what to do in that situation as I've never been in it, and she was in fight or flight mode, but I am angry. Irrational or not, I'm angry she didn't let me know they were having problems. I'm angry she jumped out of the car screaming after he said he'd kill my child. I'm angry I wasn't told immediately, but I also feel bad. I've always been my sister's protector, and I wasn't even worried about her when this was going on. I was only worried about my child. I feel more angry that my child was involved than about what happened to her, and that feels terrible. I don't know why I feel this way, and I don't know what to do with these emotions. I don't know what to do from here. I want to make a post exposing him, maybe set up a GoFundMe for her, but I know she doesn't want that. I want to press personal charges or sue him, but I don't think she wants that either. I just don't know what to do or how to process my feelings. My family doesn't even want to talk about it. There's so much more I could say, but at the end of the day, I am so thankful that my child is okay. I prayed so hard. I'm thankful my sister is physically okay with only mild bruising, and I'm thankful he's in jail just hoping for a strong sentence. However, I do not wish to condemn my sister or press charges on her. That wasn't the point of this post. She was just as surprised by this as I was and was not covering for her abusive boyfriend. She had a bad lapse in judgment. She immediately ran into her job, screaming to call the police and help to get him in jail. I definitely will be more cautious moving forward, but please refrain from harsh comments about my sister. She didn't intend for this to happen. You have helped me feel justified in my anger, and I really appreciate that. Maybe it's because she's my sister and she doesn't have a bad bone in her body, but you are right. Her dog is her baby. She definitely cares more about him than her nephew, and if it was him in the car, I don't think she would have jumped out. But I'll just have to sit with this for a while. User Wolfie is sad. He said, "Press charges against that abusive excuse for a human. He literally endangered your child. He could have killed your child. Forget what your sister wants. This is out of her hands. If she isn't outraged that he tried to kill her nephew to get back at her for breaking up with him, then unleash your inner mama bear and do not relent until he is in jail for endangering your child." To this, OP said, "He's in jail. The police were called immediately and he turned himself in and confessed to everything. I am just wondering if I can personally sue or press charges if there are already criminal charges against him." User Murphy23 said, "I know your sister is his victim, but she put your child in danger. I would never forgive my sister if she did what your sister did. She would be out of my life for good. She should have called you during the day. She cared more about her relationship than about an innocent child." Update. This happened back in May. He ended up only getting 6 years probation. Right before my sister was to testify, they came and told her he took a plea deal. She was off the case and couldn't get any updates after that as it was no longer her case. His mom ended up sending me a very hateful, abuse-enabling, victim-blaming message on October 8th. He died on November 22nd, either an overdose or suicide or both. I'm not completely sure. Not much of an update. I don't really know how to feel. I'm glad he can't hurt anybody else, but sad he didn't get a just sentence and took the easy way out. I don't know. It's been a weird month. Edit. I realized I left some things out. He ended up posting bail after. I guess his family did indeed have money. About 2 weeks after all of this happened, my sister left work and found him asleep in her car. She got a coworker to take her home, and the next morning he showed up at her home and she called the police. He was arrested without bail this time. He ended up getting a good lawyer, and the rest is history. My sister and I have not been on speaking terms since June, besides occasionally exchanging a few words on Sundays when we meet with the family. After his death, we have since unblocked each other and have been in low contact. Hopefully, we can move forward and work on our relationship. User Jen SB said, "The world is just better off without some people in it. It sounds like this is one of those cases. Take comfort in knowing your family is safe and you have absolutely nothing to feel guilty about. He's gone for good rather than just a couple of years." To this, OP said, "That is true. Thank you. I fully believe he deserves to rot." My aunt thought it was wrong of me to say, "Good riddance, may he rot," and I'm a huge empath, but I have no empathy for that man. I honestly do hope he suffered as much as, or more than, he put my family through in his final moments. This has validated my feelings, so thank you. User Challenge Houdini said, "I don't know how you can speak to your sister again after all this. She endangered your child's life. She was scared for her own safety and the safety of her dog, but she was fine with that monster looking after your child. I hope this has been a great lesson to never leave your child alone with anyone you don't know well or trust. I trust no one with my children, and unless there's an emergency, I don't even ask immediate family for help." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Chimpkin. The post is titled AITAH for breaking off my engagement with my fiance because of his creepy comments toward my 14-year-old sister. I am in a tough situation and I'm not sure if I'm overreacting, so I need some outside perspectives. I've been with my fiance Charles for about 2 years and everything seemed fine until recently. A few weeks ago, my 14-year-old sister Amy came to stay with us for just a few days while our parents were out of town. During her stay, I started noticing some really unsettling things. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but Charles started making comments that made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. He would call her so hot and would say things like, "You're going to turn heads when you're older, and you've got such a body on you already." The worst part was when he said, "I'd be jealous if I were your boyfriend. Every guy will be looking at you soon." I tried to ignore it at first, but it kept happening and I began to feel sick to my stomach. Then one evening, I overheard him telling a friend on the phone, "Amy's got that look now, it's like she's starting to bloom." It was honestly one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. I felt like I was losing my mind and I just knew I couldn't stay in that relationship anymore. I confronted him about his behavior and he immediately got defensive. He denied it and said I was being paranoid and that I should trust him. He insisted that he was just being nice and that I was overreacting. I didn't care. I packed my things, broke off the engagement, and moved back in with my parents. Now, my friends and some family members are telling me I overreacted. They say I should have talked it out with him first, but I don't see how that would have changed anything. So AITA for breaking up with my fiance because of his creepy comments toward my little sister. Obviously, this dude is really weird and OP is NTA. I don't actually care too much since it's none of my business, but the age gap between OP and her fiance is a bit alarming to me at least. I'm sure a 15-year age gap isn't the biggest issue for some couples, but I'd assume those are far and few between. Just as we'll see in the comments, I got the impression that this guy was primarily with OP because he had some sort of fetish for women who are significantly younger than himself. He may have seen OP as an opportunity to get to her sister. User Aggravating Ring said, "Drop the man and the friends defending him. That is red flag on fire behavior." To this user, Agile Top said, "He was grooming your sisters. He's got huge pedophile vibes. I would not want him around your sister or any future friends' kids or your own. That age gap is too much. Your sister is not much younger than you are. To us older people, him being with you is just as inappropriate as you picturing him with your sister." Get out. Good job. I'd also look him up to see if he's on an offender list. User Ranty said NTA. He liked you because of how young you were, and the same applies to your sister. You made the right choice. Edit. If you've come here to tell me it's a fake story, please keep scrolling because the notifications are starting to pile up. This story might be fake, but plenty of people have replied to me with similar experiences, so hopefully there's a lesson to be learned. User OK Analyst said, please keep an eye on her and make sure your ex isn't reaching out to her. Considering her age is the same as your age gap and she's close to the age you were when you met him, I would be worried he's a predator and might start grooming her. Fingers crossed he's not, but it's better to keep her safe. This last post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, GF has a secret conversation every morning and it's making me crazy. My girlfriend and I have been dating for a few months. My work switched to full home working recently, so I started staying over more, and things have been great, apart from one issue. When I used to stay over and get up early for work, my girlfriend would stay in bed until after I left. As soon as I started working from home, she became an instant early riser, always getting up maybe 20 minutes before me. When she asked me about it, she says she just likes a quiet coffee in the mornings. I got up early a couple of times, made fresh coffee, and handed her a cup so we could enjoy it together. But wherever I sit, she would go and sit elsewhere. This has been really getting to me, so I pressed the point and said it would be nice to sit together in the mornings. It didn't go well, and when I tried to sit with her the next day, she went to her office and locked the door behind her. She did this several days in a row last week, and when I try to bring it up, she says she doesn't want to talk about it. Yesterday was my day off, so I stayed in bed, waited until she got up for her quiet coffee, and I crept up to the office. As I suspected, she was talking to someone. She was speaking very softly, so I couldn't make it out, but it sounded like an intimate conversation. I've barely spoken to her since and don't know what to say. How do you address this when she refuses to even speak about it? What is she getting from another relationship when I am with her 24/7 for the last 2 weeks? I do have a small camera I could put in her office. I know it's wrong, but this is driving me crazy, and if I need to confront her, it will be easier with all the evidence. Update. I noticed recently that my girlfriend was avoiding me in the mornings only for a short period of time, but every single day, insisting she just wants a quiet coffee on her own. I happened to hear her talking to someone during one of these morning sessions and obviously wanted to know who she's talking to every single morning. Today, when she got up and went to make coffee, I took her mug and wouldn't let her have it. I was only joking at first, but it turned worse with her saying, "Just give me my mug." I lost my temper and said, "Just tell me who you're cheating on me with." This is where I think I'm the asshole. Maybe because it was something she's been doing every day since her dad died almost a year ago. She talks to him every morning while she drinks her coffee, just chatting about her day or whatever. Obviously, I backed off right away and sat down. I told her it's fine and she should keep doing it. I want her to, and I just needed to know. I just thought she was talking to some other guy. She shook her head and said it was just a silly thing and she couldn't keep doing it, now she had to talk about it. I don't know why me knowing what she's doing makes a difference and would have avoided this whole thing. She seemed sad but was smiling, so I went in the bedroom. But just a minute later, I heard her crying really hard. I went back and she was saying, "He's gone now, he's really gone." So I said, "Are you talking about your dad?" And she just got up and ran out the door. She has not answered my text, and then about an hour ago, her brother came to the door and called me a f***ing asshole and worse. I honestly thought he was going to hit me. He took some of her stuff and said she won't be home tonight. I never meant to upset her, and it is not unreasonable to want to know who your partner is talking to every morning. I am sorry she got upset, but am I really in the wrong here? Update 2. My girlfriend and I had an argument last week over coffee of all things. It got out of hand and she went to stay somewhere else to cool off. Now she is only speaking to me through her brother who hates me anyway, so I don't have any chance to set things right. He is saying I need to move out in 3 days so she can come home, but I have nowhere to go and can't get a place of my own that fast. I know that if I could talk to her, we could get past this, but everything is going through him, and I am sure he is twisting her words and mine to keep us apart. She has blocked me on everything and her phone is here, so I can't call or text her. What can I do to get past her brother who is trying to keep us apart? I need to set things straight or I'm going to be homeless. Edit, she has taken some leave from her job, but her work phone and laptop are here, so I could possibly use her job to convince her to speak with me. I think it's totally fine for OP to be concerned, but I'm not entirely sure if setting up a camera in this situation is the best idea. That being said, there are a lot of comments that heavily side against OP, and I'm not sure if I'm in the minority, but I feel like some of the hate toward him is unjustified. However, I do agree that some of his decisions are a bit over the top. For example, swiping his girlfriend's coffee. If you boil it down, I feel that these two people are just not right for each other. User Begonia said, "This hit a nerve for me. I too like to have quiet coffee in the morning. With 4 kids and a husband who wakes up like a Disney princess every morning, I just wanted some peace and quiet before I began my day. My husband did not understand this. He would get miffed when I didn't want to chat with him in the morning. Can't we just have the local news on and not talk, please? So I stopped waking up with him. He's in construction and wakes up at 5 every morning, so I started sleeping in until he left for work at 6:30. After 30 plus years of marriage, he's finally gotten the message and knows that if he wants me to wake up with him, he needs to not be so chatty and give me time to wake up. I'm glad the girlfriend broke up with OP. He just keeps reinforcing the fact that he has no respect for her needs or wants and is jealous, possessive, and incredibly immature." User Navi the Fairy said, "I figured it was some type of morning ritual, prayer, or meditation. She should probably see a counselor, but this is a perfectly normal grief ritual, and some things are okay to keep private and sacred. This dude couldn't even give her an inch of her own space while mooching off her housing situation. It feels like she was done with him for a while. I don't think she had to tell him what she was doing for 20 minutes in her own private home. I don't think your partner needs to know 100% of your inner world. He's so unstable that he immediately jumped to conclusions and accused her of something awful. Who needs that nuisance in their life?" User The Littlest Mouse said, reading between the lines, "It seems this dude got himself evicted from his last apartment, and they changed the locks and confiscated his stuff to pay back rent. The amount of entitlement from this asshole is amazing. He essentially forced the issue of moving in by playing on his girlfriend's guilt. Didn't support her after the loss of her father, didn't listen when she asked for a small amount of space, and is now shocked that she didn't keep rolling over for him. His latest post is infuriating. It's all about himself and his predicament, with nothing about trying to understand and make amends with his girlfriend. He epitomizes the idea that poor planning is not someone else's emergency. He couldn't be bothered to care about her and is now shocked that she doesn't want to keep bankrolling his life." This story was posted by a user named Honest Version in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for telling my friend that he deserved to have his GF cheat on him, then get beat by her affair partner. My friend Mark has recently been experiencing a lot of relationship troubles with his girlfriend Leah. They got together back in February of this year, and their relationship has become a complete train wreck. Mark was head over heels for Leah. He has told me and our other friends that she is definitely the one, and that he eventually plans on marrying her and settling down. This all seemed both premature and immature to me, but it's beside the point. Leah, on the other hand, is a nightmare. She has cheated on Mark several times now, and every time she does, she gives him some lame excuse about him not being supportive enough, or that she made a mistake, or that she wanted to see him get jealous for her sake. He believes her every time. According to Mark, Leah largely acts this way because her father was very abusive towards her and her mother, which has left her with a lot of trauma. Mark constantly reiterates that he wants to help her work through it, but things haven't really been going his way. Since September, Leah has been seeing another guy, Derek, and she is 100% infatuated with him. I only know this based on what my other friends have been telling me because I was in another state for college. Mark has been arguing a lot with Leah about Derek, and she has threatened to leave him if he doesn't simply accept her for who she is. He did. Not only that, he and Leah have entered what he calls a semi-open relationship. This means, according to Mark, that Leah is allowed to see Derek as much as she wants, but Mark isn't allowed to see anyone else. This is because Leah fears that Mark would become emotionally invested in someone else and leave her. Mark begrudgingly agreed to this arrangement and has been seething about it for months. Since about November, Leah has been spending more time with Derek than with Mark. While Mark doesn't admit it, our other friends have told me that she is essentially in a full-time relationship with Derek and only comes to Mark for money and emotional support. Fast forward to this week, I'm back home for the break. Mark started texting me on Saturday saying that he hated Derek for trying to steal his girl and wanted to confront him that night. He asked me to come along since all of our other friends couldn't. Since I had just returned home the day before, I was still exhausted, so I flatly refused Mark's request. I told him that Leah was a lost cause and that I wasn't going to fight people I'd never met for her. Mark started begging me, saying that Leah is the love of his life and that he needs my help. I refused again. He then said he would go on his own, but I advised him against it. I woke up Sunday morning to more than 300 messages on my phone from Mark and all our friends. Long story short, Mark went over to Derek's place to bring Leah back. He ended up getting beaten up by Derek and his friends. They only stopped when Leah asked them to. I called Mark and suggested he talk to a lawyer or something, but he refused since Leah asked him not to escalate the situation. I then told him he was being foolish, which triggered him significantly. He started calling me names like and Snake for not backing him up and accused me of being a fake friend. At this point, I was so irritated that I told Mark he deserved to get jumped and that it made sense why Leah preferred Derek over him. He hung up on me, and we haven't spoken since. Since then, my other friends have been saying that I'm an asshole for how I handled the conversation, but they do agree that Mark is being foolish. Update. Some of my friends and I ended up going out with Mark to see how he was doing. We didn't want to go to his parents' place since Leah was now living there with him and we didn't want to see her. He looked very beaten up, but surprisingly, he was in a good mood and even insisted that I didn't have to apologize for how I spoke last time. He told us that Derek ended up dumping Leah a few days after the fight. Apparently, he asked Leah to break up with Mark. She refused and they argued. Their conversation ended with Leah being kicked out of his apartment in the middle of the night, and Mark had to come pick her up. He has refused his parents' request to escalate the situation at Leah's request. Mark said that Leah has been very depressed about Derek dumping her and spends a lot of her days crying. Mark claims he's incredibly thankful to be there to comfort her and provide emotional support. He keeps saying that when it comes down to it, Leah chose him over Derek, and nothing can take that away. As I mentioned earlier, Leah has decided to return to living with Mark. She can technically go to her mother's house, but doesn't want to. Here's the real kicker. Mark says he has a very good reason to believe Leah might be in the early stages of pregnancy now. My friends and I assumed the child was Derek's, but Mark insisted that regardless, it would be his child. We asked him to get a paternity test, but he has refused since he can't do that to Leah. We've told him that the relationship is toxic, but he didn't want to hear it since that was a matter of perspective. Also, his parents have no clue about the potential pregnancy. He says that in the future, he doesn't want us to say anything about Leah unless it is the absolute truth. My other friends and I all left pretty stunned, and I'm thinking that at this stage, I'll slowly be removing myself from Mark's life. It sucks since I've known him for a long time and do enjoy his company. However, I don't think I'll be able to remain friends with him in good faith if I'm not able to speak honestly with him. I don't think the OP is wrong here. His friend has been given several opportunities to end this relationship, but he just keeps going back. They say they're in a semi-open relationship, but I think that term is just nonsense. It's either open or it isn't. OP's friend is just a lost cause, and to put it bluntly, he deserves everything that's coming to him from here on out. User Fjordgard said, "Poor kid. My bet is that Mark will raise a child he isn't even the father of, basically on his own. Chances are that Leah will prefer spending her time at another guy's place rather than with her child. It's actually kind of surprising that she wants to have the child in the first place." User Mooney said, "At this point all they can do is watch Mark ruin his life." A deleted user said, "Well, you can't save everyone." To this global reference said, "Some people just want to live in their delusion. Mark has created an illusion of Leah and he doesn't want to shatter it, because if he does, he will be exposed to the cold, hard truth. Maybe when he is 25 and his brain finally develops, he will see it, but by then it will be too late." This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My husband has informed me that he intends to go on a gaycation with his brother-in-law in Ibiza. So my husband and I have been happily married for about 16 years, give or take. We both have stable careers, a good family life, and are fairly fortunate despite the rising cost of living in the UK right now. We have 2 boys and up until this Sunday thought we had it pretty good. We argue sometimes, of course, but it has never gotten too bad and we have a decent life with some exploration, but I won't get into that. The long and short of it is that on Sunday, just after I dropped our boys off at their friends' houses, my husband asked me if we had the house to ourselves and, more importantly, if I had a minute to talk. I said yes, and he sat me down and pulled out this printed poster for some sort of orgy. He started explaining to me the concept of a gaycation. He described it as a trip where straight men go somewhere with sun, sand, and booze and become gay for the duration of the trip. But that's fine because it doesn't actually count. What happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. I was completely silent and mortified, even more so when he mentioned that he was looking into booking a trip to Ibiza next year with his brother-in-law to experience it for himself. When he finally let me speak, I asked him to be clear. Was he gay? Because if so, that's okay, but we would need to figure out what happens going forward. I didn't let myself get angry or upset, I was just stunned. He swore up and down that he wasn't gay and that he was 100% attracted to women and still loves me and our boys. So I asked if he thought he might be bisexual, but he got very defensive, saying I needed to drop the accusations. He insisted that this is the beauty of the gaycation. It allows straight men to experience gayness without actually being gay. It's like going to an aquarium. Again, he was adamant that he doesn't find men's bodies or genitalia exciting at all, but he feels the need to experience this. I told him I'm really not comfortable with it because even if he were bi, this would be explicitly cheating on me. He got angry again and reiterated that he's not gay because that's the beauty of the gaycation, etc. I had enough at that point and left the room. I ignored him for the rest of the day, but we spoke at dinner where I asked him again why he wanted to do this so badly if he's not gay. He said he's interested in how gay men's lives differ from straight men's lives, and that unfortunately, once the gaycation begins, it's simply impossible for a man to resist. He must surrender himself mind, body, and soul to the gaycation or be destroyed. I really can't put into words how surreal it was because he spoke so matter-of-factly. He insisted this is something straight men do all the time and that he's actually doing it a bit late. I told him that if he has any love for me, then he can't go ahead with this. If he does, our marriage will be over. We didn't speak anymore after that. Since then, he's mentioned nothing more about it, but somehow, this is what scares me a lot. It genuinely seems to be tearing him up inside. He didn't go into work on Monday because he told them he felt too ill. He looks distraught every time I see him. I really don't think he's wholly gay. I can absolutely believe he's bi, but I'd rather we talked about that in a healthy way rather than having this incredibly weird denialism around going on a holiday to Ibiza. Has anyone known straight guys to do this and then come back and just go back to being straight? Surely that can't be a thing that happens. I'm so out of my depth here. I just don't know how to even initiate the conversation. For the record, I also haven't mentioned it to his sister yet. I don't know how I'd even break it to her. Thanks for any help. Just being able to get this out there has helped even just a little bit. Edit, wow, this blew up. This has been incredibly sobering, and I think I've now confirmed what I already knew. The marriage is dead one way or another. In a way, I was in denial myself about that. I contacted my sil and she initially screamed at me, calling me a liar and insinuating that I was trying to steal her husband. She called me back shortly after to apologize and admitted she was in deep shock. I have asked my parents to look after the boys and we're going to meet tomorrow to discuss this in more depth. I have also texted my husband to inform him that he will need to make alternative accommodation arrangements because he will not be sleeping here tonight, and a bag will be waiting for him. I'm not sure if the mods want to lock the post or not, but I think I've got my answers. Thank you for all the kind words, especially Champion Flight, who really gave me the dose of reality I needed. P.S. I see a lot of people asking about the aquarium, and at the risk of doxing myself, there is a pretty famous aquarium in the UK called The Deep. At the very end, you walk through a tunnel that goes underneath the main fish tank, so it's quite immersive, I suppose. My husband explained the aquarium analogy by saying it's a bit like that. You go there and observe the fish. You even get a bit up close, but you never actually enter the water or become a fish, so it doesn't really count. It was a very bizarre analogy, and I pointed out that it still makes no sense. He just got more huffy and insisted that I just don't get it, and frankly, I still don't. Update. So, when I last posted, I had contacted my husband to tell him he wouldn't be staying at home tonight and that a bag would be waiting for him. As you can imagine, we argued quite badly. I won't go into the specific details, but I am now 100% on board with the fact that, at a minimum, he's bisexual and might even be gay altogether. We've had arguments in the past, but I've genuinely never seen him have such a childish tantrum before, screaming about how I just don't understand the gaycation, and insinuating that I'm actually homophobic because I refuse to allow him to participate in this cultural exchange with the gay community. A lot of you suggested asking him if it would be acceptable if the roles were reversed, so I asked him if it would be acceptable for me to go and sleep with other guys during that week. Like clockwork, he became very angry and offended, saying it's completely different because a gaycation means nothing and what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation, etc. So it doesn't actually count, whereas I'd just be straight up cheating. Well, I turned it around on him. No, but you see, what happens in Manchester stays in Manchester. It doesn't mean anything, it doesn't count, it's like bird watching. And I think it got through to him. He went quiet and then started crying, admitting that the thought of me sleeping with another man is destroying his heart, but that relationships need sacrifices. So he agreed, while in tears, that when he goes on the gaycation, I'll get 1 week in Manchester to do whatever I want. He doesn't want me to, but that's fair in a twisted way, he supposed. I told him to get out of my house. Thankfully, he left without a fight. I know it's incredibly petty, but I also drained the joint bank account so he couldn't try to use it against me. About an hour later, I received a call from his mom, who just screamed at me about being a cheating how I was horrible and what about the kids, etc. When I finally regained my composure, I told her to ask her son about the gaycation. At first, she got angry, but I insisted she ask him about it. He'd explain. She called me a joke and hung up. Later in the evening, I received another phone call from her in floods of tears. She was very apologetic, and I told her she didn't need to be the one to apologize. She was so upset that she put my father-in-law on the phone. While he sounded calm, I could tell he was on the warpath. He was again very apologetic and said he overheard that phrase. He asked my husband about it. My husband initially said it was nothing before explaining how it's a modern thing men do, etc., giving them the same spiel about how what happens on the gaycation is irresistible and how a man must surrender to it. My father-in-law said they told my husband to leave or they'd call the police. They didn't care where he went as long as he wasn't staying there. My husband tried to call me while I was on the phone with them, but I ignored it. My father-in-law expressed his sympathy for me and assured me they were on my side. So that's one thing. I told them to be there for their daughter because it sounds like my brother-in-law is involved, and my father-in-law said he had to go because he was so incredibly angry. After our phone call, I received a text from my husband that was weirdly rambling. He said I'd abused the gaycation to destroy his marriage and destroy his life, and again insinuated that I were homophobic for doing such a thing. I told him we'll talk when he grows up and then blocked his number. I took a day off work today to have the locks changed this morning, so that's 500 pounds gone, but whatever, at least I know he won't be coming back. I'm going to look into how to proceed with a divorce and then we'll move from there. Oh, of course, there's also the brother-in-law. I haven't yet met with my Sil because she was in such a state and has taken this far worse than I have for reasons that will soon be clear. We're going to try to meet tomorrow, but we did talk over the phone and I eavesdropped on the conversation with her husband by putting my phone on mute. When her husband got home earlier, she asked him to explain what a gaycation is. She told me afterward that she was praying he would look confused or just say what or anything like that. But instead, he sat her down and explained that a gaycation is a new thing where straight men go to gay hotspots and participate in gay acts, but it doesn't count because there's no investment, and because what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. He said it's like writing down angry thoughts and putting them in a drawer. You never have to see them again. The whole time, Asil was in tears as he calmly dismissed the same points my husband made about how it doesn't count. He even echoed the whole "it's impossible to resist, you must surrender or be destroyed" nonsense. I seriously think they must be speaking to a dominatrix or something, because surely neither of them is that into this to actually come up with it on their own. I really don't want to go into what was discussed for her sake, but it became very apparent to me that the brother-in-law is into sissy hypno porn, and at times conflated that with the concept of a gaycation. There was this utterly surreal moment where Sil was trying to wrap her head around all of this while also in floods of tears. He explained so genuinely and matter-of-factly that for most men, the gaycation is either a one-time or annual thing, but some men go on the gaycation for years, and others simply never return because they use hypnosis and mind control to be totally feminized into a state of permanent pseudo-gayness. She said in disbelief that if you're willingly taking it up the ass because you want to, that makes you gay. He responded no, because that's the beauty of the gaycation. You can do all this gay stuff without interacting with the wider gay life experience. She asked him if the sissy stuff is what he wanted, and he said not on a long-term basis, insisting that this is something all straight men do, but that she wouldn't understand because she's a woman. Then there were more insinuations of homophobia. Well, that marriage is dead too, I suppose. The whole ordeal ended when she told him he had a choice to make. He said no, he didn't need to make a choice because the beauty of the gaycation allows him to keep his marriage. It doesn't count. She said that's not the choice. The choice is whether he's leaving the house that night or she is. The only good thing he did was leave. Afterward, Sil and I spoke about it and I'm still utterly stunned. I understand she's gone to her parents for support. What exactly did we do to have our lives destroyed in such an abrupt, bizarre, embarrassing way? Per some advice, I'm going to look at devices and bank statements to see if I can find any definitive proof of cheating. After that, I suppose I'll figure out how to tell the boys why their father won't be coming home. Edit. I spoke to another sister-in-law and gave her a skimmed-down version of everything. She asked her husband about it, and thankfully he was deeply confused, but then mentioned that about 2 years ago at a birthday party, my husband and brother-in-law approached him about signing up for some online boot camp around BDSM cross-dressing. He assumed they were joking and told them to f*** off, never really thinking about it again. The fact that this has been going on for so long is making me want to throw up. OP's husband is wildly deluded. I actually had to do a bit of a double take when reading this. I wasn't sure if I was understanding the story correctly. I'm basically speechless after reading it. It seems like a pretty cut and dry situation, albeit a strange one. If OP's husband is gay, that's fine, he can go and be gay, but it's obviously unfair to subject his partner to that and try to gaslight her into thinking this is acceptable in a marriage. User Angel Irene said, the internalized homophobia here is suffocating. Real talk. I think the concept of a gaycation is actively homophobic. I hate it. If it were a vacation that openly gay men took to go wild every year with their gay besties, then sure. But it's not. It's an overly complicated way to cheat on your wife. User Rickenback said, the ironic thing is that these two men are the ones behaving like homophobes. Acting as if gay sex doesn't count as cheating implies that gay sex is somehow less valid. It's straight up homophobia. User Rai Moss said, I mean, as a gay guy, there are indeed plenty of straight men who don't feel guilty about cheating on their wives with other men because it doesn't count because they're not really gay. But man, I've never seen anyone so committed to that concept. This last post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Valuable Bit. The post is titled, My sister-in-law pranked me by giving me alcohol, knowing I don't drink. The short answer for this is that I grew up with two highly abusive alcoholic parents. It took me a lot of self-work and therapy to even be able to be in the same room as people who are drinking. When I meet new people, I politely turn down drinks by saying something like, I don't drink. There have obviously been instances where people ask me why, but I never go into the traumatic details. I've never had anyone push it on me or anything. That's what makes what happened last weekend so bizarre. On the second Saturday of every month, my husband and his sister throw a cookout for all of their childhood friends. I've always thought it was really cool that they stayed close with so many people since I moved away from home and only stay in contact with one friend from school. I've been attending these hangouts ever since my husband and I started dating, and there have never been any issues. I get along well with his friends and his sister. Last Saturday, my husband took my 11-year-old little brother out of town for a dad and son day. So I went to the cookout alone this time. I've done this a couple of times before and it's always been fine. My Sil handed out the usual mimosas and I asked for just orange juice like always. When I took a sip of the drink she handed me, I immediately spit it out because I could taste champagne. I turned to my Sil and said, "Oh, you must have given me your drink by mistake." When I turned around, I noticed her and two of her friends laughing. I was so confused. I asked what was going on, and my Sil said through her giggles, "We thought it would be funny to see how you react to alcohol since we've never seen you drink it before. You should have seen your face." I was honestly just so shocked that my only response was, "What the hell?" As they continued laughing, I told them I was leaving. I honestly don't even remember the drive home because I was trying to keep myself from having a panic attack. When I finally got home, I broke down crying. My husband and brother got home shortly after that, and I couldn't hide how I was feeling even if I wanted to. My husband immediately asked me what was wrong and I broke down again. I hate that my brother had to see me cry. I try to keep our house as happy and safe as possible. After putting on a movie for my brother, I explained what happened to my husband. He was so mad. I've never seen him like that before. He told me to relax with my brother while he sorted everything out. I could hear him yelling at his sister on the phone, and after almost an hour, he came and sat with us and told me we wouldn't be seeing her again. The next day, we told my mother and father-in-law. I've always been really close with them, so I wanted to confide in them, but I was scared because that's their daughter, and I didn't want to speak badly about her to them. To my surprise, they were absolutely mortified and very apologetic on behalf of their daughter. I'm so glad because my little brother adores them. It would have been devastating if our relationship with them suffered because of this. So yeah, this past week has been so weird. I feel oddly betrayed. I hate that my Sil and her friends used me as some sort of entertainment for the day. While they may not know the trauma this triggered inside me, I'm confused about why they thought that was an okay thing to do. I also feel guilty because I don't want my husband to stop going to the cookouts and lose his time with his friends, nor do I want him and his sister to never see each other again because of me. My husband is amazing and has assured me it wouldn't be my fault if they never speak again. It's just hard not to feel that way. Don't worry though, I've had a lot of emergency therapy sessions this week and I know I'll be okay. It was just such a bizarre thing to experience. It seems like such a small, inconsequential thing to have happened to me, but it's been a crash course on trauma, triggers, PTSD, etc. Typing it out has been so helpful. Thanks for listening to my ramblings. Update. A lot of you guessed right. This isn't the first time my Sil has done something like this. She is definitely what some would consider a mean girl. My husband and his parents have had multiple falling outs with her over the years, but they've been on good terms recently until she pranked me. So yeah, I can see how my husband's immediate reaction to go no contact might seem like an overreaction, but he's dealt with a lot from her in the past. I don't want to give any specific examples because they're personal to my husband and his family. Hope you all understand. So here's what happened after my last post. After talking with my therapist and my husband, I decided I wanted to message my CL. I asked her if she wanted to get lunch and talk about what happened. I wanted to explain some of my past to her, including my PTSD diagnosis and why what she did affected me so much. I just wanted this to be over and for us to come to an understanding, but she never responded. A couple of my husband's friends who were at the cookout when the prank happened called us to check in on me. They said they had no idea my Sil planned that and that they never would have let it happen. That's probably why she didn't clue them in on the prank. They told me that after I left, they told her it wasn't cool. After a couple of days, I just gave up hope of her messaging me back and decided to start moving on. Yesterday, my Sil blew up my husband's phone. She said some pretty awful things. To summarize, it was along the lines of, "It's not my fault your wife is a PSSE who is scared of champagne." She said she never liked me and wished my husband had stayed with his high school girlfriend. The worst thing she said was that my husband was just doing charity by taking in a couple of orphans. If you don't remember, I have custody of my 11-year-old brother, and we don't have any contact with our parents because they're abusive. So yeah, some pretty awful stuff. I was honestly just shocked. I thought we got along fine. We were never best friends or anything, but I had no idea she held this much animosity toward me. Maybe she's just embarrassed and lashing out because some of her friends berated her for it? I don't know. My husband sent just one message back to her saying he never wants to see or talk to her again, then blocked her and her husband's numbers. He told his parents what happened and they were furious too. I don't know what they said to her, but they're about as done with her as my husband is. Since I've been in therapy and have support around me, her words didn't bother me much. I know she obviously has some problems to deal with and I'm just her latest target. The worst thing she did was bring my brother up. I'll never forgive her for that. He's not an orphan, he has two parents who love him, and I'm not either. I have in-laws who love and support me. They always have my back, even when it comes to their own daughter. If I never see my Sil again, I'd be fine with that. I truly hope one day she'll come to her senses and understand that the way she treats people isn't right. We've decided to turn every second Saturday of the month into family day instead of the cookouts. I'm going to be just fine. I'm already feeling miles better than I did when writing my previous post. For everyone calling me dramatic, I'm genuinely glad you don't have experience with PTSD or triggers. I don't think it's funny to give someone alcohol without their consent, even if you know the person drinks. Anyway, again, thank you for all the kind words. I hope there will be no more updates, but if anything crazy happens, I'll let you know. User Matcha Magpie said, "Don't mess with what people put into their bodies. Period." I'm glad that OP's husband and in-laws have her back. Unfortunately, that's not always the case in these stories. The sequel said, "People are so weird about alcohol for no reason. When people ask if I don't drink, there genuinely isn't a single answer I could give that isn't weirdly personal or mood ruining. So I just go ahead and say every possible reason. I'm pregnant, a former alcoholic with several DUIs, my parents were abusive drinkers, and I'm riddled with the entire DSM-5. I have no idea how I'll act these days while under the influence. And it tastes terrible. Like, are you happy now? Why do people randomly want you to lore drop at a bar? Stop asking questions like a nosy toddler. Grow up and let me enjoy my soda. This story was posted by a user named Strawberry in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "I'm 22 years old and just got the news that I'm dying. I failed at life and am now leaving behind a 3-year-old daughter." As the title says, last week I received the news from my doctor that I am dying from lung cancer. It turns out that smoking since I was 15 and then increasing it to 3 packs a day a few years ago was a bad idea. Stupid, I know. I thought it wouldn't come so soon. It's stage 4, and as of now, I have only months to live. Please don't feel bad for me. I've done nothing good in life except have my daughter to really warrant sadness about losing me. I have no family because I grew up in the foster system and aged out at 18. My daughter's father is in prison for serious crimes, and even if he were released, he wouldn't be allowed to be in her life. My daughter is only 3 years old. We don't live in a good area, and when I go to work, I have to leave her with an elderly neighbor who always gets her name wrong. I don't want her to grow up like I did in the foster care system. I feel like it's the reason why I messed up and did nothing good with my life. Yes, I know it's not the only reason. My own mistakes caused most of my issues. But if I had just some family or a support system to keep me in check, things could have been better. I want to give her a chance to have a better shot than I did. The thing is, I do have an idea for who could take care of her. One of my closest friends is a coworker at my job, and she's amazing. While I'm at the bottom of the job hierarchy, if they need to lay off people, I would definitely be the first to go. She's their prized worker and makes serious money. She has a good husband and a child. I want to ask her if she would be willing to adopt my little girl once I'm gone. But I know it might not go well. The issue is that my coworker and her family are black, while my daughter and I are white. We both have blue eyes and can't tan. We are very fair-skinned. There is no way I can ask my friend to adopt my daughter and force her to deal with the challenges that an adoption like that would bring to her family. But then that just leaves my little girl to grow up like I did in a broken system with only a will of about $1,000 to help her and a necklace from my mother that I'm going to give her. I don't know if I should bite the bullet and ask my close friend if she is willing to take my daughter or just suck it up and try to work as hard as I can to put as much money into my will for my girl. Either way, I feel like I've failed as a mother, and that is a regret I'm literally taking to my grave. Edit. Okay, I reached out to her and we were able to set up a place to meet. It's a simple, inexpensive bakery where you can eat inside. I'm going to ask her if she can adopt my daughter. That way, if she says no, I'll have more time to go to an adoption agency near us. Thank you for the support, everyone. Update. Alright, I'm back now. A day after my post, I was able to meet up with my friend / coworker. After telling her about my diagnosis, something I haven't shared with anyone at work, I asked her if she was willing to adopt my little girl. She was shocked and tried to comfort me about my upcoming death. However, she couldn't give me her answer right then and there. It turns out she does want a daughter, but a complication during her second pregnancy caused some issues I don't feel comfortable sharing. She wants to consider adopting, but first needed to discuss it with her husband and plan if he agrees. I understood, given it was a significant change for their family. I said okay, and after we ate, she gave me a hug and told me she would miss me. Embarrassingly, I started crying. The emails gave me this idea, which I thought was amazing. So I created an email for my daughter and started pre-recording videos for various life events. It's nowhere near complete, but I already have some ideas and have recorded videos for her birthdays, first crushes, prom, and first job. Sadly, I realized while planning that most videos will be "don't do what I did." My friend reached out to me a few days ago and said that after a long discussion with her husband, they are both considering it. Apparently, they have a process where after discussing a significant life change, they agree on something, wait a while, and if they're still on the same page, it sounds like a good idea. She emphasized that it wasn't a definitive yes, there are some issues they want to resolve first. She explained that while they both like the idea, they barely know my daughter. Her husband and 6-year-old son haven't even met her, and while she has heard about her, it's only through me. They developed a plan. For the rest of this month, I'll drop off my daughter at their house 2 hours earlier than normal, allowing her husband, who works from home, to watch her. I'll then go to work with my coworker. This way, her husband and son can get to know her. She also suggested we celebrate Christmas together, which is something to look forward to. I did this yesterday, and when I picked up my daughter, she was the happiest I've seen her in a long time. My friend's husband said they had a rocky start. She was initially scared and hesitant to play with their son. However, considering it was their first day, he believes she'll improve. We repeated the arrangement today, and he noted that she mostly watched their son play, which was already an improvement from yesterday. That's the current situation. I'm anxious this might lead to nothing, but at the very least, my daughter is now creating better memories than she had with me. Even if they ultimately say no, she's experiencing something more positive. Update 2, I'm back again. I apologize for being gone so long. A lot has happened, and this will be my last post. So this is going to be long, sorry. First, I started feeling really sick days after Christmas. My whole chest was hurting like someone was hitting it with a hammer over and over, and I was coughing up blood. My best friend was terrified that I had caught something because the doctor said that getting sick right now could be deadly, so we had to go to the doctor. Thankfully, I hadn't caught anything. It was just the symptoms getting worse. Also, fortunately, at the time, I was still at work, so I didn't have to pay much for the bills. Yeah, that was another terrible thing that happened to me recently. After that trip to the hospital, my work called me in privately. Remember how I said that if something were to happen, I would be the first to go? Guess what? The bosses were telling me how they couldn't keep me there as I'm dying because it wouldn't feel right, and how it's apparent to them my illness was slowing me down, and forcing my coworkers to work harder to make up for me wouldn't be fair and all that. I know I was just causing more problems for my coworkers since I got diagnosed, but I didn't think they would complain about me to my bosses. I'm so stupid for that. Of course, I was being a burden. I was hoping to still be with them to the end of the month so I could pay my apartment rent. And I had barely enough money for bills, rent, groceries, public transport, and hospital bills. This is where my best friend / former coworker comes in. After testing out caring for my little girl for a few weeks and spending a big holiday with them, she and her husband agreed to adopt her. She was telling me about some of her plans, and I told her it would probably be for the best that my daughter moves in with them. She asked me why, and I told her our work fired me and I wouldn't be able to care for both of us with so little money. She told me we both could move in with them. They have plenty of guest rooms I could pick from. I swear I tried to say no. Her family was already doing so much for us. I felt like this was too much. She told me I could be a huge help for them living there during my last months. Her husband could use the help looking after her as he works. I can help them decorate and fix up her new room, show them the foods my daughter likes to eat. So I promise I'm not going to be a bother to them, and we are hard at work getting the needed papers together for the adoption after I'm gone. Besides, me living there could help my little girl become more comfortable in her new home. And guess how rich her family is? They have a personal family lawyer. When I haven't been feeling sick, we've been working with him to make sure the adoption goes through. Okay, after all of that, I do want to share some other fun news. Christmas with them was probably the best Christmas my daughter and even I have ever had in our entire lives. My friend's family had like 5 Christmas trees in their entire house. Thanks to my friend, I was able to make a really special Christmas gift for my daughter, a Build-A-Bear. Well, it was really a bunny, but still. I made a voice recording telling her how much I love her and will always try to keep her safe. And my friend knows about the emails. I'm almost done with them actually, just a few more left. I gave her the password to both the email and this Reddit account, so once I pass, she could delete this one. Sorry, but I've been getting so many messages I don't want people to message me when I'm gone. And about the messages, I've received a lot since I updated. Apparently, my story was shared on TikTok, which is cool. It's strange to have so many people reaching out and wanting to talk. I have never experienced this in my life. It's funny how it happens once I'm dying. Many have said that if my friend had said no, they would love to adopt my little girl. Thank you, but thankfully my friend did say yes. If you still want to adopt, please reach out to a foster care system in your state. There are still children struggling in the system going through what I did. Give those kids the life I could never have. I've also had some people offer to pay me money to help. Please don't bother. Sorry, but it feels weird accepting money. My whole life, I've worked for everything I've had, so it feels wrong to accept help from strangers just because I'm dying. I do want to address a few messages I've received about race. Most were about why I cared about my friend's family and the difference in race between me and my daughter. It wasn't a lot, but a few called me a racist for being concerned about that. I want to clarify that my nerves about this aren't because I think being white makes me and my daughter better than my friend. Far from it. I've seen a lot in the system and talked with other kids of different races. Those kids were often placed in care with people who were also of a different race from them. They would tell me about the problems they faced from their parents. Not that I'm scared my friend will do that, but also from the outside world. Being called names and insulted. One kid told me how she was screamed at by an older lady at a restaurant, and the parents tried to get involved, which led to a nasty fight. So yes, I was scared that her family and my daughter would face the same bigotry that the foster kids I knew experienced before. But I can't let my fears about some bigots ruin my daughter's chances. Anyway, this will probably be the last time I post here. I don't want to waste my last days. I've thought about taking up painting again, actually. I used to paint when I was in high school before I dropped out. And once in the same school, we read a classic book about a world where books are banned. I don't remember much from the story, but I do recall a character saying at the end that you don't waste life when you create something to leave behind. That always stuck with me. I want to paint something. Maybe my friend could hang it up or keep it in their attic, but as long as I've left something behind, my life wasn't for nothing, right? I also need to help my friend's family and my daughter settle into their new lives. Thank you to everyone for your kindness, and goodbye. Final update. I've written and deleted this post so many times. She asked me to update for all of you when she passed, and yet I couldn't until now. For that, I'm sorry. We buried her 2 weeks ago. My coworkers, our family, and even some friends she managed to keep in touch with throughout her life showed up to her funeral. When she saw the prices of the casket and cemetery plot, she had a panic attack. So we told her we'd go with the cheapest options. We lied about that. She deserved a good funeral and a nice resting place. Her name was Michelle. She was placed in the foster care system when she was 3 after her mother died in a car accident. She never knew her father. When she was 16, the man who was supposed to be caring for her took her out of high school. She discovered she was pregnant by him when she was 18, and it was revealed he had horrific images and videos of children on his computer, resulting in his arrest. Ever since then, she had been working and doing her absolute best to make ends meet for herself and her daughter. She got a job at our workplace just a few weeks after turning 19. I only discovered a few months ago that she had actually lied to get the job. When I asked Michelle why she did that, she responded, "Why would it be a big deal? They taught me everything anyway." That was the Michelle I knew. It shocks me reading over the messages she left behind. How little she thought of herself. She was always so confident, at least how we all saw her. She walked with her head held high and with purpose. She never appeared out of control of a situation except for the past few months, and honestly, I believe she was allowed to have moments of panic and grief. Nothing got past her. She seemed to know everything happening around her at all times. It also seemed like Michelle wasn't afraid of anything. She even made friends with some homeless people in the areas she lived in before moving in with us. One was Ted, whom she knew from around a gas station near the bus stop. Before her cancer took a turn for the worst and she was hospitalized, she asked me to drive her there. I thought she wanted to see some familiar sights. Instead, she walked into the gas station, bought a sandwich, and handed it to Ted. Ted showed up at her funeral. I don't want to describe her last few weeks. She was in the hospital, weak and frail, just not like her. We visited her as much as we could. Our children hated seeing her in such a state. We all did, but we couldn't ignore her or leave her behind. I wonder if it was the right thing to do. During our last visit, I had a feeling it was the end. She was asleep when she finally passed. She had gladioli and poppies at her funeral. We all loved the meaning behind the gladioli flower, and she picked poppies because she loved calling our daughter her little poppy. We painted little poppies on her bedroom walls. She keeps asking us where her mother is and always sleeps with the build-up bear bunny Michelle made. Michelle never got to finish her painting, but I think that makes it more special. We're going to hang it up in our daughter's room when she gets older. The emails are finished and she'll see her first one on her 4th birthday. We have all the letters and recipes she was able to write down tucked away in a safe location. Like the painting, we'll give them to her as she grows older. We also applied our daughter for full Social Security survivors benefits and will be putting those into a savings account for future college or life use. That's all I can think of right now. According to Michelle's wishes, I'll be deleting this account in a few weeks. My husband and I promise we will raise our daughter to the very best of our ability and ensure she is as loved as Michelle loved her. Thank you all for your kind words and support. It's just a terrible situation for OP. It's unfortunate that from the very start, she was in a bad environment. There really isn't much else to say, except that I hope OP's daughter can live a good life. I'm glad to hear that she was visited by her friends and family in her last days. This is just a really heartbreaking story. User Fidel Costco said, I certainly don't think she failed at life. I am struck by the kindness of people. Her co-workers and friends, especially the one who took in her daughter, and by the heartfelt advice people gave her. That bunny with a recording is so heartbreaking and moving. Damn pollen in the air. Rest well, Michelle. To this user, Peony said, she was dealt the worst cards for most of her life, and her last wishes were for a loving family for her daughter and to feed her homeless friend. She goddamn won at life. I hope wherever she is, she finally knows this. User Wow Bragger said, this is crushing, but I think we need this type of hurt sometimes. I know I need these reminders of the lives and struggles people face that can be so alien to my own. God bless all of you. You're all so special and deserve to be loved. This next post was made in the advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I have a chance to date my old high school crush, but I'm engaged. I had a crush on this girl Carla since middle school and into high school, but she never paid me any mind. I left for the military and met Sarah, who is a nurse and wants to become a nurse practitioner. Sarah was the typical type of girl I dated. I left the military to do contracting work and moved back to my home state. One day, while I was getting drinks at the bar, Carla was my bartender. She didn't recognize me, but when I told her my name, she couldn't believe it. She said she couldn't believe how much I had changed. I started becoming a regular and eventually exchanged contact information with her to catch up. Throughout this time, she told me she has a crush on me even though she knows I have a fiance. She said she likes how driven I am now I'm conflicted. She says that she will give me time to think about what I want to do. My fiance and I are doing great, but I feel like Sarah is normally the type of woman I always get. Carla is someone I never had the opportunity with or thought I would. I don't want to hurt Sarah, but I feel like I would regret this forever if I don't pursue it. Update. I broke her heart. I love Sarah so much and I stupidly called off the wedding to be with my old crush a few weeks ago. Throughout the couple of weeks, Carla used me as a piggy bank. That's all I fucking was to her. I spoiled her, paid for her hair, nails, etc. I gave her everything. I found out she used the money I Zelled her to buy a ticket for some guy to come see her. I'm sick to my stomach. I reached out to Sarah, but she feels betrayed and said she doesn't want to be sloppy seconds. But she's not. I love her and needed this to realize it. OP is garbage. Plain and simple. This guy is just wildly immature. You have a woman who actually loves you, but you decide to dump her just to be with a girl you had a crush on 7 to 9 years ago. I understand that some people take longer to develop emotionally, but surely you aren't this idiotic at 25. I hope OP's ex is able to find a proper partner. As for OP, he deserves some heartbreak. Not only is he an asshole for what he did, but also for the words he chose to use. He referred to his ex as the type of girl he always gets. The guy is just terrible. User Stacy said, perfection. Carla wasn't even smart enough to try to take him for a lot of money. This fool broke up with Queen Sarah for manicure and lash fees. I wish Sarah the best in finding a man on her level. User Fox Scribbles said, Sarah was lucky to have dodged that particular bullet before she actually married that guy. With that kind of attitude, he was always going to cheat on her. A deleted user said, the dude listed every red flag possible about Carly in the first post. It's like he literally traded a rare diamond for a piece of shiny rock. He went from a woman with ambition to a woman who settled for working at a bar. Then she knew he was in a relationship and still went after him. He truly messed around and found out that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. This story was posted by a user named Whole Pomegranate in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, My parents tried to screw over my dying stepmother. It blew up all of our lives instead. My stepmother, Jane, is a wonderful woman. She and my father got married when I was 4, and she's been a rock in my life ever since. My mother was always my primary caregiver, but up until that point, her relationship with my father was acrimonious, and I basically never saw him. Jane was the reason they developed a stable co-parenting relationship. She encouraged everyone to have a good relationship with each other and was always there to support me and my mom when things got rough. Jane has always been a hard worker. When she met my dad, he was living out of a hotel, and my mother was doing everything in her power to keep me away from him because she was petty and angry that their relationship didn't work out. Meanwhile, Jane had a great job, a nice house, helped my dad get back on his feet, negotiated a visitation schedule with my mom, and made sure my dad sent us money every week because neither of them could afford an attorney to negotiate child support payments. Jane had no reason to do any of these things, but as I got older, she made it clear that she loved me as much as she loved my brothers, who were born a few years later. I even have my own room in her house because at the time, we lived with my grandparents or various boyfriends of my mom's, and Jane felt that I needed a more stable environment than that. She's the opposite of the evil stepmom. When I was 15, Jane won a big lawsuit against an airline company and was awarded upwards of $1 million. She used the money to build sizable trust funds for me and my brothers so that we would be taken care of later in life. Despite having a lot more money, she still wanted to live a fairly modest life. She paid off the house she has and has been living there ever since with my dad. Sure, she bought a new car and they went on a few nice vacations, but she didn't blow all her money on frivolous things, which I respected. About a year ago, things started getting really weird. Whenever I saw Jane, she seemed to look sicker and sicker, but no one would tell me or my brothers why, even though I know they knew. All we knew was that she was at the hospital a lot. Around the same time, my mom started coming around my dad much more and acting really strangely. Basically like she was trying to romance him. Whenever Jane was in the hospital, my mother would insist on spending the night at their house and playing mom to my brothers, which was so weird to me because she never liked them or Jane. She'd be the perfect little housewife, but my mom is not like that at all. It felt super fake. Worst of all, my dad started falling for it. I'm not stupid, I'm pretty sure they were sleeping together. I tried to shield my brothers from it, but they're not dumb either. I tried talking to my dad too, but he insisted it wasn't like that. Then a few weeks ago, my mom started talking about all the places she'd like to visit, how she wanted a new car, and how she was looking to invest. Which is weird because my mom has been a bartender her whole life and has lived paycheck to paycheck since before I was born. She was acting like she was about to get a lot of money, which started to make me really suspicious. Between Jane being sick and my mom acting all nouveau riche, I had a lot of questions. Finally, I decided to visit Jane in the hospital and ask her about my trust fund. I found out that if anything happened to her, my dad would inherit all the money, including full control of the trust for me and my brothers. She asked me why I was so interested in the trust fund, so I told her what was going on with my parents and how my mom has been acting with my dad. I didn't want to do it, but after everything she did for me, she deserved the truth. It really hurt me to break her heart like that, especially once I found out that she was basically in hospice at this point because of irreversible kidney failure. She's only got a few more months left. We both cried so much. Then 2 days ago, everything came to a head. My mom stormed in, furious, and started arguing with my dad. Apparently, Jane met with her lawyer and changed the trust so that my dad would get nothing and all of the trust would be controlled by my step-aunt. She demanded to know how Jane found out about their relationship, and I came out and told them that I told Jane everything. I told them that if they wanted to play stupid games, they would win stupid prizes, and that I wasn't going to let them screw Jane over after all the help she gave my family when she didn't have to. My mom slapped me, and my dad just looked defeated. Then my mom told my dad that she didn't really love him, that she was just pretending to so he would marry her and she could get all of the money. The worst part is that my brothers witnessed the whole thing, and now, on top of their mom dying, they have to deal with a cheating dad and his vindictive ex. Our whole family is in ruins, and I feel like it's my fault, even though I know it's not. Yesterday, I visited Jane again and told her about the fallout. She apologized and said that she had to dissolve my trust fund to make sure my mother didn't get a hold of the money, but that as her oldest, I will inherit the house or property after she is gone, and that's worth more than the other two trust funds combined. My father won't get anything because she's going to divorce him before she dies, and honestly, I'm happy for her. She made me promise to take care of my brothers and told me that once I turn 18 this summer, I can kick my dad out of the house if I want to. And I fully plan to do that. I haven't talked to my dad since and can't even look at my mom. I can't believe they would conspire to do this to Jane after all this time. Just proof that they deserve each other, and I'm embarrassed that they're my parents. Once I turn 18, I'm going to cut my dad out as much as I can and cut my mom out completely. I hope she rots. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and be at the hospital as much as I can until Jane passes away. Anyway, I just needed to vent. I'm really messed up about the whole thing and feel super betrayed, although I can't even begin to imagine how Jane feels. I'm going to be so messed up when she dies. I can't even think about that right now, but at least she's not surrounded by people who just want to bring her down. Thanks for reading. Edit. Some people are asking a lot of the same things, so I'll just clarify here. My brothers, my plan is to use some of the estate money to fight for guardianship of my twin brothers so that they can live in the house while I kick my dad out. If I can't get guardianship, then I will have to let my dad stay in the house. However, once I turn 18, I will technically be an adult, so even if my dad leaves, I'm still legally able to be responsible for them. The only thing I won't be able to do is stop him from taking them if he leaves, but they will be 18 in 6 years, so even if they do have to leave, they will always be able to come back whenever they want. In a perfect world, my dad would just leave and let my brothers stay with me, which I'm sure my bio mom would be very supportive of because right now she hates all of us, and I doubt that will change anytime soon. The trust, from what I understand, my brothers will inherit 1/3 each of the estate, and the remaining 1/3 will be used to keep the house running until they turn 18. After that, it will be up to me if I want to keep the house or sell it. At that point, my brothers will still have money left in the trust so they can branch out or do whatever they want. Otherwise, I will not sell the house and will just pass it on to them or keep it and maintain it myself, and they can stay with me as long as they need to. So I just spoke to Jane and she told me that the reason she dissolved the trust is because originally it was going to be split 3 ways between us kids, and my dad would inherit the house. She dissolved my third and switched it over to take care of the house maintenance, and instead put the house in my name so my dad wouldn't get it. Plus, by doing that, at least financially, I would be getting a much bigger share. I just wouldn't be able to do anything with it until my brothers are 18, which I'm totally cool with. Sorry if I don't have a better answer, but I'm just trying to translate what she told me. My parents, the big fight happened on Sunday, and I haven't spoken to either of my parents since. I think they're both at my mom's place right now, but that's fine with us because we're all still mad at them, so they can stay gone for all we care. I know technically that's not legal to just leave us alone, but I've been taking care of my brothers for over a year, so I can handle a few days while he gets his shit together. Screw both of them. Hope that clears some stuff up. Some people are just way too scummy. Obviously, it sucks not to receive anything when you were expecting something in the first place. But to be honest, being spared the anger that OP would have felt if her parents had received the money probably would have been worse. OP definitely needs to get some help from a lawyer to make sure she's prepared in case her parents try anything else. User Away Link said, "You poor thing. Take the time you have left with her and make sure your brothers do too. Grief is a powerful thing to go through and you'll all need each other. I'd go no contact with your bio mom and put in place a boundary that she's not to step foot near your home. What she did was downright cruel. If your dad didn't realize his mistake in that moment and still pines for the woman who rhymes with witch, then he's proven his worth. I'll leave you with this. The brightest stars burn the fastest, so we must love them while we can. Thank you for your kind words. That's a beautiful quote. My brothers have a hard time visiting the hospital because they're young, and seeing their mom that sick is probably really traumatizing, especially now that they know she's not going to get better. As for my dad, I made it very clear to him that he's dead to me, and that I don't want anything to do with a man who has 1 foot out the door before his wife is even dead and tries to steal from her to add insult to injury. I know a lot of men do that, but I never imagined my dad would let my mom talk him into it. As for my mom, at this point, I think she knows better than to come near me because I threatened to call the cops the next time she tries. User Wenchy Witchy said, "Your dad is the ultimate sucker here. He was bamboozled by a heartless con and fell prey to her love bombing, and in the end, it's costing him all that he knows and those who should have been his priority. He's cheating on his loving, devoted wife with his ex while she is suffering in silence. Your birth mother seems insufferable. Karma will surely catch up to her something fierce. Clearly, Jane's parenting influence has rubbed off on you, so continue to fight for yourself and your kid brothers." User Negative Passion said, "I'm so sorry you and your brothers are going through this. Jane is so lucky to have raised such awesome kids. They might be your mother and father on paper, but Jane is your true parent, and you did absolutely the right thing for her and your brothers. At 17, you have more courage, compassion, and kindness than both of those pathetic excuses put together. I hope you, your brothers, and Jane have the best few months together possible." To this, OP said, "Thank you, that means a lot. I always felt like Jane was more motherly than my mom, who always told me that I was an accident and that she didn't really want kids." Meanwhile, Jane basically adopted a child that wasn't even hers, and I'll forever respect and love her for that. Update. Hi guys, it's me again. A lot of you asked for an update on my situation with Jane and my family, so I've come back with a few things that have happened since I initially posted. I will try to organize this in a way that addresses the major points from last time. Jane is still alive and doing surprisingly well considering the circumstances. She's always been a fighter, and although her disease has been progressing, she's keeping a positive attitude about everything that is going on. She says she's grateful that she was able to see everyone's true colors before she passes, so she could go into the next life knowing the truth. We have become unbelievably close in the past few months, and it's getting harder and harder to know that she's getting close to the end. She doesn't ever talk about it though, and I know it's because she doesn't want to hurt me, but we both know the situation, so we're just making the best of our time together. I'm also not being completely transparent about all of the drama at home, but to be honest, I don't think she needs to hear all of that. We did end up having that surprise celebration of life that I planned. A lot more people showed up than I expected. They all got an Airbnb near the hospital where Jane is, and we were able to take her out and spend some time at the lake near the facility. It was super low-key, which I know Jane preferred, and I was even able to get her old college friend to come after I found him on LinkedIn. We had food, there was music, and we played games. Overall, it was a really great time, except Jane started crying at the end, but she promised me it was just because she was grateful. My brothers are also doing okay. My aunt is currently paying for them to go to therapy, and they've become a lot more open about talking about the situation. They just turned 13, but a lot of the time it feels like I'm talking to actual adults. They've become really independent lately, and aside from me driving them places, I don't really have to do much for them anymore. Their grades aren't super great, but they're not failing, and considering the circumstances, it could be a lot worse. They still hang out with friends, and I'm keeping an eye out for any signs of depression or anything. The situation with my mom is as funny as it is embarrassing, to be honest. She spent a few weeks ignoring us and then tried to crawl back into my life, basically begging me to let her move in because her lease is about to expire and she has nowhere to go. That conversation went about as well as you'd expect. She ended up calling me an ungrateful jerk and said I couldn't just ignore her because she's my mom. I told her to get out of the house before I called the cops and to go back to my dad. After that, she tried coming by a few times, and when I wouldn't open the door, she would lose her mind and start yelling through the neighborhood. After 3 instances of this, I finally called the cops. But because I'm 17, they told me there was a possibility that I would have to go home with her since technically I'm a minor and need to be with the custodial parent. I told them no way because I was the only one watching my brothers at that moment. That led to a whole situation where after a few hours, my dad showed up and I was allowed to stay there because there was finally an adult present, and I'd basically lived there for over a year. After that, the cops firmly told my mom that if she keeps showing up and causing drama, they would arrest her for trespassing since technically it was Jane's house and not hers. She left and hasn't tried coming back since then. However, for a while she would call me constantly telling me I owed her all kinds of things. She's now blocked on everything, and anything she needs to say to me gets filtered through my dad. As for my dad, well, since he's basically required to be here for another 2 months until I turn 18, we've mostly just avoided each other. It's not too bad though, because I've been heavily relying on guilting him to get my way. For example, he was going to contest the divorce, but I threatened to kick him out when I turned 18 if he did that, so he just signed all the paperwork for a quickie divorce and is basically doing whatever Jane tells him to do. I don't openly disrespect him or anything, but I've made it clear that I have no intention of doing anything he says ever again, and he doesn't fight me on it. Most of the time, he's just in his room, and sometimes he'll go back to my mom's, but only for a day or two before they argue and she kicks him out again. I haven't decided whether or not I'll kick him out yet, and we haven't talked about it either, so I'm kind of playing it by ear. As for me, I'm handling everything as well as I can. I found a new job where I make a little more money, so I've been focusing on saving as much as I can and just being there for my brothers. Between working, school, and visiting Jane, I've been so busy that I haven't really had time to stop and think think about everything, but I know it'll come. One of my friends has really stepped up and helped me manage everything, and I'm super grateful to him for being there for me and my brothers. Final update. Hello everyone, it's me again. I have received quite a few messages in the past months asking for an update, so I'm going to post my final update here and hope that it answers the questions everyone has been asking. I'm sorry it took so long to update, but a lot has been going on. As many of you may have already assumed, Jane passed away in early fall this year. It was very traumatic and sudden, but the silver lining is that she exceeded every doctor's expectation for her life. When she did go, she was surrounded by family, including me, my brothers, and my dad. She was on palliative care and felt no pain except for a brief moment right at the end, and we are all very grateful for that. Towards the end, Jane was physically pretty much done, but her mind was as sharp as ever. I took the advice of many of you here and recorded some voice notes for my brothers. She also wrote many letters for her friends, family, and even for me to open when I reached certain milestones. She gave me one to open right after she passed away, and while I won't share too many details, I can say with absolute certainty that she is and forever will be who I consider my mother without question. It was very emotional for everyone, and although it has been a few months, I'm still heartbroken about her no longer being with us. She was a kind, gentle woman, and in my heart, she is who I aspire to be. My brothers are obviously very hurt about our mom dying, but just like before, they are taking it surprisingly well. They are still going to therapy both together and separately, and we have a lot of conversations whenever they feel like talking. We've always been close, but I feel like we're even closer now. Even though I work, we hang out as often as we can, and I'm doing everything I can to be the support they need. They don't know it, but I definitely need them as much as they need me because they're the only ones I can really talk to about anything. Ironically, now that our family glue is gone, we're pulling together stronger than before. My dad and I have mended fences, so to speak. We went to a few therapy sessions together where he took full responsibility for his behavior. I've forgiven him as much as I can, especially since he eventually started doing everything he could to be there for Jane at the end. He's still living with us, and things are a little tense, but much better than before. He's my dad, and I love him. However, he was also broken by Jane's condition and wasn't able to cope in a healthy manner. Her passing really brought some light back into his eyes, so to speak, and now he's stepping up to be the man he was supposed to be. A lot of people commented saying too little too late, but again, he's my dad, and for my own mental health, I've chosen to forgive him. As far as I know, my bio mom pretty much vanished off the face of the earth when I turned 18. She tried a few times to convince me to let her live with us, but I wasn't having any of it. Even my dad told her he's officially done with her. After we all blocked her on everything, she stopped reaching out. She doesn't have any relatives who talk to her, so I don't have to worry about that. However, I did hear from people who follow her on Facebook that she has a new boyfriend that she's living with. I don't want to stalk her or anything, I really don't care. She hasn't come to me with any kind of apology, so honestly, she can get bent. It's a little hard for me to think that she'd just walk away the second I turned illegal just because she didn't get any of Jane's money. But oh well, true colors and all that. Guess 18 years was too long for her to pretend to care. I'm just so angry with her that I don't want anything to do with her anymore. Maybe that will change one day, but I'm not holding my breath. As for me, I'm doing pretty okay. I've decided to take a year before starting college to handle all of this, and I'm still at my same job, so I'm saving up money wherever I can. My friends have all been great supporters, and I'm so grateful for everyone, especially you Reddit folks, who have been checking in on me and making sure I'm okay. I'm taking things one day at a time. That's been working great for keeping me focused. My goal is to go to college next year and study journalism, but I'm playing it by ear. I can always go back to school later. Right now, my family needs me, and if that takes longer than a year, then so be it. Thank you everyone. This will be my last update, and I very much appreciate all the love and support you've shown our family. Jane was very grateful for all of you too. All I can say is hold your loved ones tight and be careful of anyone who seems too good to be true. Much love and blessings to you all. I'm happy to hear that OP and her brothers were actually able to use this moment of tragedy to strengthen their relationship with each other. Some people might want OP to stop hating her mother because it's exhausting to carry that burden, but I think it's fine. That woman is scum. I still don't really like the father either. This next post was made by a user named MainCopy about a week ago. The post is titled, "How do I repair my relationship with my boyfriend and his family after what I suggested to his sister?" So I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend, who we'll call G, for about 2 years. He has 3 younger siblings, M, A, and T. All of them are still in college and live at home with their mom and dad, while my boyfriend and I rent an apartment. This summer, they will be celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary in France, where they had their wedding. They plan on getting first-class tickets, a high-end hotel, etc. One night, G and I were supposed to have dinner with his family. While we were at their house, T mentioned how excited she was for this summer and all the things they plan to do in France. Since this is an anniversary trip for her parents, I suggested to T that she could do her parents a solid and maybe stay back home to give them some time away from their kids this summer. Or she could pay her own way so her parents could save money. T asked me why she would give up a trip to France, and I told her it would be a nice gesture for her parents' anniversary. I kept trying to explain how nice it would be and how her parents would probably thank her for giving them space. At some point, M interrupted us and told me to stop meddling in family affairs, that I was overstepping, and to either apologize for pressuring T or leave the house. I told him I didn't mean to upset anyone, but when their dad came into the room and asked what was wrong, they told him everything. He then asked me to leave his house and said I probably shouldn't come back anytime soon because I was overstepping, and he found it rude that I was making up a problem and pressuring T to solve it. G and I went back to our apartment and we haven't been speaking since. Where do I go from here? Edit, the others are invited, but they're older, so I assume they can just go do their own thing. I'm not obsessed with their financial situation. I just think it's important for T to start making money on her own so she can value it more. She's used to getting her hair, nails, and sometimes makeup done for her, not to mention how much she spends on hair products and sanitary items. It'll hit her hard how much these things cost when she's older, so why not start learning that now? User Plum Plum said, your perspective isn't the only true perspective in the world. It's not up to you to decide how others should celebrate and who they should celebrate with. It's not okay to keep pushing someone because you feel self-righteous. Your boyfriend's parents are 55-year-old adults who are perfectly capable of making their own choices. You don't need to help them just because you think they aren't able to book a vacation for 2. His sister is definitely not doing anything wrong by going on a vacation her parents booked for her. You shouldn't project your ideas onto her. Their children are the result of their happy marriage. Maybe they enjoy having their kids around and want to share this special moment with them. All of the children are adults, so the parents can go to dinner or do couple activities whenever they want. You should apologize for overstepping and give them some space. You also need to reflect on your behavior because apparently you pushed hard enough for them to want you to leave. User Original Thanks said YTA. Your opinion about how their parents would appreciate being alone was not for you to decide, nor was it your place to verbalize it. You aren't a part of the family, so keep your nose, advice, and opinions to yourself. You should apologize, but it might be a while before you're forgiven. User OK Homework said, I don't think you can really fix this. You did overstep. Instead of apologizing and taking responsibility, you made an excuse, which doesn't matter after you had been told to stop several times. That's not accountability. You were asked not to come back for a while. It's December, which means you're out of any holiday plans. Even if your boyfriend stays with you, seeing you will always be awkward for the family, especially as they're preparing for the trip and afterward. I'm not sure why you felt it was your place to keep insisting on changing somebody else's plans. Hopefully, you've learned to keep quiet in the future. You should apologize for this either way, but stick to admitting it was a mistake and promising not to repeat it in the future. Leave your intentions out of it. Update. Last night, my boyfriend G and I had a long and serious talk about my comments at dinner, along with some of my past remarks. He told me that while in my family, refusing a free trip when invited may be seen as noble. In his family, refusing a free trip is seen as stupid. In my family, if someone offers to pay for you, you should always decline no matter what. My parents made me work throughout high school and always told me I'd have to get a scholarship to help pay for college because they weren't going to do it. It is also customary in my family not to expect help with finances, no matter how tough things may get, to only eat one serving at dinner gatherings, to always pay your own way, and to voice our opinions no matter what they are. He then discussed the trip to France. His mother has extended family who live there, so this will not be the first or last time they go. It will be the first time they explore the area together. Even if T wasn't old enough to go off on her own or didn't know her way around or the language, she'd be just fine. And if his mom and dad wanted alone time, she'd be okay on her own, even if they didn't have family there. When G and I first started dating and talked about our family histories, he told me how his maternal great-great-grandparents moved to America from France. I was under the impression that everyone from his mother's extended family moved, not just the great-great-grandparents and their children. Apparently, his mother thought my behavior was because I didn't feel welcome by them and that the dinner was meant to invite me on the France trip as a sort of peace offering. However, after his father caught me trying to sway tea, he had enough. He decided he couldn't take it anymore. No matter what his wife says, he will not tolerate me being around the rest of the family or in their home any longer. This came as a shock to the family since his dad doesn't speak much and is usually calm and composed. My boyfriend also showed me photos from his parents' wedding. It looked like one of the most fairy tale-like weddings I'd ever seen. It was held at Chateau Chalin, and he explained how they plan on renting the space again and flying all of their extended family out to celebrate with them because they want to include everybody and will take time for themselves later on in the summer. I also teared up listening to how his parents met. After graduating high school, his mother spent the summer in France with her family while his dad was visiting along with his older brother. His dad had struggled with cancer nearly his entire life up to that point, and it was supposed to be his last trip before he let himself go because he was tired of everything. One morning while eating alone at a cafe, he recognized her as the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, someone who spent her time helping out her family with their restaurant, running it like it was the Navy, someone who wasn't afraid to call customers out when they were being unreasonable or downright rude, and someone who knew exactly what she wanted and how to get it, the complete opposite of him. They spent the day together, which inspired his father to continue his cancer treatment, accomplish his goals, and start taking life more seriously so he could be by her side for as long as she'd have him. His parents always told him and his siblings that the only thing in life they value more than each other is their children, and they want to ensure that if life ever gets hard for them, they have something to fall back on. He told me he'd be moving back in with his parents until he can find a new apartment. He also revoked my invitation to their family Christmas trip to Aspen, which we were supposed to leave for tonight. I feel like I'm in a Darman video right now. On another note, my friends saw my initial post and gave me an intervention. I will be attending therapy for the foreseeable future. I may update when I unpack what's wrong with me. User Sherry11 said, if his mother was inviting you to France as a type of peace offering, it sounds like you've been insufferably pushing your views and beliefs down their throats constantly. I'm glad his dad put his foot down and that you're getting help. Please be sure to tell your therapist the truth and take accountability. Otherwise, it's a waste. User Permission West said, your parents have shaped you to see the world as a dog-eat-dog world. To this user ping, My Cray said, that whole idea that you're always supposed to decline a nice offer is some manipulative, sabotaging bullshit. User Last Campaign said, I feel a bit of sympathy for you, but I hope you take the opportunity to engage in some self-reflection in therapy. Once you realize that what you were saying wasn't being well received at the table, you should have reflected on why that might be instead of doubling down. Take some time to work on yourself before entering another relationship. You'll be better for it. Good luck. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I'm in love with my baby's mom, but she wants to leave. So I met Mila about 4 years ago at a bar. Long story short, it was a mutual friend's birthday. We were at this bar and we had both just gotten out of long-term relationships. Hers was 5 years, mine was 4. A lot of drinking later, it was hella awkward waking up naked on the birthday guy's couch with Mila. But honestly, that wasn't even the wildest thing that happened that night. The birthday guy, he did something way worse. Anyway, after all that, Mila and I were both super awkward about it. She legit looked like she wanted to crawl under a rock. Neither of us wanted anything serious since we had just broken up with our exes, but we still swapped numbers and went our separate ways. Fast forward about 3 months. Mila texted me asking to grab coffee. I thought it was kind of weird, but I figured she might want to go on a date or something. When I got there, she looked like she'd been crying. As soon as I sat down, she just started bawling. Turns out she was pregnant. She hadn't realized because she was super stressed and tired, but I was the only person she'd slept with. My whole life flipped upside down. We did a DNA test and it was mine. Then she moved in with me because she was sharing a room with a roommate. The guest room became hers and my office is now Andy's room, but we call him Andy. Having a kid wasn't exactly in my plans, but since Andy came along, my life has been better, honestly. Over the years, Mila and I never really had a romantic relationship, except for this one time she kissed me after Andy was born. We get along, I support them, I'm paying for Mila's grad school, we split the chores, and I'm always there for whatever she needs. So in November, Andy's going to turn 3. We've been planning his birthday. It's around Halloween, so he and his friends are all going to dress up. He wants to go as Bingo from Bluey. During one of our talks, Mila asked if I wanted her to move out. She said now that Andy's 3, we could co-parent separately, and I could even get a girlfriend if I wanted to. I just went blank and said no and went to my room. Here's the thing, having Andy is everything to me, but I'm also genuinely in love with her. She's smart, beautiful, caring, thoughtful, kind, dedicated. She's literally the most perfect person ever, but I'm way too scared to tell her. We have a kid together and I'm terrified of ruining everything between us as parents and friends. I don't know if I should tell her how I feel or just keep pretending everything's fine so I don't mess up what we have. I understand that OP is scared to talk about his feelings with this woman, but I feel that not saying anything is worse. She already has plans to move out, so I don't really see any negatives in just confessing. To be honest, my gut tells me that she probably feels the same way deep down. They've lived together for about 3 years as co-parents, and neither has developed a serious, long-lasting relationship with anyone else during that time. User X King said, "Brother, you've got to tell her, because if you don't, someone else is going to see what you see in her, and at that point, it'll be too late. You already have a starting point. Just use what you wrote at the beginning of the last paragraph and go from there. Don't let fear block your happiness." A deleted user said, "Tell her. She may feel the same way, she may not. But the reality is that your situation won't last long term as it is. Eventually, one or both of you will meet someone else." Update. Quick recap, Mila and I had a baby together after a one-night thing. Ever since, we've been living together and I'm in love with her. She's absolutely stunning, breathtaking even, but I've been too scared to tell her how I feel because I didn't want to mess up our co-parenting situation. So I left work early, picked up Andy from nursery, and dropped him off at my mom's. I bought some flowers, cleaned up the house while she was in class, and texted her saying she didn't need to pick up Andy and to just come home because we needed to talk. When she got home, she looked at me with her big eyes wide open, and the first thing she asked about was our kid. I hugged her for a while, but she went into full mommy bear mode and kept asking about our baby boy. After I reassured her that he was with my mom and totally fine, she finally calmed down. I brought her to the living room, gave her the bouquet, and started talking. It was a long conversation. I told her how I've been scared of ruining things and how it hurt when she asked if I wanted her to leave. She admitted she was afraid she was messing up my life, that she feels like a burden sometimes, and even blames herself for ruining my life with the pregnancy. I shut that down quickly. I never wanted kids, but honestly, since Andy and Mila came into my life, everything's been way better. It's been the best, most challenging mistake I've ever made. She also said she likes me too and has felt that way since she was pregnant, but wasn't sure if it was just the hormones. After the baby, she felt embarrassed to say anything because she didn't feel comfortable in her body anymore. She never got back to her pre-pregnancy body and thought I wouldn't find her attractive. But to me, she's the most beautiful and hot woman on the planet. She also admitted she'd get jealous when I went on dates, even though she knew it didn't make sense because we weren't a thing. Honestly, if she went on dates, I'd be dying of jealousy too. We talked for a long time and even got into some deeper, more personal stuff. By the time we were done, it was late. We went to this small restaurant near our place for the dinner. No wine because I was driving, but it was amazing. We talked about life and random stuff. At the end of the night, I got a few kisses in the car. Like we didn't even live together, which was kind of cute. Then we watched a horror movie, but she fell asleep cuddling me. It was a day full of wins. Final update. I decided to give you all an update, but first a quick note. Please use protection. I read some concerning comments about my situation. Yeah, I was pretty drunk and reckless and things could have turned out way worse. Don't be like me. Alright, here's what's been going on these past few months. Andy's birthday was amazing. Everyone showed up in costumes and the kids loved it. Andy dressed as Bingo, I went as Bandit, and Mila was chilly. Andy was over the moon that we all dressed up, but what melted my heart was when we were getting ready in the bedroom and my little guy said, "I always wanted this." I think before our dynamic didn't really allow for these sweet family moments, and it makes me so happy that my son gets to experience this now. So yeah, we're officially dating now and it's been nothing short of amazing. She's happy, my little guy is happy, and nothing makes me happier than seeing them like this. Has it been perfect? Nah, it's the start of a relationship with a lot of baggage. We're doing couples therapy because we've been living together and acting as a family for way longer than we've been an actual couple. The first month was kind of rough. I felt awkward about being intimate at home, and so did she, mostly because of the family dynamic we had before. But I think we're building something really good. I don't have much else to update for now, but I'll definitely share if anything new happens. I told her about this account, so to the hottest woman alive, you've got my heart. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Lady Sora. The post is titled, "My fiance bought a car without talking to me first. I asked for space to think. What do I say when we talk again? My fiance was in a car accident recently. He's fine, but his car is totaled. The mechanic said there's no way to fix it. My fiance needs a car for work, so he's been looking into car loans. Over dinner, he told me that due to his bad credit, he can't get a good loan. I have a high credit score, so he asked if I'd be willing to co-sign the loan with him. It caught me off guard, so I told him to give me a few days to think about it. I called my dad for advice. He said that he thinks it's a bad idea since if my fiance doesn't pay on time, they'll come after me and it will ruin my credit. I'm on the fence. I want to help, but I can't ignore my father's logic. Should I co-sign the loan or listen to my dad? Update. I didn't know how to update, but something serious happened. The morning after I made my original post, my fiance went out and bought a new car. I was at the mall around noon when he messaged me saying he went ahead and got a car. I was stunned. We started talking and he said he felt bad putting me in that position, so he decided to get whatever loan he could and bought a car with it. I can 100% say I have never been so angry with him. I'm happy I don't have to worry about co-signing anymore, but I feel betrayed. We agreed to wait 3 days before making a decision, but he just went ahead and did this without saying anything to me. That's always been my biggest complaint about him, his impulsiveness. He just jumps right into anything without thinking. Another thing I'm angry about is the actual car. Instead of going to a small shop and getting a cheap used car, he went to a big dealership. He didn't get a brand new car, but it's way fancier than what he needs. The loan is also about $23K. I told him not to talk to me and to give me a few days to think. I'm just so frustrated. Why couldn't he just tell me that he decided he didn't want me to co-sign a loan with him anymore? Why didn't he involve me in choosing a car? We are getting married, so I'd like to be part of these decisions. User Mountain Goldfinch said, "The biggest financial decision you will ever make is who you marry. Do with that information what you will." User Coming in the Nile said, "Don't make major purchases without consulting your significant other. It's poison for your relationship." Also, a pro tip for car shopping: buy a model the second year it comes out. For example, buy a 2024 model car in 2025. In year 1, there are lots of production issues and errors. By year 2, those issues get smoothed out, and production ramps up with high-quality parts. Starting in year 3, the company will begin cutting costs and ordering parts from cheaper producers, which leads to tolerating more errors. User Fire Size has said, "I know Reddit has a bad reputation for telling people to get out of their relationships at the drop of a hat, but seriously, she needs to leave this relationship." This final post was made by a throwaway account and is titled, "My brother has become obsessed with my fiance of 2 years. I caught him stealing dirty pictures of her off of my phone. Got worse and worse. This whole thing is really messing with my head. I met my Rachel the first week of college. We were each other's first everything, pretty much. I actually converted to Judaism because of her. I'm not really that religious, but I liked the way her family felt, and I felt like it gave me a good way of looking at and living life. We're not too serious about it. Anyway, she's heart-achingly beautiful. She gets hit on every time we go out. It used to be a problem. I would get jealous sometimes, but I mainly got over it, and now it kind of makes me feel good in an ego-boosting way. It feels nice knowing that people find her attractive and that she finds me attractive. I haven't felt threatened by a guy in a while. We go to college in my hometown. My brother Jim recently graduated and asked to come live with me and my girlfriend. I asked if my girlfriend was okay with it. She said yes, so we let him come. My brother is different from me. He didn't play any sports. My older brother and I were on the college basketball team until he graduated last year. Jim is also shorter and a little heavier. Honestly, my older brother and I think he's a product of an affair because he's also a lot darker skinned than us. He's also a little antisocial, listens to a lot of metal and screamo, and doesn't seem to have many friends. Everything was fine until he walked in on us. My fiance and I have a lot of Before he moved in, it was a couple of times a day. Whenever he leaves to do something, we usually take that as a chance to be intimate. We did something stupid and were in the living room when he got back. I had forgotten that I had given him his own key. Anyway, he walked in and stared at us with the widest eyes I've ever seen. My girlfriend noticed him first and freaked out. We quickly got dressed and apologized to him. He said it was fine. Thinking back now, it wouldn't be surprising if he heard us a few times at night or the music we played while we were together. Anyway, things were fine until about a week later when Jim asked me about sexting girls and if I had any advice for him. He told me a girl was offering to send pictures. I told him just to never ask for them or pressure the girl into doing it. Never say anything too crass when complimenting her and never share them. He asked if I've ever sexted, and I told him a couple of times. Now I realize this was just him manipulating me into answering questions for him. 2 days later, he asked to borrow condoms. I told him I didn't have any, and he said, "That's right, you weren't wearing one with Rachel." This freaked me out, so I asked him if he was looking at my and said it was weird that he would look for something like that. He quickly apologized, saying he noticed it when we jumped up at the sight of him and that he didn't look for it. I believed him, went to get some condoms at the store, gave them to him, explained that the only reason I didn't wear them was because we were both tested and willing to deal with the consequences, and told him if I ever found out he didn't use one, I'd beat the shit out of him. I also offered to take him to get the HPV vaccine. He accepted and we went. 5 days ago, I lost my phone. I was freaking out, tearing the apartment upside down looking for it. When I went into my brother's room, he jumped out of bed and hid something underneath the covers. Deciding to give him some lighthearted teasing to feel better about losing my phone, I reached under the blanket for whatever he was hiding, and there was my phone. I have to travel a lot for basketball, and while I was away, Rachel would send me pictures of her naked and videos of her masturbating. My brother was emailing them to himself, along with a couple of pictures of her that weren't as risque. Furious, I started shoving him around, but I stopped myself before I did anything too serious. I immediately made him go through his room, and there was one of her bras hidden under his bed along with some. I then told him to open his laptop and wait in the living room while I looked at it. I wanted to make sure I deleted any and all pictures of Rachel. There weren't any that I could find, so I got on his email and deleted the stuff he had sent to himself. Then, just to be safe, I checked his internet history. This is what really shocked me. He had gone on some dating/hookup forum and asked for advice on getting with his brother's fiance. A few days later, he claimed that he had gotten with her and was updating regularly, like some kind of a pseudo blog. He started it when he first moved in, basing some of it on real life. I'll give a couple of examples. She looks so miserable when she's with him. I screwed her good when she got done with the loser. Screwing her with condoms he bought me. God, her tits look great out of these. The rest were images off Google, close-ups of sex. Those were based on the things I described earlier. That morning, he promised some pics, the ones he was stealing off my phone. He had already posted pictures of her from Facebook, including one in a bikini and a few from a website of my fiance's friend who makes dresses and sells them. On his computer, he also had a letter to her asking her to leave me and be with him. It was so bizarre. Apparently, he hates me. He insulted me constantly and said that she would be happier with him and that she was the most beautiful girl in the world to him. I wiped his hard drive to make sure there was nothing else of hers, checked his phone, gave him $200 in case I deleted anything during the wipe, gathered everything he would need for class, and threw him out. I told him to go back home and that I was telling Rachel, but I wouldn't say anything to our parents if he didn't make a big deal out of being kicked out. I also told him that if he didn't delete the stuff, I would have to tell mom and dad. I checked later to see if he did, and he had. Telling Rachel was difficult. She cried a lot and told me she felt disgusted. We had an honest talk and decided that the only way we would be comfortable with him back in our lives is if he committed to therapy for a while. I sent him a text telling him as much. Rachel blocked him on her phone, social media, etc., and made her Facebook account private. She seemed really uncomfortable for a couple of days. The first day was the worst. She was too freaked out to be alone. I didn't realize this at first and didn't think much of it when she said she wanted to watch me shoot hoops. We did that, and when I drove her home so I could stop by the school to pick up some documents, she asked to come with me. After that, I planned to play some ball with some guys, and again, she asked to come along. That's when I realized what was going on. I asked her why she didn't want to go home. Apparently, she thought I hadn't taken his key and didn't feel safe. I felt sick to my stomach that my kid brother could make her scared in her own home. She talked to her therapist about it during her weekly appointment the next day. She She's getting back to normal now, being her sweet, fun self. We had a pretty good little date night yesterday. However, I still feel lost about this whole situation. What do I do from here? Our parents don't know, but I told my older brother to ask for advice. I'm so mad about it, and irrationally, I'm jealous of him for getting to see her in a way only I ever have. I feel like he stole that from me and her. I also feel bad about what I perceive to be a loss of all love toward him. I don't feel like I care about him at all anymore. I'm considering going to a therapist about this stuff, but I'm not sure. I went to one when I was younger, and I just couldn't communicate. It could end up being an expensive waste of time. I also don't know how to tell my parents that he's not welcome at our wedding and that we won't be coming to family dinners anymore, since I told him I wouldn't tell them if he didn't make a scene about me kicking him out. I'd really appreciate some advice or perspective on this whole thing. Update. My parents aren't going to be coming to our wedding. Rachel and I went to meet my parents at their house, and Jim was brought to my uncle's house while we were there. I told them that I needed to explain why Jim wasn't staying with us anymore. They told me they already knew and that Jim had told them everything. When they said everything, I was doubtful at first, but Jim really had told them everything. I had printed out the draft of the email I was going to send them, and they confirmed that he admitted to everything. He had asked for help. I was stunned. He's already started therapy and is going twice a week. Anyway, throughout this whole time, they were extremely kind to Rachel. They apologized for raising someone who could do such horrible things. I figured this was as good a time as any to make it clear that he can't come to our wedding. My mom instantly started freaking out about this. She said she wanted our whole family there and that we would regret not having him at the wedding for the rest of our lives. I told her that he still makes Rachel uncomfortable, threatened even, and my mom asked if that was true. Rachel said yes. They then said they wouldn't be there without him and that even though they would still love me and support us, they wanted to support Jim too. My parents' original plan was for him to meet us once a month for an hour if we were open to it. I told them that wasn't happening, but I agreed to meet him alone. I sent Jim a text laying down some ground rules. We would meet somewhere public. If he said anything inappropriate, I would leave. No lying. Absolutely no contacting Rachel. I also told him that I'd only give him one more shot, that he had honestly lost my love and would have to work to regain it, that he would likely never have an actual conversation with Rachel again, that I wouldn't ever forget what he did but could maybe move past it, and that there weren't any guarantees. He sent me a text saying, "I understand, I'm so sorry." My parents wanted me to talk to him this Sunday. I told them I wasn't prepared to do that and that I wouldn't start seeing him monthly until next year, after the wedding. I don't know if I expect him to genuinely try to be a better person. I'm not counting on it. At least this way, if he screws up, my parents won't have an excuse to pick him over me. Also, if he does screw up before next year, I'll know that he wasn't sincere. Once we got back home, I asked my fiancée if she was okay with this course of action. She said she liked it. I once again asked if she wanted to involve the authorities, but she said she didn't want to. She was a little upset about my parents not being there, but I calmed her down and we went to bed. I feel great right now, knowing what's going to happen. I guess I'm not that upset about my parents not coming. They did tell me that they still loved me, and our wedding is going to be pretty small and intimate. My older brother is coming back into the country for it. That's all I really cared about, and he said he'd be there no matter what. We're actually going to spend a year with him overseas after we graduate. As for the sexting advice that came up in the comments, Rachel and I had our first real conversation about it. We downloaded KeepSafe. We also decided to go to Best Buy tonight and get a camcorder, so thanks for that. We probably wouldn't have done it if we hadn't had this conversation. Straight up, OP's brother is a weirdo. I'm not a fan of the parents insisting that Jim still be invited to the wedding. Of course, it's totally up to OP and Rachel, but nevertheless, I don't like it. I found it even stranger that OP's parents completely bailed on the wedding as a last resort to pressure him into inviting Jim. Not only is that selfish, but it also comes across as incredibly rude. I find the situation to be really disgusting, and it makes me lose trust. It also makes me view those who support this brother in a different light as well. User Skullbearer said, "I'm guessing the brother is going to some religious therapist with a degree from the Theologian College of Bullshit if he's suggesting that subjecting a stalking victim to her stalker is the right course of action." User Lecturekind said, "Am I the only one weirded out by everyone here? Obviously Jim especially, but it's just so strange how OP goes on and on about how much they have sex, like constantly, and even shares pictures and videos while letting Jim move in with them. Anyone for that matter." He also said he forgot he gave Jim the key when they had sex in the living room. Was OP expecting Jim to just stay outside until they were done if he came home? Jim is a disgusting, creepy weirdo, but even if he wasn't, why would OP invite him to live with them in the first place if they are like this? User Rohini Rambles said, $100 says he's not even going to therapy, just pretending. Just a point to that. OP sounds a bit more angry at his brother for seeing his property on display than he is upset about the violations she's undergone. He's focusing so much on the love lost and doesn't sound quite mad enough as a person would feel if this were real. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for taking my daughter's phone for exposing my dirty laundry to her friends. I'm a newly divorced single mom who was left by my ex after 27 years of marriage when his mistress became pregnant. I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 26-year-old daughter. My 26-year-old lives abroad. My ex-husband was physically and verbally abusive throughout our entire marriage. The physical abuse began in earnest in our mid-20s and reached its peak in our early 30s. I only have a high school diploma. I originally wanted to go to college after marriage, but my ex's abuse left me paralyzed, preventing me from doing anything he labeled as opposing or undermining him and our family. I tried to leave many times from around age 26 to 33 when the physical abuse was worst, but he would always find me. He'd alternate between gifts, apologies, and threats. He also involved our bishop, who sided with him. He would go through our trash and once found a pamphlet for a community college program. The ensuing rage nearly landed me in the hospital. He would call 5 times a day when he was at work and often hit me if I missed a call, accusing me of cheating or job hunting. In my mid-30s, his physical abuse decreased, but the verbal abuse and controlling behavior remained. He would constantly be paranoid, calling me a liar, sneaky, and undermining until our late 40s when he began ignoring me completely. I was so broken down at that point that I became an emotional robot with no interests, enjoyment of life, or aspirations. That's when he started calling me dumb, boring, and empty. He even said he'd prefer a liar and underminer over what I had become and left me for his pregnant mistress, who later called the police on him for hitting her but declined to press charges. My ex wasn't a big earner and spent a lot maintaining appearances, so I received around $7,000 in the divorce. I understand many would be thankful for what I got. I found a job after 2 months, making $14 per hour, but my boss said he can't schedule me full time. Take it or leave it. I'm concerned about my retirement because all I want is to be able to retire in my 70s with consistent food and shelter, especially since I'm already experiencing health issues. So I asked my 17-year-old who took a personal finance elective to help me read through some information I found online about retirement savings. The other day, my phone was dead and I needed to look something up, so I used my daughter's phone. I found a group chat where my daughter was asking her friends who were in the class for advice. They were saying, "I don't know, sounds tough," or suggesting I should apply for hospital jobs. She then wrote, "I know my mom is an example of what not to do, but help please." She also discussed how her new stepmother was like a mini version of me and didn't understand why people like her dad get off on the fighting and his new wife opposing him, which leads to him tearing her down and then making up with her. She also claimed that I was thrown aside by my ex because he got bored of me being what he wanted, and a classmate said maybe her dad likes the fighting because he knows he'll win and feel like a champion. I felt it was incredibly disrespectful since I've told her about the abuse, yet she doesn't understand the toll it takes on you. I didn't need her airing out my personal struggles to her friends. Her response was that she cut her dad off, so she does understand and was trying to help. I took her phone for the afternoon, saying maybe she'll think twice about criticizing my choices to her friends. Update. I don't know the rules about how quickly you can post an update, but I'm sharing one because it only takes 2 seconds to hand back a phone and apologize, which is what I did. Shortly after, the thread began receiving a lot of comments. My daughter said that it's okay and that she didn't mean to imply that I was boring. She believes her dad is someone who would much sooner reward bad behavior than good. She thinks that if I'd been a liar or even a cheater, someone who mouthed off to him or snuck around, he would have found that more worthy of love, and that's very sad. I know the thread became focused on the one incident with my daughter, but I think it was at least partially a cry for help because I am coming to terms with the fact that the last time I worked for an extended period was when I was 19, working for a family friend who owned a store. I remember briefly helping my ex's father one day in the office of his business, where he asked me to write out a few checks to vendors. When I first started looking for jobs, an acquaintance looked at me sideways when I mentioned my experience issuing handwritten checks for bookkeeping, as I saw a posting for bookkeeping jobs and realized how out of touch I was. My church has helped me. The bishop gave me money to pay 1/3 of my monthly rent once, but in exchange I did deep cleaning work and was on call to do other odd jobs whenever he asked. I also had to give him access to all my financial statements. He asked questions about why I wasn't maintaining good relations with my children's father, which led him to decide to file for divorce. I am very grateful for the help he provided and will treasure it always, but I want to do this on my own. So I'm posting this update not just to share my situation, but also to ask if anyone has any suggestions. My daughter is very worried because I've recently had health issues. I was treated for 2 STDs, one bacterial and another that will affect me for the rest of my life. I also have issues with swelling from arthritis. I posted originally because I hope to be able to retire somewhere in my 70s. I understand that retiring comfortably may be asking too much, but I just want enough to live alone and not starve. I've received advice about my ex's social security benefits, and I'm hoping that will be sufficient. If anyone has additional tips, I would greatly appreciate them. I just want to live with dignity in my old age because I know health issues will only continue to worsen at my age. While I can manage the job I'm doing now despite arthritis, I'm uncertain about what will happen when I'm 70. I've talked with other women facing divorce about this, but they refuse to address the topic, saying I shouldn't act like this is something that should induce paralyzing fear. I try not to be scared, but I feel lost. I'm hoping that if I start from the bottom and work hard enough, I can eventually make my way into a corporate job so that I can sit comfortably in my older age, but I am not sure if that's too much to ask. I personally don't think OP was wrong for reacting the way she did. However, I do think it's a bit unreasonable for her to expect her daughter not to share such details with her close friends. Aside from the topic of the phone, I feel really bad for both OP and her daughter, not only because of the abuse, but also due to the financial struggles and difficulties with work that OP is facing. I wish her the best. She isn't even asking for much. In her own words, she said, "I just want to live in dignity in my old age." User Lemmy Historian said, "The daughter accidentally held a mirror up to OP's face. That must have been tough. I feel sorry for that poor woman. At least the daughters seem to be on a good track." I assume the 26-year-old left the country to be away from her parents for good. User CutieBowBooty said, "I understand OP and why she was upset with her daughter. I don't think it was about covering for her ex at all. I think her pride was hurt. She was accustomed to her abusive ex hurting her pride, but she probably did not expect any pain to come from her daughter. That said, she was in the wrong. Her reaction was emotional and aimed at the safer target, her daughter, who triggered the negative feelings, rather than her ex, who caused them." User Like Y though said, "I would be incredibly happy that my daughter has a group of friends who respond maturely when she asks for advice. Her daughter has probably been more affected by everything that has happened than OP realizes. A teenager holding all of that in can have awful fallout and lifelong effects. I would tell my daughter how proud I am that she is able to open up to people she trusts and be vulnerable with her feelings." This next post was made in the self subreddit by a user named All Around Me. The post is titled, "I have feelings for my roommate. I don't know what to do. A bit over 2 years ago, I moved in with a guy who had a listing looking for a roommate in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. He pointed out in the listing that he preferred low social interaction and no drama, which was awesome for me. The first 6 months went fine, but as time went on, we started chatting more day to day. We would watch movies together, started cooking together, and got to know each other's friends over the next year. It turns out he isn't as cold as I thought he was when I moved in. He just wanted to avoid drama due to past roommate experiences. He is really kind and friendly, but also introverted and shy. I would really like to ask him out or give him a sign that I'm interested, but I also want to respect his desire for a no-drama roommate. I'm fine if he says that he isn't interested, but I'm worried it might make everything awkward between us. Update. So I decided that I trust both him and myself to be mature enough to talk about it. Last night I brought up our dating lives. He mentioned that his was non-existent and talked about why he hates dating apps. I've never used dating apps, so I shared that mine is also non-existent. I then asked what he was looking for in a partner, but I turned really red, which made it a dead giveaway about what I was actually asking. He moved over and hugged me, and I was so happy. We are now dating and have agreed that we will remain friends if we break up. I'm so excited, and it went as perfectly as it could have. User The Ovi said, "The moment I read this, I thought he definitely likes her. It's amazing how people who like each other can be so oblivious to the signals they're sending. Infatuation is a sort of inebriation. It really messes with your perception. This final post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Lizard Queen. The post is titled, "I think I'm watching my husband cheat on me in real time. I have been married to my husband for 3 years now, and we've been together for 7. During the first year we were together, we lived 3 hours apart. One weekend while I was at his place, I discovered he had cheated on me. We worked through it, he moved in with me, and we've been pretty good ever since. I like to think we have a relatively strong marriage, or at least I did. Last week, he told me he had to go away this week for work. His best friend back home is experiencing serious mental health issues and can no longer use power tools. The friend was in the middle of a building project, so his father hired my husband to finish the job with him. It was like a work trip, but not entirely. He told me he was leaving Tuesday and would return Friday. Since he left, I haven't spoken to him for more than 5 minutes at a time, which I thought was weird but assumed he was busy. Tonight, he again only called me for 10 minutes. He told me that he's now staying until Sunday and that he's going to get his car looked at. This is why he couldn't talk long. He had worked late and still needed to take the car in. When I asked where he was taking the car to be fixed so late, he said he had a buddy in the next town over who would look at it that night, provide a quote, get parts, and fix it on Thursday. Huge red flags emerged because if he was going to a friend's house, he always tells me who. It's never just a buddy. As his wife, I know he only has 2 friends still living in that town, and neither of them knows anything about cars. We have a tracking app that we use for our and our children's phones, so I decided to check it. He arrived at midnight, it's now 3 a.m., and he's still there, and it's not at either of the said friends' houses. I just know. My gut is screaming that this is exactly what I think it is, and I'm sick to my stomach. My best friend is asleep, and she's all I have. I just had to get this off my chest before I explode. Update. He stayed until 6:30 this morning and called me at 7:30 while still on the road, pretending to have just woken up. He said that his car couldn't be fixed because the parts are seized, but he still never mentioned which friend he was with. He pretty much just proved it to me there. I appreciate all your kind words and advice. I'm feeling broken, so please forgive me if I don't respond to replies. Just know that I appreciate them. Update 2. Now that I've had most of a day to really think about everything and had a good talk with my best friend, this is where we're at. When he called me this morning, I was making coffee. I told him I was making coffee and he said, "Ooh, coffee, I should go get some of that. I just woke up and I haven't had a chance yet." Except when he left this morning, he went to the closest coffee shop before he left town. So again, another lie, to answer the recurring question of why are you tracking him if you trust him? The answer is that I'm not. We got the app last week when our kids started walking to school on their own, so we could see that they were getting home safely. In turn, they can see where we are when we're out of the house. I didn't force him to get a tracking app, and it wasn't to catch him doing anything. The story he gave me was that he went over there for his buddy. I know of John, but have never met him in person, which is why I think my husband believes he's a good patsy. He said they couldn't get the car unstuck with home tools, so he came home. But John is a mechanic, so he's going to talk to his boss today and see if they can come in after hours tonight to fix it in the shop. He was just waiting on confirmation of that and a quote for parts. Here's the problem. Although John is a mechanic, he doesn't work or live in the city where my husband was last night. As soon as my husband mentioned quote for parts, I realized that meant he didn't have the parts yet. If his story were true, they would have been taking apart the car without any parts to put it back together, which makes 0 sense. That's what put it all together for me. While I was on the phone with him, his best friend woke up and asked if he was just getting in from last night. I literally listened to him stumble to come up with an answer because he knew I could hear him. That one cut deep. He said no, that he came home last night and was surprised I didn't hear him. He lied to his best friend too, which is super suspicious. Based on the comments I've read and conversations with friends, I've decided to keep it low-key for now. I'm not going to confront him because I don't see the point. He'll either deny it, flip it around on me, or admit it and beg for forgiveness. And honestly, I don't want to deal with any of that right now. What I need to do is get my ducks in a row so I can leave. That's the plan going forward. I feel humiliated, I feel stupid as hell, but above all else, I'm pissed. Pissed at him and pissed at myself, just pissed off. To everyone who asked why I didn't leave the first time, I'm not even mad about it. It's a valid question. The answer is that he put in the work to prove it was a mistake. I had never been cheated on before and I was naive. We went through therapy and did a lot of work. He put in all the effort I ever asked for to prove that this is what he really wanted. He really fooled me. So yeah, you're right, I should have had more self-respect then. I should have known better, and now I'll be the first to admit that I'm an idiot. I'll make sure to use this as a life lesson moving forward. Update 3. Hey y'all, a lot of people have been asking for an update, so here we go. So he finally came home Saturday night. I had spent the entire week gathering the information I need for divorce, but what I really needed for myself was proof. Proof that this was anything other than what I thought it was. Proof that I was crazy for ever thinking he would do this to me. Instead, I found her. He claims he went over to her house but never actually slept with her. He entertained her but never slept with her, spent the night but didn't sleep with her, and I just couldn't believe that. He told me he only entertained her because she made it easy to give her attention, and that's when I walked out. I spent the day with my bestie, drank a lot, and decided that for my own closure, I needed to know if he really did sleep with her. One way or another, he took off his ring and walked into that house, so I was done. But for my own peace of mind, I needed to know the truth, and I wasn't going to get it from him. I found her number in his phone the night he got home, so I just called her. Turns out he lied about being married and took advantage of a poor girl who had recently gotten out of an abusive relationship and finally put her trust into someone again. He did sleep with her. He even left her his shirt because he wouldn't be back for 2 weeks. He made this poor girl think he loved her, and I'm disgusted. He hurt so many people with this. So here we are. I'm officially a 33-year-old single mom, terrified of life ahead. I haven't eaten in days. My body has been in fight or flight for so long now that I'm currently sitting at the hospital, hoping someone can help me reset it so I can finally sleep for once this week and give my heart a break. I'm a mess, to say the least. But I seriously want to thank everyone for the advice and kind words. This is a literal nightmare that I feel like I can't wake up from, and the sweet messages really help, so thank y'all again. Here's to hoping it gets better. User Matt Davies said his friend 100% knew and did OP a solid. To this, Leak said, for sure. I'm thinking that the friend made sure to ask questions loud enough for OP to hear. I bet that OP can count on them for a statement in the divorce. User Whiskey and Guitars said, I can potentially understand staying with someone who cheated on you once after you have been married for some time. You have a life together and you want to work it out, provided they are truly sorry and don't do it again. However, I will never understand all the stories I read on Reddit where people stay with cheaters while still in the dating phase. Just why? I would be gone so fast that the cheater would think they were watching a Roadrunner cartoon. Gone. User Twisted Beats said, pretty slick of him to come up with the idea that the car needed work. That way, when he came back from his job with no money, he could explain that he spent what he made on the car. It's crazy how he thought he had it all worked out, but didn't think to turn off the tracking on his phone. The dude's an idiot and a jerk. This story was posted by a user named Buttons McBoom in the Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I just found out that my wife cheated on me back in 2008 when we were dating. First things first, I have no plans to divorce my wife. I'm not so much seeking advice as I am just trying to vent because this hurts bad, and I'm not sure to whom else I can turn to get this off my chest. An old friend of my wife, whom we have not seen in years, reached out to me last night and emailed me screen caps of some email exchanges they had at the time that detailed a fling my wife had with another man back while we were still dating long distance. She said she wanted to clear her conscience after all this time, but I was still skeptical at first. It took place in the 2 months leading up to me moving in with her. She definitely had sex with the guy at least once and they went on several dates. I logged into her email at about 2 a.m. this morning and verified that these emails were real, and I found some more emails she sent to another friend with more of her details and feelings. We've both grown a lot since then. Our marriage has been truly great, but reading some of the shit she said back then just gutted me. She said she knew what she was doing was wrong, though she didn't necessarily feel guilt. She said that she loved the way I made her feel when we were together, but she got really lonely when I left and that she had made up her mind to basically live like she was single for the 3 weeks each month that I wasn't there. Hell, she even kicked around the idea of breaking up with me to pursue a relationship with the other guy. Like I said, we currently have a great marriage and I have zero intention of pursuing a divorce. I'm not even sure I'm going to confront her about it because it was so long ago. That said, this has really punched me in the gut and I'm not sure I've ever felt this kind of hurt. Thanks for listening to me and letting me vent Reddit. Update. I got back home on Sunday after a weekend work meeting that was out of state. I asked her if we could talk, and I told her that I knew she had cheated on me. She held back tears as she confessed that she had indeed carried on a brief relationship with another man while we were dating, shortly before I had moved states and we had moved in together. I asked her if there were any other times, and she said no. I have faith in her when she says this because I gave no time frame and she corroborated what I had found. I then asked why she kept it from me for so long, and she said she knew how adamant I was that I would never forgive a cheater, and she knew it would destroy both me and our relationship. She then asked for my forgiveness if I could ever forgive her, and I told her that I already had. She cried even more when I told her that the last thing I want is a divorce, because I still love her more than anything in the world, and I'm not willing to throw everything we have away for something that happened 16 years ago. I said that while I love her, I am still very hurt because all of this is new for me and my trust in her is a little shaken for having kept this from me for so long. She understood and offered to let me go through her messages, her email, and her text to prove nothing else had gone on. I declined because I have known all of her passwords and how to unlock her phone, and she has never jealously guarded her devices. We can also track one another's devices, and she has never been somewhere she shouldn't be when I have checked. Finally, I asked why. She said she didn't have a clear answer and she still wasn't totally sure, but she was going through a very self-destructive time in her life, and when this guy came pursuing her hard, it was one more terrible decision in a string of terrible life decisions she had made over the previous year. We embraced and cried. She apologized again, and I told her how much she meant to me. I told her it would take time for me to process all of this and that I would be going through counseling and that I want us to attend marriage counseling for at least a little while, but that I was still madly in love with her. Then she asked me how I found out, and I told her about how her old friend had reached out to me and dropped the news, which caused me to check her emails and corroborate this information. Apparently, they had a pretty serious falling out a while back after my wife had loaned the friend a good amount of money after the friend's husband had taken everything and left her high and dry. Yes, we both have discretionary accounts. No, I do not worry about what she does with her own money. Yes, I knew about the loan. Instead of using the money to get back on her feet, her friend had used it for really expensive, unneeded stuff and a vacation with some other girlfriends. Needless to say, my wife was pissed. She asked for her money back, and it led to a big fight. They have barely spoken since, and this will probably officially end their relationship, as my wife thinks this could be payback for cutting off her friend. I have my first session with a new therapist later this week. We have a session with a marriage counselor next week. I am hopeful that we will come through this ordeal just as strong as we were before. To those who offered me genuine advice, thank you. While I was not necessarily looking for advice when I first posted, there was some sage wisdom in some of your words and it really helped me. Thank you again. OP said that the cheating occurred 16 years ago, and I think I can understand his reasoning for not really wanting to confront his wife. However, I'd still be incredibly pissed off, and out of principle, I think I'd lean toward breaking off the relationship. This might sound like something an incel or a terminally online person would say, but I really do get the vibe that OP's wife went out and had fun with no consequences, only to return to a stable and reliable person like OP. This feels a bit cucky to me. A deleted user said OP doesn't realize it yet, but he's at the beginning of a very long road with an uncertain ending. Reconciling after infidelity is very, very difficult, and even with the cheater truly showing remorse and making changes, sometimes the betrayed partner just can't get over it, despite doing the work. I've seen this with a friend. His wife cheated on him, he found out, and they spent 3 years in reconciliation. He tried his hardest to get over it, especially since they have a son, but he said that in the end, although he got over the hurt, he realized the whole situation had poisoned his love for her, and he couldn't live with someone he didn't love anymore. She had the nerve to be angry at him for throwing away all her hard work to try and fix things as if she wasn't the reason they had to repair things in the first place. Honestly, he would have been better off separating when he found out. Not to say that reconciliation can't work, but the odds aren't great. User time anything said, I really hope that it works out for OP. I know a lot of people on this site hate this, but people can change and grow, and they may not make the same mistake, especially over the course of 16 years. OP even said that his wife was 25 and going through a rough patch. It doesn't make it okay, but it doesn't mean she had to have made the same mistake again. Also, this falling out with her friend happened recently, so if OP's wife had cheated more recently, the friend would have used that as ammo instead of something that happened 16 years ago. If OP went through 16 years of his wife's emails, he would have found other evidence of cheating if she had done it again. User MattDVS said, "What strikes me as weird about this is that she got mad at the friend for ratting her out, meaning she had no intention of ever confessing this to him. I really doubt she has felt guilt over this the whole time. Having been married for 20 years, I don't know that I would blow up my marriage over finding out my wife cheated on me when we were dating either, but I would not be nearly as willing to just sweep this under the rug and immediately forgive her as he is." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named CCTV. The post is titled AITA for refusing to forgive my ex-best friend and other friends even after 6 years. I used to be best friends with Anna since high school. She was popular and outgoing while I was the introverted, nerdy friend. In high school, I had a crush on Ethan, but I assumed he'd prefer Anna, so I stayed out of it. They started dating and I supported her with reluctance because of their toxic on and off relationship. Over time, I grew to dislike Ethan because he was rude and mean. They broke up when we were 21 but got back together a year later and eventually got engaged at 23. 3 months before the wedding, Ethan drunkenly called me asking why I rejected him. I dismissed him, said he was drunk, and ended the call. The very next day, I was kicked out of group chats and ghosted by everyone else in our friend circle. When I texted my friends to ask what happened, they gave me the silent treatment. When I reached out to Anna, I found myself blocked. Desperate, I even tried calling Ethan, but my number was blocked too. I had no idea what I'd done wrong and wished anyone would tell me. That week was hell. Anna's silence hurt the most because at the time, she meant everything to me. I barely slept, battling panic attacks at night while trying to keep it together for class during the day. If not for my supportive roommates who helped me through my panic attacks, I don't know how I would have made it through. Anna and I attended the same local university but took different courses. I waited for her outside her class. When she came out with her friends, I pulled her aside and asked what was going on. She accused me of being a fake friend who tried to steal Ethan. I denied her accusation and asked for proof, but she went silent and left. They didn't unfriend me on Facebook, but kept posting about their hangouts and the bridal shower, along with indirect jabs at me. I eventually deleted my old account and changed my number. I slowly rebuilt my self-esteem and moved on. I recently created a new Facebook account. A few days ago, I was added to a group chat for our upcoming reunion, which I had no idea about. They greeted me, calling me class president, as if they hadn't shunned me 6 years ago. I left the group, but they kept messaging me. Anna kept calling, so I finally picked up out of annoyance. She told me that she was sorry for everything and wished for me to come to the class reunion party. The party didn't seem to be complete without the class president every year. She told me that she divorced Ethan after 2 years of marriage. She tried to reach out to me, but couldn't find any of my socials or contact info after we graduated. I asked her why she was telling me all this when she was no longer important to me. She cried. I ended the call and continued ignoring their messages on Messenger. My family says forgiveness is for my own peace and that it doesn't mean forgetting, but I don't feel anything anymore, only indifference. I don't owe them anything to ease their guilt. Update. Just a quick disclaimer. I created my Facebook account 2 weeks ago after mustering the courage from my past trauma. I used fake names and ages for anonymity. In reality, we're all 29. My friendship with Anna fell apart when I was 23, and now, 6 years later, we're 29. I know no one has noticed this so far, but I just wanted to clarify. Some people from my previous post suggested that I reach out to Ethan. However, before I could do so, he reached out to me first. Yesterday, I received a friend request from him along with a message saying hi in my messenger. So we talked. He invited me for coffee this weekend so we could talk about it, but I told him not to push his luck and just answer me. I asked him about his call that night. Since most boys were too intimidated to approach me, they often asked Anna to convey their feelings to me. Ethan was one of them. Apparently, many boys had a crush on me back then, but at the time, only Anna received open confessions, so I assumed I was undesirable. Not that it mattered to me. I was foolishly infatuated with Anna, so much so that I would have rolled out a red carpet for her to walk on if I could. She was my entire world back then. Not once had I ever heard about boys in high school liking me from Anna. Apparently, Anna would always come back to them with her apologetic face, telling them that I had rejected them and repeating the insults I had supposedly said about them. No wonder some people back in high school called me arrogant and disliked me. I just thought it was because I was a strict class president and student committee member. Unlike Anna, who was friendly and charming, I was strict, sharp-tongued, and rarely smiled. I don't owe anyone a smile. Ethan explained that he was mean to me back then because Anna told him I had said he was an orphan abandoned by his parents. This was a particularly sensitive topic for him, as he had been raised by his grandparents since childhood. He later discovered the truth when Anna inadvertently admitted it during an argument. That moment led him to file for divorce. Ethan shared that he genuinely did love Anna, but her constant insecurity and habit of bringing up my name in every argument strained their relationship. She either accused Ethan of still thinking about me or compared him to me. Anna did find out about Ethan's drunken call that very same night. They had an argument and Ethan came close to calling off the wedding, but Anna guilt-tripped him into staying. Neither Ethan nor Anna lied or twisted the story. Anna simply told our entire friend group to stop talking to me. They knew I hadn't done anything wrong, but somehow it was still my fault that Ethan had unresolved feelings toward me. I was an introvert and most of my friends back then were hers. It wasn't surprising that they followed her lead when she turned against me. They were always her friends, not mine. Anna and my ex-classmates then painted me as a villain to the other friends from high school. Ethan didn't do anything to help me because he was manipulated into hating me. His words, not mine. That's why I changed my number and deleted all my social media accounts. While no one directly bombarded me with mean messages, I constantly saw posts that seemed aimed at me, even though my name was never mentioned. Ethan only revealed everything to the other friends after his divorce from Anna was finalized. Now Anna and my ex-classmates are the ones being shunned by the others since 2 years ago. Ethan said he owed me an apology, though he knew it wouldn't be enough after everything that happened. While he never smeared my name, he stood on the sidelines and did nothing simply because I rejected him and called him an abandoned orphan during high school. He asked me if I would be going to the upcoming reunion party. It turns out the reunion party this time was for the 1995 high school batch. My ex-classmates probably wanted their former class president to attend for appearances. I told him I wouldn't go. He said I could sit with him and his ex-classmates if I wanted to. Why would I? Brother, enough. I told him I wouldn't be attending because I have no friends from high school. He mentioned that the others would be sad if they heard I said that. Well, screw them. I received a lot more messages from old friends, but I didn't respond to any of them. I have no attachment to them. I told Anna that Ethan had already told me everything. She called me on Messenger again, sobbing. She admitted she might have been a terrible friend, but that she did care about me. All those years, I was always on her mind. I was too attached to her back then because she was my first real friend. I had no friends in middle school. I was too shy and quiet to make friends. Anna taught me how to make friends and overcome my social anxiety, introducing me to a lot of people. I learned to cook for her and took care of her when she was sick. I even protected her from creeps. Everything I did was for her. Now that I think about it, it was kind of unhealthy. Maybe she wanted me to be that version of myself again, only for her convenience. She begged me to try again, saying she would be a better person for me, but I just ended the call and blocked her. After a few minutes of contemplation, I decided to delete my Facebook account again. I have a feeling that if I didn't, they would keep bothering me. I'll settle for a fake account. The main reason why I made my Facebook account is to play Harvest Town anyway. Sorry for the long post. This will be my one and only update. I want to thank the 4 people who personally messaged me on Reddit. Your messages meant a lot, as not many people have done so much for me in my life. I hope my update answered your questions. Farewell. User Gypsy Jazz said, "There's definitely power in having the ability to forgive someone, but no one should feel obligated to do it. I don't see any reason for OP to forgive Anna in this scenario, especially if she feels she has moved on. Forgiveness only serves to absolve Anna of her guilt. It may just be me, but I'd be petty enough to respond and say I've heard your apology, but I don't forgive you. As far as I see it, the trash took care of itself 6 years ago, and she has no desire to have it back in her life, especially now that she has genuine friends." User Lactard Banana said, "One day you learn how meaningless high school and all the drama and friendships associated with that time were." User Make It Cool said, "OP is in a better place right now, and I hope she realizes she doesn't need to deal with that BS from the past. If Anna truly wanted to reconcile, she should have done it one-on-one instead of this half-assed 'we need our class president' approach." Personally, I don't think 6 years is that long a time for something like this to be water under the bridge. This last post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Application Large. The post is titled AITA for giving my daughter a breakdown of what it cost to raise her when she asked me for her university funds. My daughter Ava was a handful growing up. Her dad passed away when she was 5, and even with therapy, she was a very angry child. I still love her very much. She is my daughter, and I would do anything for her that I can. Her dad didn't have a lot of insurance, but enough to pay off a small house, set aside an emergency fund, and top up my daughter's 529 education fund. I kept adding to it over the years, nothing much, but as I could. When she was 11, I met and married my husband. I thought Ava was okay with it. She never brought up any problems to me or in our therapy sessions. She was not okay. When she was 13, she accused him of something inappropriate. I called the police immediately. He was arrested and lost his job. He was innocent. She did it to get rid of him. We divorced. I was obviously heartbroken. I did my best not to take it out on her, but I did punish her. She started acting out and got expelled from school, then another school. I ended up having to send her to a private school. Even with a voucher, it was expensive. It worked though. She is graduating this year with honors and a scholarship. Recently, she asked me about the money in her account. I told her it was all gone. She became very upset because her scholarship won't cover all costs, and even with financial aid, she will still have to pay a fair amount. I said I would co-sign a student loan for what she needs. She wanted to know where the money went that I wasted. So I got out a pen and paper and wrote it all down. The cost of my divorce, the rising cost of living that I paid for by myself since I didn't have a partner, her tuition and fees for private school. By the end, she was crying and saying that I was blaming her for everything. I never have. I did punish her for the trouble she caused with my ex, but I think that was reasonable. She is upset that she will have to take out a loan. I also made it very clear that I would not be responsible for paying it back. She thinks I'm being cruel by saying that she is responsible for the stupid things she did as a child. I'm not. But I cannot pull the money I had to spend because of her out of thin air. Update. First, my ex was completely cleared. He was never home at the time she alleged the essay. We have security cameras in my house, and there are exactly 0 videos of him entering her room or being inappropriate with her in the common areas. I have already commented on the other evidence that got the charges against my ex dropped. She admitted the truth and said that she was doing it to get him out of our house. He is doing okay now, he has a new job, and he and I still talk. Her excuse was that she didn't think I would immediately call the cops. She thought I would just kick him out since it is my house. She felt trapped and like she couldn't back down. She has never apologized to him. She has been in therapy since she was 5, both on her own and with me. To my knowledge, she never mentioned anything about sexual assault to her therapist, and they are mandatory reporters. Second, I told her that I will not be co-signing her loans. I explained that I will support her and do my best to ensure that she does not default, but I am not risking my home or my future for her. She fully understands now where her savings went. She is mostly upset with herself now and realizes that the private school was my last choice and only necessary because of choices she made. Thank you all for your help. Third, since I do not care about karma, I will be giving this account to either you/Frickfrel or you/Vermilion Ocelot tomorrow. They are welcome to delete the posts or sell the account for the 59 cents it is worth. User Morgan and Merlin said, there are so many things in these 2 posts to comment on, and somehow OP ends it with a snide remark about how her Reddit account is worth 59 cents. That detail seals the deal that this is probably a true, sad, heartbreaking story all around. And yet, I hope OP gets her 59 cents. A deleted user said, therapy since she was 5, yet she still thought it was acceptable to falsely accuse someone and refused to accept the consequences of her actions. What is happening in therapy? Clearly, it's not working. To this user, Hypalicious said, honestly, this is why therapy does not work for anyone unless they really want to change. Therapists aren't miracle workers, and in the worst case scenario, all therapy does is teach a manipulative person how to be a better manipulator. That girl didn't want to change at 5 or at any point after that until she had her FAFO, which seems to be the catalyst for waking her up. User SweetAxe said, even now, people are pretending as if teens are mentally inept and don't know right from wrong. Sure, the suggestions that the daughter should be locked up or something for her false accusations are extreme, but that doesn't make the comments excusing her actions because she was just a child any less ridiculous. This story was posted by a user named Weird Revolution in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for refusing to get rid of the evidence of my ex's infidelity. I used to be married to my ex, Candy, and I loved her very much. We met in our teens when she moved into the neighborhood right before high school, and I instantly had a crush on her but didn't actually make a move until our senior year. We got married shortly after she graduated college and had 3 children together: Laura, Tom, and Marie. Our marriage wasn't perfect, but I thought Candy was happy with the family and life we created. However, I was wrong. Candy was bored with me and wanted more excitement, but instead of confessing her feelings and thoughts to me, she went looking elsewhere. According to her, it all started when Candy and her friends went on a girls' trip to Vegas for a weekend, where she got drunk and had some fun with 2 male strippers. Candy said that while nothing happened beyond second base, it awakened something in her and she regretted not going further. A year after that, she started going to bars and clubs for excitement, and eventually began hooking up with other men, with at least 2 of her girlfriends covering for her. I was never the wiser and probably would still be married to Candy if one of her lovers hadn't secretly documented their moments together. He was mad that she had another guy on the side and mailed the evidence to me as revenge. I was sick at seeing all the things that I did not know about and I didn't respond well. I filed for divorce and my lawyer used some of the evidence that I was given in court, but not all of it because it wasn't necessary. I still have all the evidence that I received, I just kept it in the attic. Recently, my youngest made some not so great choices with an ex-boyfriend and I ended up having to get a lawyer for her. I am amazed at how much the laws have changed, but I'm glad my daughter is protected. After it was over, I had a serious sit down with her and told her to be more mindful and that she should always be prepared for this to hang over her head even if the law is on her side, because some guys just don't care. This was a long and deep conversation during which I admitted to Marie how I found out her mom cheated and let it slip that I still had the evidence. 2 days later, Candy was banging at my door, demanding that I give her everything I had and yelling at me for keeping it. I reminded her that those things were given to me before the law prohibited it, so as long as I don't upload or share it anywhere or sell it to anyone, I'm legally in the clear. Candy went crying to our adult children. Marie is fully on her side, which is expected, but Tom and Laura are a little different. When asked why, I told my children that I keep it as a reminder of why I should never care about their mother. Tom feels that since I've never done anything with it before, and as long as I don't, it's okay. While Laura says that she prefers I trash it, but won't cut me off like Marie threatened. Edit: the number of people here who keep asking me the same question, as if I didn't already answer it in the post, is annoying. You can keep asking me why do you still have it, but just know that going forward, I will ignore it. Your dislike or misunderstanding of my answer isn't my problem. I'd also like to thank those who rightly pointed out that I should hang on to it for legal purposes since it is technically evidence. This was a good idea, and I have since explained it to my oldest 2 children, who will pass the information along to my ex-wife and my youngest. Additionally, please stop insulting my youngest daughter or saying that she's just like her mom and deserved what she went through. My ex was recorded doing something she shouldn't have with someone she should not have. That was her choice and the consequences are on her. Marie never sent anything to her ex. He recorded her without her knowledge while they were together and only revealed it when she tried to break up with him as a way to manipulate her into staying in the relationship. Marie is understandably very sensitive about this issue, so I'm giving her space and I don't believe that she'd actually cut me off. User Derek Baseball said, if you have a will, have your lawyer keep the evidence sealed with the signed and witnessed original of the will. If you don't have a will, get one drawn up. Leave instructions in your will that the evidence be destroyed upon settlement of your estate. If your ex predeceases you, you can instruct your lawyer to destroy it earlier. This way, the evidence is not in your hands, but it is also not destroyed, and there is the assurance that it will be destroyed in the future and won't accidentally end up online. User Mysterious Camp said NTA, people who are that manipulative and deceitful have a way of weaseling back into your good graces only to take advantage again. While she could just be indignant that you have sensitive materials of hers, she might also be outraged knowing it's a significant defense against getting back into your good graces, or that you have concrete evidence your wife was the transgressor if it comes up down the road. Personally, I would find the one strongest piece of evidence that you can look at and say, yep, that happened, screw her, and sequester it. This way, you still have all the important materials above, then destroy the rest of it, and let Marie see the remains as proof. Don't turn them over to be used as collateral against you, and don't provide the destruction evidence to your ex. Just either involve Marie in the destruction or give her the remains so she can pass them along. User Wazeltov said, "I'm of two minds on this. I'm assuming that the laws you are referring to are revenge laws, where it is illegal to disseminate explicit media without the consent of everyone involved, and it sounds like your youngest daughter just went through an intense falling out where her ex-boyfriend broke those laws, which was very upsetting to her. Obviously, my heart goes out to your daughter, as she certainly felt victimized and vulnerable from her naked pictures being distributed without her consent. I can understand why she is being empathetic towards her mother's situation, as they do resemble each other. Her mom doesn't want you to have those videos, and she's in them. However, there are some meaningful differences between the two situations. The media you have is evidence of infidelity, and you have not distributed the media in any way, nor plan to, but there's always the chance that you could, even if you never would, and that possibility is the real issue here. I think you're NTA as of right now, but I do think you need to come up with a plan to extricate your need to have evidence that your ex-wife cheated on you from the physical copies of the explicit media. Even though your wife is an awful person, I don't think making her live with the knowledge that you have that kind of sexually explicit media of her is admirable on your part, especially with your daughter recently going through something similar. It seems very slightly hypocritical that you understood that you needed to pursue justice for your daughter and then keep her mother's sexually explicit media that you received under similar circumstances. Again, you're not the asshole because your reasoning seems well-intentioned and there's been no harm done, but the cat is out of the bag that you own these materials. I think the right thing to do would be to find a way to keep the evidence that you need while removing the explicit portions. Update. I wasn't sure if I was going to do this, but since someone messaged me, I thought I'd share. I don't know if I'll give another update after this one though. Long story short, my ex got arrested and is facing charges. For details, please continue reading. Context. I had a security system to which my children knew the security code, but for unimportant reasons, there was a switch in the company. When I upgraded, I was given a new code and security pad to put it in. Also, at the advice of the people installing the new system, I moved it to another spot. I told my oldest two kids what the new code was in person, as I don't like texting that type of information for fear of phone hacking. Since my youngest daughter wasn't talking to me and didn't want to hear from me, she didn't know about the change in codes. Now, on to what happened. I left town for a trip I'd scheduled a while back that my youngest daughter was aware of. This trip was going to be about 7 days long, so my neighbors knew to keep their eyes peeled for anything suspicious. 2 days into my trip, I got an alert that my house was being broken into. The company called and I told them that I did not enter my home and wasn't expecting anyone. My neighbors also called the authorities. I could tell by the security cam that it was my ex-wife and she had someone else there, but I didn't recognize them. The authorities had detained my ex, who insisted that it was all a simple misunderstanding. I told them over the phone that it wasn't and I wanted to press charges. Then I laughed when the call was over. I laughed a lot, hard, and to the point where I was in tears and struggling to breathe. There was something about my trashy ex getting punished by the law that felt so liberating to me, but my joy took a pause when I started getting calls from my youngest. Turns out, she gave the security code to her mom with the intent to search my home for the tapes while I was gone and get them. My ex went on a different day than what was planned, and that's how everything happened. My daughter asked me not to press charges, but I went forward with it. My daughter was angry with me, and we got into an argument where she blamed me for still having the tapes and telling her that I had the tapes. We haven't really spoken since, but my other daughter convinced me to go to therapy. After a couple of sessions, I discovered that one of the reasons why I held on to the tapes was because I never felt as if my ex was punished enough for what she did. She never apologized, never showed remorse, made excuses, and that has always pissed me off. It's also why I'm refusing to drop the charges. I'm still processing what all this means, but that's how it is right now. This next post was made in the Surviving Infidelity subreddit by a user named Slow Fader. The post is titled, "My wife had an affair with a female coworker. 6 months after D-Day, she attempted reconciliation. Then she went on vacation with her AP. D-Day was 6 months ago this week. I wasn't suspicious in the least, but accidentally saw a text message that caused me to look at another message which revealed that my wife was having an affair with a female coworker. She claims it never went further than sexting, but the text referenced physical acts. Giving her the benefit of the doubt, we'll call it an emotional affair. She was also having problems with drinking. She was apologetic when she got caught and agreed to go to counseling and do whatever it took to make things work. I went to counseling too and was attempting reconciliation. We both grew up Mormon and left the church a few years back, but because of that experience, we are both a bit messed up as to what is acceptable and normal in a relationship and with alcohol, etc. That makes this doubly hard. I was raised to think homosexuality was wrong, but have changed and don't have a problem with it. I do have a bit of a problem when my wife decides to cheat on me by having an affair with a woman. Both of us want to make things work for the kids. At least that is what we say. We both came from divorced parents and wanted our kids to not have that. Cutting off her AP/co-worker was not really possible given the circumstances. I asked her to not be involved with her outside of work. She agreed. She also cut back on drinking and going out. She said that she was open and willing to do whatever. Gradually, I noticed that she was still being sneaky from time to time. After I caught her and confronted her, she no longer texted regularly with AP on text messages. Instead, she went to Snapchat where I could see she was the most recent message but couldn't see what was shared. Last month, I was going to help her with her phone and she snatched it away nervously when a notification sound went off and I saw it was a snap from the AP. She said they just chat casually about work stuff. On a weekend? Yeah, right. She assures me nothing is going on. I think it is more that her AP is not willing to leave her marriage and so my wife doesn't really have an option. I repeated again that I would prefer she not be involved with her. Last weekend, I went out with her to a COVID-safe outdoor work event. She drank heavily and afterwards convinced me to go somewhere else with a group that included her AP. I pretended to be okay and went along with it, including an awkward interaction with the AP. Driving home a very drunk wife, she talked about how good and loyal I was and then proceeded to tell me the perfect person for me was someone else we knew. She said that she still wanted to make it work. She also told me for the first time that she had told a parent and sibling of hers about what she had done. Yesterday, she told one of my siblings what she had done, without telling me first, and I think knowing that it would piss me off. She had a semi-valid excuse for why, but didn't think it was bad until I said, "What if I called up another of your siblings and told?" Today, I was driving her to the airport. She is going for a weekend away with some co-workers. She previously named 2 people that were not her AP, and I was okay with it. As we are pulling up to drop her off, I ask where she is staying and she describes a different place than what she told me originally. I said, "Why did it change?" She said it just didn't work out. I said, "So who is going X and Y?" She says, "Yeah, O and AP." I lost it and called her a dirty jerk. I took her to the drop and we talked for a couple of minutes. She tried to gaslight me and said we talked about this. I told you. I said no you didn't, and I know she knows we didn't by the way she disclosed it to me. She promises that nothing is happening between them and I said I don't know that and I have no reason to trust you. She tells me that she doesn't love AP, she just liked the friendship and got caught up in it. Also said that AP doesn't want to destroy her own marriage. I told her that she needed to figure out what she wants out of life, and she says I want this and our family. I said your decisions don't reflect that. I told her to take the weekend to think about it. After I left, she called to apologize and said she should have been honest with me and that she doesn't know why she is being like this. She offered to stay home. I told her no. She should go and have fun and think about if that is what she wants. She said I should do the same. I said, I know what I want. I'm not the one that went and had an affair. I'm still here despite what you've done. I said she really needs to think about the consequences, reminding her that divorce is expensive. I said I'm not saying that to threaten her, just to say that she should know I won't be taken advantage of in that situation. She knows that financially we are stronger together. It has been 6 months and this is the closest I have been to calling it quits. I know some will see that as the best option. Others may not. I wanted reconciliation and knew that it wouldn't be easy, but she is making it even harder. Based on what I've written, I'm guessing most of you can see the writing on the wall better than I can. She is probably done, right? Should I keep trying? Is there anything to salvage, or should I just cut my losses and stop the status quo? Am I stupid? Update. I won't recount my whole story here. It's been 6 months since D-Day when I found my wife was having an emotional affair with a female co-worker. I made a post in r/surviving infidelity and got lit up with people telling me to leave after my WS went on a weekend getaway with a group of co-workers that included the AP. The most egregious part is that she told me the AP was going about 30 seconds before I dropped her off at the airport. When she got back, we had a talk and she told me I had ruined her weekend. The AP was angry at her the whole weekend because she was inside with the others when I dropped WS off at the airport and saw how upset I was. Anyway, I told her that I couldn't deal with this dishonesty anymore and I needed more commitment from her if this was going to work. She agreed. She deleted Snapchat and agreed to limit interactions with AP and another girl that WS works with whom I don't trust. WS began communicating better, making a bigger deal of telling me where she was and where she was going and with whom. Now, 3 weeks later, as she is in bed, I go to put something on her nightstand next to where her phone is. She immediately grabbed her phone to keep it from me. I asked why she did that and she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "What are you hiding? Why did you grab it away?" As she unlocked her phone, I could see WhatsApp was open. She quickly swiped away and held it where I couldn't see the screen, but I know she was deleting messages. I said, "Who are you texting?" She said, "No one." I said, "Be honest, I saw you're texting someone, let me see your phone." She said, "Why?" And I explained, "Because I don't trust her." I said, "Show me who you were messaging." She opened up iMessages and showed me that. I said, "No, show me WhatsApp." She admits it was the girl I don't like and that the messages were about going to smoke pot together. WS knows I don't like this coworker and that I don't approve of them smoking together. She then swipes away another thing and shows me the screen. I said, "What does it matter now? You just lied to me and deleted messages right in front of me. Of course you'll show me now." We talked for a bit and calmed down, but the feeling of betrayal is back. I thought when I put my foot down after the weekend getaway that she was really serious this time, but this shook me again. I brought it up again last night and she's like, "You're still on that?" I said, "Yeah, it hurts." She listened and understood and says, "What do you want from me?" "I want honesty. I don't want you to lie and hide things. There is just so much to unpack in all of this. For privacy's sake, I'm not giving every detail, but I have some reasons to give her a little slack. Not a lot, just a little. But this hurts. She keeps saying the right things and that she wants to make this work, but some of her actions don't match. Final update. It's been almost a year since I drove her to the airport, only to discover that her girls' weekend involved her AP. A lot has happened since then. We tried for another month after this post above, but ultimately she opened up and admitted that she liked girls and probably had for a long time. That was the moment where everything changed. I knew I was going to continue to try and reconcile with someone who wasn't living their truth. So we opted for divorce. She was already looking for another place at that point, thinking I would kick her out. She moved out a month later and we told the kids that they would have 2 houses. She met a new girl on Tinder and started a whirlwind relationship with her. They broke up in the fall, which sent my then STBX into a spiral. I ended up having the kids until early this year and we're now back to joint custody. It was a hard, traumatic year. Ultimately, I'm better off now. I feel bad for the kids, but hopefully it will be better for them having 2 parents living their own lives than trying to make something impossible work. The divorce was finalized in December. It could have been done in July, but she sat on it and kept changing little things. Now, we've begun the process of living the rest of our lives in our new reality. She recently got back together with the girlfriend she met after we decided to divorce. I'm dating someone and in a pretty good place emotionally. Looking back, I feel stupid for when I made my post in r/surviving infidelity and was dismissive of everyone who was stating the obvious. My WS was cheating on me, was lying to me, and fit just about every stereotypical trait we see assigned to cheaters. My advice to anyone reading this now is definitely from a place of more cynicism than it would have been a year ago. If you suspect your spouse still isn't being honest with you, they're probably not. Divorce is painful and hard, but it's better than suffering for no reason. A weight has definitely been lifted. I have a new lease on some aspects of my life. I hope that you all find success in your reconciliations, but if it doesn't work out, don't lose hope and realize things can get better. User Curls the Fangirl said, "I am so relieved. I'm glad he left. I feel for anyone that struggles with their sexual orientation and can't be true to themselves. But as soon as you cheat on your partner, you're in the wrong. Many people figure out their sexual orientation without cheating. Without going into too many details, back in 2020, I had one of the most difficult years of my life. My ex hurt me. He's still awaiting trial because he's a creep. And I still feel hurt when I think about it, but I'm so relieved that we never married each other the way we had been talking about." Edit, to clarify, he didn't commit a crime against me. He committed it against someone else. He emotionally hurt and tried to manipulate me into staying. I need to work on my wording. User Not So Evil Dr. Porkchop said, "I can understand how hard it was for his wife to deal with her sexual orientation, especially because they grew up Mormon, but that doesn't excuse at all the cheating, lying, and gaslighting she put her husband through, especially for months. I'm glad that they separated and that OP is now in a better place, especially for the children. I can't imagine how hard it must be to see your mom spiraling like that. User Sleepy Dormouse said, "It's so frustrating when people cling to relationships that are already dead as a form of keeping the family together. From the very beginning, it was clear that OP's wife was not committed to the marriage. She did little to try to rebuild the trust she broke and made minimal effort to repair the relationship. It would have spared them a lot of pain if they had just ended things earlier." This final post was made by a user named Strawberry Cheese in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I found out my family is hiding my fiance's affair with my best friend. How do I confront everyone? I need some serious advice on how to navigate any of this. I found out a week ago that basically my entire family has been helping my fiance hide his affair with my best friend. I created this account because I honestly have no one else to tell this to, so my brain figured internet strangers would be best. None of my family and friends have Reddit. For extra emotional context, my fiance and I have been together since 8th grade. I do apologize if this gets long, but there's so much to unpack, and I just want to refresh myself with everything I have, as well as figure out the best way to confront my family, best friend, and fiance with at least some dignity. Here are names and ages for context for everyone involved. Richard half-brother, Maria half-sister, Angie my mom, Peach best friend, and Alex my fiance. So a week ago, Alex was taking a shower and had left his phone on our bed. My fiance and I have an open phone policy, seeing as we both struggled with getting cheated on in past relationships. I was packing my suitcase for a family trip that is happening after my rehearsal dinner tomorrow. I heard his phone keep going off. He yelled from our shower if I could mute his phone. I went to get his phone and saw that it was Peach calling him. I was curious at first, but seeing as she's part of my bridal party, I didn't find it too suspicious. I muted the phone and soon messaged Peach from my own phone. Here is the paraphrase of our conversation. Me: "Hey Peach, my fiance is in the shower. What did you need?" Peach: "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to confirm with him the flowers for your bouquet and aisle." Me: "That's weird. I didn't change my mind on any flowers or anything. The florist was contacted last month and everything was paid for already by Tony, my mom's husband." Peach: "Are you sure? I remember him telling me you changed your mind." After that, it was the usual wedding talk. In hindsight, I should have found it very weird that she would call him about 6 times to confirm a flower choice when she simply could have either texted me or Alex. When Alex got out of the shower, I told him Peach tried calling him about my flower choices. I asked him what made him think I changed my mind on the flowers for the wedding. He paused for a bit. I now know he was basically stalling and doing the "oh, I'm thinking" face when I had asked. He then said that he thought I had mentioned it in passing during a dinner. I told him that I didn't recall that. He then just shrugged and grabbed his phone and went back into the bathroom. I hate to be one of those people, but for once my gut actually sank. I got this really paranoid feeling that I couldn't shake. I tried to convince myself that it was just my old cheating trauma trying to creep back, yet I just couldn't let this go. Alex and I had dinner and I pushed through all the way until it was time to go to bed. I pretended to fall asleep first. Alex and I usually cuddle to fall asleep. When I knew he was in a deep enough sleep, I went to check his phone again. I checked his Instagram, Snapchat, and messages, but I couldn't find anything. Then I went to his Facebook Messenger. He uses Messenger to communicate with his family overseas. I only saw his main family members, and most of the messages were about getting plane tickets to come to the wedding. We were supposed to get married in December with a Winter Wonderland themed wedding. However, with my previous relationships, I checked his archives on Messenger. That's when the horrific truth came to light. There was a group chat with Peach, Alex, Richard, Angie, and Maria. The group chat was established a year ago where basically Alex and Peach confessed to having an affair to my family. My mom did shame them at first, yet she later asked Alex if he truly loved Peach, because you can't help who you love. He said he was absolutely sure and that he also loved me. Then Maria and Richard suggested that he bring up an open relationship to me. They both are in open relationships and married, and apparently it's working for them in whatever la la land they live in. At this point, Alex and I were already engaged. Alex mentioned to them that it seemed too far deep to try to bring it up. Angie said that they would cover for Alex and Peach until he felt strong enough to bring up an open relationship with me. As I was reading, all I could think was how my family could betray me like that. How could Peach betray me like that? We've been friends since kindergarten. We even grew up with Alex. How could she process in her mind to screw my fiance and say that she loves him too? All of this in this disgusting group chat? For Alex to have the nerve to say he loves me as well? For him to know firsthand what it's like to be betrayed like this, I honestly wanted to vomit. However, I was just taking screenshot after screenshot. The more I read down, the more I found out that Peach took my spot on our previous family trip. I got a really bad stomach bug a while ago that caused me not to go. I can't even begin to imagine what they did on that trip. The fact that my mother was okay with all of this is what hurts the most. The fact she's known for a whole year that my fiance was cheating on me. That's taking the longest to sink in, I feel. There is more in the group chat, but these were the major points. I've known for a whole week. It's been eating at me inside, and I want to explode and cuss them all out. I want to ruin their lives the way they ruined mine. It all hurts so much, and I just really want advice on how to confront them. How do I even begin? What do I even say? The anger I feel is so intense that if I let it all out, I'd look insane. Please, Reddit, anything will help. I'm planning on confronting them tomorrow at our rehearsal dinner. Update. So I did wind up taking bits and pieces of advice from everyone. Last night I constantly went back and forth between going ghost or fully exploding on everyone. I decided to take a mix of both routes. I sent the screenshots to Alex's parents and explained the whole situation to them. I was honestly expecting them to ignore it or not believe me. However, they called rather quickly. They asked me if I had any hard proof of them cheating besides their confession. I confided in them that I didn't. They asked for more screenshots, and I basically sent them a good chunk of what I had. His mother made me feel awful for sending them. She was sobbing and apologizing for her son. She soon became inconsolable. His father took the phone and asked if there was anything his son could do to make it up to me. This early morning, I was offended he asked that. Yet, I saw it from his perspective later. I asked him if I could be frank, and he agreed. I told him that unless his son could shrivel up and disappear, then there wasn't really anything he could say. His father said he understood. I asked him if they could keep this to themselves until I brought it up to Alex. They said they could, and we ended the call. For a while, I thought vomiting from stress was rare, but it finally happened. Alex heard me, I guess, because he woke up and tried to rub my back. I held my hand up and cleaned myself up. This was around 7 a.m. Alex had a concern in his voice and was asking if I was okay. For once, I actually saw nothing but red, yet I kept my composure. I have no idea why, but I guess that will be my superpower I'll hold on to. I ignored him and just went back to sleep. I woke back up at 8 a.m. to start getting ready for the rehearsal dinner. Alex told me he had to get some things done before heading to the restaurant. I told him that was fine and that I'd see him later. Before he left, he said he loved me and that this was one of the days he was excited for. I said me too, trying not to let too much rage show behind it. Once he left, I gathered all of the screenshots. For those who don't know, you can schedule text messages to be sent out at a certain time. I decided to do this to send them to everyone. Peach's family, our friend groups, his family, as well as mine. I scheduled it to go out at 1:25 p.m. This would be the halfway point of the dinner when people would be dropping off gifts early for us, etc. I gathered the black hole of stress forming in me and headed to the restaurant when it was time. My mother and her husband were already there. My mother hugged me and all I could do was stand there. Feeling her hands on me almost felt like she was personally violating my spirit. I did a quick tap hug so she wouldn't get suspicious and we headed inside. Guests started flowing in and everyone was surprisingly on time. Once everyone was gathered, Alex went on this whole spiel about how happy he was that everyone could come and how excited he was for his family for the next dinner. He mentioned how I was the love of his life and how he was so happy our families would mingle and we could be one. I wanted to ask him how dare he say that shit, but all I could manage were fake smiles and nods. Peach was basically looking like a clueless dog, smiling and clapping for us. To see this happen in real life is truly mind-boggling. The lengths people will go to have their cake and eat it too. I could barely eat as the stress was getting to me so badly. At the time I set for the messages, people's phones started buzzing and Alex's and Peach's phones were blowing up. I must admit that for once, a genuine smile crept onto my face. It was like watching an entire kingdom crumble and fall. The horrified faces of Peach and Alex when they looked at me were golden. It's the one highlight I will hold on to from this emotional day. My aunt went ballistic. She started calling my mom a cruel, heartless jerk over and over. My mother hurriedly checked her phone and saw that I had sent her the screenshots. She started screaming and becoming irate, saying I was really trying to ruin her life again. My grandparents' reaction hurt the most because they started screaming at my mother. My grandmother was trying, along with a few other guests, to hold my aunt back as she started screaming every expletive she could. My grandfather was screaming at my mother that he didn't raise a At this point, everyone was in screaming and crying hysterics. My other bridesmaids were cussing Peach out and calling her a slut. I hate to admit it again, but I took joy in that. My grandfather went on to scream at Alex with some things I can't say here because he was very explicit. I just started laughing and sobbing. I had so many emotions that I genuinely think my body didn't know what to do, so it did everything. The tears just kept coming. My cousin escorted me outside as fast as she could, with Alex chasing us down. He kept screaming my name and begging to talk. I ignored him, and my cousin was pushing him away from her car so she could get in and drive off. She took me to my aunt's house and told me to stay there and not answer the door for anyone. I kind of felt like a kid being left at home alone. I didn't do much, I just sat on the floor. That's when I started bawling. All the emotions I've kept pent up for a whole week finally came out. After about another hour, my aunt and cousin came back home. They hugged me for a good 5 minutes. When we finally broke apart, I noticed that my aunt had a few scratches on her. I'm assuming they couldn't hold her back from my mom for much longer. My aunt caught me up on everything. Apparently, after my cousin drove off with me, Alex came back in and started screaming at Peach for ruining everything. They got into a screaming match while some of our friends tried to split them apart. My grandparents, aunt, and Tony were drilling into my mother for answers. Tony was the most livid. Apparently, during the family trip I couldn't attend, my mom told Tony that I had offered my ticket to Peach so she could enjoy a nice break for herself. At this point, Tony was screaming and reading some of her messages out loud. She was begging him to stop and saying that she could explain. My aunt started adding that my mom better start explaining because all she saw was a worthless mother and a vile person. Apparently, this set my mother off and she started screaming about how she hated me, how I ruined her life and made it difficult. She claimed that she could never be happy because I was always a constant reminder of her biggest mistake ever and that she regretted not aborting me when she had the chance. That set my aunt off and she basically pounced on her. For context, my aunt is infertile. In her words, I was the daughter she never got to have. So in her mind, she went full mama bear mode on my birth giver. To make a long story short, here is everything else that happened. Tony is divorcing my mom. He's had suspicions for a few months that she's cheating again. Peach exposed Alex's text to her in which he admitted he was sleeping with her because he felt I was growing distant a while back and that he was lonely and didn't know how to bring it up to me. Peach's father spammed her with calls and will be cutting her off financially. My mother has been on a tirade with our family, exclaiming I'm an evil person for destroying her world again. My half-siblings felt it wasn't their place to say anything to me and that I should have expected Alex to look elsewhere because humans aren't monogamous and people love who they love. A lot more has happened, but to avoid my brain from imploding from stress and anger, it's finally out in the open. I've been getting texts and calls from everyone, but at the moment I've left my phone in the other room. I'm updating this from my aunt's computer. My aunt offered for me to stay with her until I get out of this jumbled mess. I accepted it since I have no intention of going back to that apartment. I've already emailed my landlord and will be handling it all next week. My boss emailed me back and said I was allowed to use some PTO for as long as I need. I will definitely take it since I'm highly considering moving somewhere quiet and peaceful. I'm thinking maybe Iowa or even North Carolina. I've heard they have a good cost of living in those states. I want to thank you all so much again. I truly appreciate all the support I've been given and received. I'll be offline after today for a few days. I feel like I need to disconnect from everything and actually comfort myself. My aunt and cousin are at my place getting some of my things and my cat. Alex is there begging them not to take my things and asking them to have me just talk to him. I don't know what he thinks a conversation will do. The emotional and mental scars I have are not going to go away for a while. I also know I have a long journey ahead of me in therapy. A lot of people have pointed out that I was severely abused by my mother. Now that I know how much she hates me, it will be easier to go no contact now. Update 2. I messaged Alex's parents the screenshots and they were very upset. I scheduled text messages to be sent out to everyone during the rehearsal dinner. I also sent the screenshots to Peach's dad. I made sure it went to Peach's family as well. I also sent them to my family, Alex's family, and my own. Once the scheduled time passed, everything went into chaos. Peach was being berated by my now ex-friends about why things escalated. Peach's father cut her off financially. My grandparents, aunt, and Tony started grilling my mom for answers. Under the pressure, she confessed to hating me. She thinks I'm the reason her life has been difficult and ruined. I found out that I was the product of a long-running affair. After my mom insulted me, my aunt physically assaulted her. My cousin got me out quickly when the chaos ensued. Alex tried to chase us down, but my cousin maneuvered between him and took me to my aunt's place. That's where I'm still at. My phone has been blowing up since then. My aunt came home and recapped everything for me when she got back. They got my things from the apartment, and that's where my last update left off. However, things have escalated heavily. Once I woke up and took a long hot shower, I turned my phone back on. I couldn't even unlock it or clear notifications before I got a call from one of my bridesmaids. I answered, and she immediately started screaming at me about how I could ignore Peach and Alex in their time of need. At first, I was confused since I don't give a damn about them anymore. I asked her not to yell at me, but she continued anyway. She screamed that Peach had self-harmed. When she sent me the images, they were very surface level, enough for a scar to appear and a little blood. I wanted to scoff on the phone because at this point I knew she was doing it to rally people on her side since I wouldn't respond to her texts. Yet she also told me that Alex tried to overdose. His friends found him at my apartment all groggy. They took him to the hospital where he was cleared since they didn't have to pump his stomach. They are keeping him under watch for the next 72 hours, which is good. After this, my friend group has been split heavily since I didn't respond to either of them before they did this. I still have no intention of talking to either of them. I don't really care what they do for attention as long as they leave me the hell alone. During the initial confrontation with my egg donor, Tony found out that my egg donor lied to him and said Peach could take my ticket to go with them on the trip. They got home and started arguing more because Tony brought up his suspicions about my mother cheating. She started screaming at him and confessing everything, telling him that my half-siblings aren't his and a lot of other very hurtful things. He had to call the police on her to escort her off his property. Tony followed up with me this morning and told me that my mother confessed that I was the product of a long-term affair she had with his best friend. Yet, after finding out Tony is getting papers, she has been trying to backpedal. She has been calling my aunt, begging her to convince Tony not to do this or else she will be homeless. She has been trying to call Tony and his family, but they have all been ignoring her. Yet, this wasn't enough for my egg donor. She knows my aunt's schedule and tried to come over to assault me. My cousin was with me still, so she couldn't get in. But hearing her scream at me, some of my very low insecurities hurt, and I started to have a panic attack. My cousin took me upstairs when we heard a loud crash. My mother broke through the window and ran upstairs and attacked me. For once in my life, I hit my egg donor back. All the anger I had towards her, I finally let out. My cousin was struggling to separate us and had to run to get our neighbor. I only have a few scratches and bite marks, but outside of that, I am okay. I'm also placing charges against my egg donor. Hopefully, I can get a restraining order. My mom ran off before the police came, but I gave them Tony's address just in case she tries going back there. I see that those evil people aren't going to stop until they get a response out of me. However, on a weird note, I got a call from my half-sister. She tried apologizing and I cut her off because I don't want to hear it anymore. She then scoffed and had the nerve to ask if I could watch my nieces while she, her husband, and her boyfriend all go on a trip. If she wanted me to watch her nieces, then she would have to ask through my aunt. She started screaming how I was being unfair to her and punishing her kids. I told her I was punishing her. She said never mind and that I couldn't see my nieces. I knew this could happen, but it hurt my heart. I'm pretty sure she's telling them I hate them. I'm keeping the screenshots and my aunt and cousin said they would back me up if they reach out in the future. This is so much, but I'm expecting more to happen, honestly. One thing I know about my egg donor is that she hates losing. I know she sees this as a loss and won't stop until she comes out on top. My half-brother has me blocked on everything, and I'm pretty sure he is siding with my half-sister. I'm just really emotionally distraught, but I wanted to update you guys. I'll update again if anything else happens, but if not, this will probably be my final update because I just want this shit show to end. In good news though, I start therapy next week. My aunt and cousin are currently packing up Alex's things and dropping them off at a buddy of his. His name is Kyle, and he's been helping me through all of this as well. He dropped off my favorite fruit this morning at my aunt's. He also assured me that I can talk to him anytime. I asked him if he would be in further communication with Alex and he said no. He's just holding on to his things until his parents can pick them up. I really appreciate him.